understand better.
Just up ahead is the village.
I'll go and have a look around.
Yeah, we'll stay and watch that car. Don't want to get any parking tickets.
Right.
That's
Parking
fun.
tickets.
Don't worry, I wasn't saying
Jeez.
anything important
Who
all
are
that
these
time.
guys?
Did you say something?
Yeah, there's the there's the suit.
Leon, I hope you can hear me. I'm Ingrid Hunnigan. I'll be your support on this mission.
Loud and clear. Somehow I thought you'd be a little older. So the subject's name's Ashley Graham, right?
That's right. She's the daughter of the president. So try to behave yourself, okay?
Whoever this group is, they sure picked the wrong girl to kidnap.
I'll try to find some more information on my end as well.
Good. Talk to you later. Leon out.
Okay. Yeah, all I was basically saying is that I have not beaten this on professional mode. I would like to try to, because I am planning on potentially doing, or not potentially, I want to try and redo all of my old videos on Resident Evil. And then actually get to the newer games. Because I have a lot of things to say about the direction the series has gone in. And a lot of the recent games.
Excuse me. Sir?
Sans Requiem, because I still haven't played that one yet. But up until 9, or up until 8, rather, I have a lot of things I want to say. I want to talk about the series a lot.
I was wondering if you might recognize a girl in this photograph.
It was always so funny to me that he just turned around the longest way possible.
Cabrón!
Sorry to have bothered you.
If I remember correctly, what that dude says effectively is like, what the F are you doing here? Get out of here.
I said freeze!
Shit.
Is everything okay?
There was a hostile local. I had no choice but to neutralize him. There are still others surrounding the area.
Get out of there and head toward the village. Take whatever measures necessary to save the subject.
Understood.
Ahí está! It's not a zombie. They've killed a lot of people. Gonna be a lot of this. Anything to try and conserve ammo. Cause yeah, that was a major issue the first time around when I would attempt this. I made it all the way to the castle, but then would run out of time to fight. What's his name? Galador? It's basically the Wolverine claw guy. And trying to do that with a knife is not impossible, but it's not something that most people would recommend. Also, getting stabbed in the face with a pitchfork is something that most people wouldn't recommend either.
No.
The fact that they got them out of the car before running it off the cliff is interesting. It's one of those details where you just kind of wonder, what was exactly the series of events there? I know what I said about saving ammo, but at the same time. Hey, it's this dog. Remember when the remake, like the week before the remake came out, people were just like, "You can't save the dog! Oh no!" But I did play far enough in it, and I believe you still can. I believe he still saves up, right? Shows up. Rather. I've not played the remake to this. Just on the kind of closed-minded mindset of, well, this game was already perfect. Why do I need to play a remake of it? But I do want to at least give it a shot, since people said that it's pretty good. And other people said it's basically just RE4. It was fine the first time around. It's just RE4 again. There's no sex discrimination here. Important detail to always keep track of. Whenever the music stops, that is when you are most likely in the corner. They do play with that a bit, but for the majority of the time, if you do not hear any music, then that means all the enemies in the area are gone.
¡Forastero! ¡Avisad a los demás! ¡Te cogí!
Got him. I just wanted to prove the point. And that, you know, that kind of thing, is a word everybody's expecting today, was revolutionary. This is kind of the first game where that kind of logic to aiming was even utilized, especially to this extent. I'm going... I don't actually know what... So I'm right here, so... I could do this. Could probably use one of the green herbs, and then...
Leon, how you holding up?
If I don't
Bad
like
question,
how much health it gives me.
Sorry to hear that. I'm sending you a playing manual. Hope you find it useful.
I'll take a look at it, thanks.
Yeah, let's look at the files. On our way home from university. How did they like manage that, by the way? Like, the whole end goal to this is that Sadler's trying to get, like, you know, his soldiers and such into the United States. He did it once. He managed it once. I don't know why. I don't know why he couldn't just go along with it. even if he didn't have everything. But then we wouldn't have a game. That's always the logic of it. Yeah, they just got this guy. Got one of them at least. The other one they feed to the salamander guy. I used to know a lot of the monsters by name. There's some that I still remember by name, but other ones that I've completely forgotten. Okay, let's see if I remember this route well.
¡Agárrenlo!
Oh, clearly not, because he's not. I was supposed to find out who I am until I actually hit you. Ow. I don't know how you managed that, buddy. Good shot. Well, the fun fact about playing this... Fun fact about playing this on Switch, or really just any updated version of this. So, the game initially didn't really run at 60. So, all updated versions of this game, and the same goes for also RE5 as well, because these games are running at a frame rate they were never intended to, the internal clock for a lot of things is double the speed. So the chickens lay eggs twice as fast. I'm gonna make use of that. Relatively soon.
Chainsaw.
Just get a bunch more eggs than I would initially.
Shit. Son of a...
Alright, now we gotta see if I can make it through this in one piece. I want to try and kill the chainsaw guy, but I will understand if I'll understand if that's a fool's errand.
Voy a hacer picadillo.
Nice. Try to do something there, didn't work. Didn't work at all.
Cabrón.
Maldita sea. ¡Qué madre! ¡Por él! ¡Por él!
Completely silent.
¡Mierda!
Like a ninja. Same, buddy. Didn't even see you there.
¡Detrás de ti, imbécil!
Detrás de ti, imbécil! Translators now. That just means look behind you, idiot. There's the fun thing that all of them...
¡Detrás de ti, imbécil!
All of the Ganadas are in fact speaking Spanish, and if you know a lick of Spanish, then you will actually be able to discern what it is they're trying to do. This audio cue is helping. I'm saying we made that. Another game that they released Need more practice? Yes. It has been 2 years since I played RE4 all the way through.
What are they planning?
Which, someone's just like, man, you're still like playing this game again? It's like, you're not tired of it? There's literally no way I can get tired of this game.
Shit. Son of a...
I could probably play this game like 80 times and I would still find a reason to take it up again. It's just one of those just forever. It's a forever game in the instance that you can play it forever, not that it actually goes on forever. Yeah, that's something else. Some people are maybe not fully grasping when it comes to that term. Said people are all just companies. Now we gotta keep this run. I actually got him. Now we gotta keep this run. Hey, now the main threat is dealt with, though. We can't just kind of rope it over these guys. Still, trick dogs. Find it funny. According to separate ways. While all this is happening, it is just off screen in the same location. But we somehow just keep missing each other. I think my plan going forward is going to be to really... Oh, nice. I think my plan going forward to try and like actually do it this time around, do this run, is keep the initial shotgun. Don't just sell it immediately. Keep the pistol until we get the red 9. And then I think the semi-auto rifle will probably be the... Oh, wait for it.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Can't ever talk over that line. Yeah, instead of just getting every single new gun, I think I should play things a bit smarter. Maybe this time I'll actually beat it this time around.
I have some bad news. I've confirmed the body of an officer. Something's happened to the people here.
Leon, you need to get out of there. Look for a tower and follow the trail near it.
Got it.
I didn't show it here, but if you actually climb this clock tower, I guess this wouldn't even be a clock tower, it's a lookout tower. Well, if you actually climb this thing, they'll start throwing Molotovs up here. Heck of an arm to get them, to get them all the way up there, but yeah, they'll try and flush you out that way. I'm not surprised that ended up being the demo for the remake, because it was the demo for the initial game back in the day, and it is a very, very prominent, I guess really not prominent, but very poignant point in the game. And if you want to show off the capabilities of your console, cough cough, then yeah, absolutely would be the best thing to try and do. So here is Chicken Farm, and I'm going to get a few eggs before continuing. I'm going to get rid of all the guys here first. I'm going to go back to that door.
Detrás de ti, imbécil.
Thank you. I think I can knife this one. Yeah. Brown egg, white egg. Doggo. Yeah, like, do you see this? These eggs did not spawn nearly as fast in the old game. Not at all. A for Africa. Almost made me get there. Nice. Okay, so yeah, we can use we can use a bit more eggs. I think also I don't know if I should keep the Punisher or just sell it. I might keep it. Might keep it just to... Oh! Thank you for that. I honestly forgot I still had that being able to on here. Yeah, appreciate that. You know, too far. I could get more eggs. I could always have more. But too much for ammo. I'm thinking of separate ways because there are bear traps here just randomly. Thought about it before I was going to try and leave. It's like, oh, hang on. Oh, no, that was the side of the barn. As long as I make one shot, it's fine. As long as I make one of the shots, it's fine. Yeah, still got 66, technically 76 rounds left. The other thing about professional mode is that these used to be terrible back in the day because of the fact that PS2 didn't run at 60. But now that it does run at 60, your inputs are actually read more often, so you have a better chance of actually outrunning that boulder now than you would have back in the day. Because they do make it harder for you to actually outrun that boulder in professional, but you would never notice nowadays because it's a bit easier now with the added frame rate. Oh, that's my favorite thing about this game. If I could help it, I always have those guys blow themselves up. My favorite one's when you shoot them and they fall over. Like, you actually kill them while they're still holding it, and then just the big shockwave effect from them. Oh, that's so good. It's so good. Because they're idiots. They're just stupid, dumb baby idiots. not remember where everything is in the game. I do have I'd say like my accuracy is about like 95% on all the things in the game. But I'm not going to remember the exact location of everything, most likely. However, I have played this game like 30 times. In a live fury in this economy. Yeah. Because I felt like just doing a stream every once in a while again, because it's nuts. I also feel like I kind of owe you guys a bit, because I didn't do anything for about 2 months, which forgot about that. Talked about it, but yeah, about 2 months ago, my uncle passed away. Back in my hometown, and my great grandmother was the first person to pass away that had dementia before they slipped away, and now my uncle's the second, and that taught our family, because we didn't know that. We know that we have we're a bit susceptible to diabetes, but we did not know that dementia runs in our family. And though those two cases very much showed that, that's gonna await all of us. that's gonna await all of us. Because my great-grandmother is where, effectively most of our family originates from.
A little rough, don't you think?
All my aunts and grandmother and
You're
all that.
not like them?
No. You?
Okay, I have only one very important question. You got a smoke?
Got gum.
Got gum. The Capcom protagonist not smoking work.
The big cheese.
It doesn't really start here, but it's still prevalent, because even Nero in DMC5 is so... so it gets really smoking. I'll take 78%. It's not bad. This was my most recent attempt at doing so. And usually I made it all the way to chapter 2. But then I decided, because I was initially filming, just like normal. But then I thought, wait, maybe I could live stream this.
Humans, let us give you.
At the very least, it means that I won't have another, 50 gigs of footage on my computer. Just, waiting until the day I actually do something with it.
You will become unable to resist this intoxicating power.
Hey, wake up.
Thank you.
Crawl
Thought I
out
turned
of
it
one
down
hole
decently
and
well,
into
but
another.
You want to tell me what's going on here?
can always do more.
Americano, see? Now what brings a bloke like you to this part of the world? Oh, hey, easy, whoever you are.
Name's Leon. Came here looking for this girl. Seen her?
What, are you supposed to be a cop or something? Nah, you don't look the type.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's been I think like 3 years
Let me guess.
since I streamed, so
She's the
bit
president's
rusty on
daughter.
it.
That's too good for a guess. Want to start explaining?
Psychic powers. Nah, I'm just kidding with you, amigo. I overheard one of the villagers talking something about the president's daughter in the church.
I don't think we ever found out what happened to this dude.
And who might you be?
Me llamo Luis Serra. I used to be a cop in Madrid. But now I'm just a good-for-nothing guy who happens to be quite a ladies' man.
Why'd you quit?
Phew, policia. You put your life on the line, nobody really appreciates you enough for it. Being a hero isn't what it's cracked up to be anymore.
Used to be a cop myself. Only for a day, though.
I thought I was bad.
Somehow I managed to get myself involved with the incident in Raccoon City on my first day in the force.
That is the incident with the viral outbreak, right?
This poor dude.
I think
I
might
still
have seen
can't
a sample
fathom
of
that. The
virus
first
online
day
at
you
the
work as a
department.
cop and the apocalypse happens.
Do something, cop!
After you. Now.
What was your plan, sir? You already had the axe overhand.
It's Leon. Sorry I couldn't get in touch sooner, but I was a bit tied up.
You're okay, right?
I'm fine. There was a male civilian held captive. According to him, Ashley's in a church somewhere.
What happened to him?
He managed to escape.
Do you have a fix on the location of that church?
No, but apparently there's a secret passage in the village that leads there. I'm heading back to the village.
Yeah, okay. Thought so.
Over here, stranger.
Stranger? What are you buying? Something an old friend of mine used to say. Did they ever elaborate on that? Or just anything about Duke? Or did they just make him weird just to make him, like, mysterious?
Got something that might interest you.
I do find it funny that Separate Ways had to show
Got
what
a
happened to
selection
Leon's
of
jacket.
good thing.
Because apparently people legit asked about
What
it
are
and
you
say, why did we
buying?
just, why do we have a cool jacket and then it's gone for the rest of the game? So yeah, I think the game plan is going to be to keep this shotgun for... Thank you so much. I think the idea is going to be to keep this handgun and keep the shotgun. Keep the handgun until we get to the Red 9. Don't buy this quite yet. Never buy this, because this is just going to overload or override all of the normal ammo that we would have gotten. Only buy these to get rid of bosses, but they give you enough free ones that I think we'll be fine.
Is that
And just buy the
Thank
attaché
you.
cases as they come around.
What
I
are you
do
selling?
have... I don't have any kind of, like, actual...
Is that all,
treasure
stranger?
maps.
Is that all?
I know you can buy
Thank
those.
you.
But again, I just have, like, a mental map of
Thank you.
just effectively where everything is. We're gonna also try and make use of... we're gonna try and make use of the free refills that you get when you upgrade the ammo capacity to guns as well. Especially when we get the free broken butterfly. Yeah, I am determined to actually try and beat this for the first time. I've never gotten that stupid, dumb, like, laser cannon thing. And I just want to know how it actually works. I've seen footage of it, but I've never actually managed to use it. I also never got the hand cannon either. That requires getting 5 stars with every character in Mercenaries. And I'll have to. I might do another stream where I try to do that as well. That one might actually require some extras because it's the team, Missy. Trust the team, Missy. I can't believe that still got me. Gotta fly, baby. Imagine just burning people. I was about to say, how did you miss me, sir? I would have been more upset if you, I would have been more upset if you legit missed me than if you were to actually hit me. I missed that. Ah, okay. Yeah, I have to turn this really down then. And I'll apologize for that, because again, I need to know these types of things so that I can get like kind of like a mental map for it if I try to do something like this again. So how does it sound now? Now that we have like consistent sound going over to we have consistent sound over to try and gauge the difference. it's all I have is time, buddy. Yay, okay. I initially had it on just like negative, I initially had it on like -7. Now it's at like -25. So that tells me the game audio is much higher than I thought. getting headshots is actually pretty good at the start, because they don't turn into the plagas. From that point on, just as I was about to bring it up, from that point on, you'd be a bit sparing to do so, just in case I don't have a flash grenade on hand. Yeah, as I mentioned, as I joked about earlier, it's like I understand that my voice is very quiet, so that's also why I feel it's important to get that all situated. The arm on this man. And then we're fine. And then we're just fine. Whoa. Yeah, those missed shots do rack up. They certainly do. Thought there was a barrel behind there, but there is not. Are you winning, son? We died once, I believe, so that's not too bad. I only died once during the village section. So yeah, I'd say that's not bad. So listening to you is really enjoyable. Thank you. I've had people tell me over the years that I have a voice for radio, but I've never known if they were like saying that to like be to be rude. It's like well, you got a voice for radio at least. Everything else about you's not too hot though. Well, I always tried to take it as a compliment. Still play Blue Archive? I absolutely do. I have been very much enjoying it every passing day, and the sort of end of the second arc that we're currently in right now is shaping up to be pretty good, pretty good. I was talking to a friend about that, in that, you know, after we deal with Decogrammaton, that's like the second main threat of the game, like, dealt with, because we had the whole thing with Beatrix, and by extension Gemetria, and we've effectively seen no hide, no hair of anyone besides Maestro. Like, Black Suit's just gone. Black Suit's just gone. Gollenkide turned into Francis and had tried to go deal with Basement Dweller, and then, or I guess Underground Dweller is what they changed his name to. And then Shiroko put the fear of God in that man, so he's also out of commission. So yeah, like if we deal with a Decagrammaton, then that's like the second main threat of the game dealt with. And I think the only other like overarching villain that would be left is effectively like Kaiser. Like the Kaiser Corporation. Either that or like the 7 prisoners. But besides Akira, who's like undercover at the art academy in Wild Hunt. Besides her, there's not really like there's none of the prisoners are that antagonistic towards us. So shooting them in the privates give you 30% more damage. I believe it. Honestly, especially back in the day, I would absolutely believe that. That sounds like a game facts rumor that one starts circulating and everybody would just take it for like take it at face value because oh yeah, it makes sense. Only works on the male ones though. Yeah, I'm like, it's interesting because, you know, the devs behind the game have said that, like, they've said in interviews and such that they made Blue Archive as a sort of like a response to all the types of games that are in the market. Like, they've played a lot of gacha, and they like some aspects of it, but they hate other aspects of it, so they sort of made Blue Archive as kind of like a response to that. There we go. Oh, you're still not dead? So yeah, they put in a lot of things in that game that they wanted to see other games do. As a way to try and like move the industry forward. And one of those things was that the idea that, you know, a story doesn't end or like just drags out to the point that it, you know, loses the plot essentially. And they made it very clear that like there would be an end. There's going to be an end to the story at some point. And having this game be a part of my life for like the past 5 years, and then starting to see those signs that it's like, oh, we're starting to wrap things up. Like, my God, I want to like. Can we just do that? My God. I just wasted like 7 shots trying to shoot that. There we go. Christ. But yeah, getting to the point where we're like wrapping things up and we're actually getting to, I was like, I wouldn't, as close to an end game, I guess you could say, for like the game. It's kind of, it's such a weird feeling to try and be like, oh, we're gonna have it, like in the next maybe like 2-3 years, we might be saying goodbye to this game. You know, at the mouse. Yeah, but I'm playing on Switch. So don't have a mouse to use. And this isn't Switch 2, so we can't try and fashion the controller like a mouse. There we go. Played Blue Archive for a bit, but for the only gacha I'm playing right now is Endless. Okay, I would like just like another person's opinion here. I feel as though Zenless is losing track of, like, we're talking about losing the plot. I think Zenless is kind of losing the plot a bit. Because that game, and how it was initially marketed, and what the game is, like, slowly turning into right now, are two entirely different things. I liked it better when we were, like, the two twins that were effectively criminals. They just had, like, this kind of, they were just in this, like, legally gray area, and how we were, like, going about things. But now we're just, like, the chosen ones.
You carry the same blood as us.
All Hoyoverse stories are like that, I guess. Zenless is really my first real, like, take on that, I guess you could say. I played Honkai after playing Zenless because when Miyabi was about to come out, I needed something to do. So I was like, you know what, sure, let me try out this turn-based RPG that they have. And I at least get the point of Honkai, that it's supposed to be this, even the art direction is looking at, so yeah, like, I don't know what some of those designs are, but Watakuma absolutely isn't doing half of those. You can tell.
They're called the Los Illuminados.
Los Illuminados. That's a mouthful. Anyway, I had an unexpected run-in with the big cheese of this village.
The big
But you're okay,
cheese.
right?
Yeah.
Urban Vibes is getting lost a lot,
Let
yeah.
him live. And
That's
he
why I was so
just
happy when the
carrying
Angels finally
the
came
same
out.
blood as them.
Even though it took 20 months.
Carry the
It
same
took
blood.
20 months for them to come out. But I thought that, like, it was going to be like a return to form kind of deal, especially since we were leaving
Hurry and find that
China.
place.
We were leaving China, and we were going back to, I gotta make sure the Separate Ways is canon. It's like, Leon, what were you expecting? Why would you go back? The fact that dude thuds when he walks is such an intimidating kind of just like audio cue. I almost said visual cue. But yeah, he is in fact. That's half of Leon's like character. If he's not being a smart aleck, he's just being a complete like whoopee kind of like dork. I love him so much. Yeah. I don't know. I really loved Zenless for like its first year because, and I know everybody complains about the TV mode. I think the big thing about it was that it needed to be waned off a bit because it was being done a bit often. But the complete removal of it is starting to show effects. Is starting to show a lot of effects because now, like, the fact that we went from our characters like piloting EOS throughout everything, and now not only are our main characters, who the whole point of them was that it's like they had low ether aptitude, so they couldn't actually go through hollows, just get that fixed from the mayor who just knows everything. He's just like he just shows up one day. It's like, yeah, I know a place where you can get like your ether aptitude adjusted, and also I know what's the deal with your eyes and all that sort of thing. You'll get all your answers here. Like, it's just one of those things where, again, I understand that it would have gotten annoying eventually. To always be going through TV stuff. But I feel as though that the best compromise was to have, like, a mix of the two, not to completely write it out of the story. I'm in danger. Do not have time. I'm in danger. Dang. The mayor is the god emperor of Zella's trust. Yeah. So that's our second. There's our second death.
Leon, I've been.
Might as well just do this again, just to say I did it. Oh wait, I didn't check. Woman in red, somehow so familiar. as if there's any other person. As if there's any other person, Leon, are you kidding me? Yeah. I think the thing that is the reason why I'm so kind of like on the fence about it is the fact that now our twins are playable. Like, they have a stand. They are an active agent now that can go into the hollows. And I think that's far too... I think that's far too big of a leap. That we go from a purely support role to now on the front lines. Because if anything happens to us, that's the end of the story. Like, the whole story is about us trying to, like, clear our teacher's name. So if we just get clipped by, like, an ethereal or something, that's the end of the plot. Like, that's just it. So the idea that we would be so, like, brazen as to just, like, go, yeah, well, you know, it's fine. We have a warframe now. So we could probably just run into danger, no sweat. Yeah, I think it's like... I'd still like to see just like what is the actual reasoning that we end up getting to. But yeah, between Zenless and like any of the other games I'm playing right now, I think Zenless is currently in like the weaker of the camp. And again, it's a shame because I really liked how like playful they were with the story. Like the fact that even though I don't really care about her design-wise, I like her personality more than anything. But I don't have the same kind of thirst that the internet has for this character. When Jane Doe's story happened, and the majority of the plot didn't actually involve the main characters at all, like the main twins, I thought that was such a fun way to try and like spice up the story and have have the world feel kind of like a lot more realized, in that there's all these things that are still going on without the duo being at the center of it. But I guess people didn't care for that because they stopped doing that kind of thing, and now every single character just shows up, talks to our main duo, and it's just like, hello, would you like to hear about my traumatic backstory? And then you just deal with it, and then they just walk off. They just they just exit stage left. Next character, please.
Lord Sadler.
I think part of it is just the fact that Blue Archive's story and like its character writing is so good that I've lost so much patience for the types of games that can't either make a good like a gacha game that isn't just scummy out the wazoo, or even just like a game that even just has a plot that has any amount of thought put into it. That I just don't have. I don't have the patience to try and like go, well, you know, it'll be fine for like a day or so, you know, just to like try it out. I don't really do that anymore, because once you actually play so many of these games, and you play so many of them that are actually good, you don't care about like the C tier, D tier games anymore. You just don't even give them the time of day anymore, because you think, I could be playing Arknights right now. I could be playing Trick Call. I could be playing anything else. I'd even give Chaos Zero Nightmare a bit of like a leeway, because despite its plot just being like all over the place in terms of tone, the gameplay is like phenomenal. And the fact that they're actually like listening to feedback and understanding that, yeah, maybe like a sweep function would be pretty good. And like as best as you could do it, because doing full runs of the Chaos can get a bit tiresome eventually. That's also, by the way, going back to the whole, like, I don't have the patience to give, like, my time to something that it doesn't even want to try and adapt to its industry or anything. Like, to even make it seem... To give you even, like, remotely an excuse to try it out, besides it being a big name. Genshin... The fact that that game still doesn't have a skip button. The fact that that game released in the year of our Lord 2020 or 19 and did not have a skip button, when even Kingdom Hearts added a skip button with 2 after everybody was just like, listen, I can only hear Riku say, I am Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness so many times. Like, please, for the love of God. and it's so weird to hear people complain about people wanting a skip button for a game that hides its exploration, which is the whole point of that game, behind a story that's just not well told.
Something that might interest you.
It's just not well told. And I'm sorry if that bothers anybody,
For a selection.
but I do not think...
What are you selling?
Well, I understand as a live service game, you know, you can't always have certain things, like, out and about, or, like, available. But the fact that if you wanted to know who Scaramouche was, you needed to play the game 2 months after it released. And there is literally no other way for you to know who that character is and like what their deal is. And then you get to Inazuma and your main character knows who he is, but you playing the game late will have no clue who this person is or why your character knows who they are.
Is that old? Is that old?
Like, that's so bad. That's such a terrible way to try and tell your story. And then they keep doing it. Because when I had tried the game out, it was like the storybook thing, the one where Durin first shows up as like the little baby dragon like guy, and now he's playable. But that event or whatever, that like storybook thing, that's gone. So if you make it all the way to that, if you make it all the way to that point in the story, and you just weren't around like 2-3 years ago to do that story, then you just don't know who this kid is. And again, why everyone just suddenly knows who they are? Like, I didn't even know to the extent of how bad it was until I was curious. So I like looked up like a timeline kind of deal, and I found some person who made like a Google spreadsheet, like an actual like spreadsheet that went, okay, so this is everything in order, and like every single event that's in order, and this is what story chapters, what main story chapters call back to these events. So if you don't know about this, that, or this, then you will be lost for story reasons. And like the actual amount of things that call back to like stuff that's 4 or 5 years of the past. And there's no way to experience that in game. If you want to actually know any of that type of stuff, you're gonna have to like look at YouTube videos and such. That's just a terrible way to try and present your game. And I have no patience for that kind of thing. That's just completely ridiculous to me. There's so many games that figure this out, besides just actively having it available at all times. And if their reasoning is like, well, we can't have all of that in the game all the time. These games, like, this game is on a phone. There's that's so many gigabytes for a phone. Learn how to compress things, or do what all of the other games at your company are doing, and make it so that you can get rid of data that you're not using.
Something might fit inside.
Well, there's no use standing around. Leon, you have to find some way or something to get inside.
Yeah. The fact that Arknights has a story, has a thing where you can, like a literal timeline, where you could look through every single event in order, and have the whole story, like, chronologically, and be able to see... 3 family and 6. Oh, okay. Oh god. Do I even remember this one? Get this game away from me. Get this game away from me. I can't believe I... What do you mean I recognize that immediately? Are you kidding me? God, that's why I can't remember anything these days, because my brain, my brain's filled with unimportant, like, garbage like that. Either meant you don't have access to it anymore? No. That, well, I should say yes. That is, in fact, the case. In Genshin, when an event ends, you cannot play it again. Like, at all. It's just gone. There is no conceivable way for you to play it ever again. Your only means was to be there. And I get that that's like a, you know, you say, well, that's a tactic to try and keep you playing. But if you just didn't have a means to even play the game in the first place, then that's not even a fair point to make. It's such a short, if that is like their reason for keeping it that way, is that it's like, oh, well, it keeps people playing the game, it helps our stock, like our investors and all that sort of thing. It's such a short-sighted way to try and keep making money. That that's another thing that I can't really get over. It's just another thing that I can't really get behind. Because, like, let's not mince words here. At the end of the day, gacha games are to make money. Like, they are a live service game. They're a game that's, like, designed to try and get money out of you. But the amount of games that, like, take that and just go, well, we can't make the game that we want to feasibly because we just do not have the funding and the time to do so. So let's try and make it a gacha and just, like, continue making the game, like, as we do it. Like Limbus Company. Limbus Company is the exact same thing. Where it's like they did not have feasibly the time and the money to make Limbus as, like, as big as they wanted to. So they made it a gacha. They made it a live service game so they could try and, like, keep making, yeah, so they could, like, keep making it along and keep, like, the quality of everything consistent, get everything they want to get in there, like, don't skimp out on anything. And it is my belief, because Project Moon are, like pretty cool like that, I guarantee you the second that Limbus' story ends, they're just gonna make that game offline and then make it buyable for people. Like, the second that the servers for that game can go down, they're gonna just make an offline version of it so that people can just experience the whole thing without it being, like, a live service game. And that especially is something that I wish was more common of a practice, because the amount of games that just disappear when they were very, like, really good games it's genuinely a shame. Because I feel as though so many people would like these games if you just took out everything that people were against. Yeah, Capcom with the gacha, like the Mega Man gacha. That's another case of just like, actually, I could even show, because I bought one of these. I'm gonna have to try this one. Cat's the Commander. This is one of the best conversions from, like, a mobile game to like a console game. Metal Slug Attack Reloaded is another case of that. But this one's honestly the best one, because they went the extra mile to make a console exclusive story. Like, they redid the layout of the game and made a genuine plot for this game that you can actually, like, just go through. You can get everybody, you can get everything. It even has, like, post-game, like, bonus challenges and stuff like that. And this game's only $6. That is a steal. Genuinely. It's much better than this one. This genuinely upsets me because it's not even as good as the 3DS one that they made. It's such a like a fall off in terms of quality that I can't even believe that the same team made it. The Kazuma Kaneko game. Ugh. I actually misunderstood something about that game in my video. I thought that they were going to make like a Steam version of the game offline. Like they were going to make the Steam version of the game offline and like the Switch version and make a Switch version rather. But they only made a Switch version of the game. So I had the I had the thought that, okay, maybe if it's at least like a fun game, I could try and like do a video on it by just borrowing the PC version to see if anybody has, anybody is just like help a brother out, that kind of thing. Then I found out it's only on Switch, and it's like, oh, okay, well, never mind then. There goes that idea. It's very odd. The whole situation about that game's odd. Just the whole everything. And again, I'm not one of the people that are just like, oh man, AI, it ruins everything. It's like it poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, delivered a plague onto our houses. It bathes in the blood of infants. I'm not that aggressive towards it. Because I think that like any kind of tool or any kind of thing, it's like there's a good way to use it, and then there's the scumbag way of dealing with it or utilizing something. I don't think AI by itself is inherently like evil, because we use it, like especially if you use like Adobe Premiere. Like a lot of the functions in a lot of the functions in their program are powered by AI. Like we have random generated like levels in video games and such. That's also done by AI. So AI on its own is not a terrible thing. It's specifically the type of AI that just takes from like other people and then tries to like regurgitate something out of it, where a lot of the like contentious nature of it like really comes about. Sorry, trying to focus a bit. Yeah, more than anything, it was still just, regardless of how I feel about AI or generative AI or anything like that, the fact of the matter is that Kazuma Kaneko wanted to put out a game that has his name front and center, and I just think it's continuously, I think it's just very dubious to then have none. I shouldn't say none, but like a very large margin of that game to not even feature his own artwork. Yeah, it is. I'm not disagreeing with that. That's the part about it that I'm like, no. The fact that like we're effectively just trying to get rid of like the human element to a lot of like things that require that element in order to even be good in the first place. And that's why I was just like, if you have to use it to try and save time, okay. But it should only be used as like a basis. If you're gonna try and use Gen AI for anything, it should only be used as a basis for something, for like people to get like a reference on what to do. But like the end result should always then be an artist then draws it. It should never be that we made the Gen AI thing and now we can immediately put it into the game. That's never should be how it goes. And that's not my stance on that is not going to change. The only thing you want to make quick bucks. The thing about it is that, you know, like I even talked about it in that video. Bro, dude pointed out, it took so much time to just like try and train that like Laura or model or whatever. It would have been quicker if he just drew all of it himself. And at that point, I'm just like, okay. Then it can't be like a quick buck kind of thing. Because if it was really going to be a quick buck, then he wouldn't have spent that much time like trying to like fix it. He would have done as he said. He would have just made it so that like he just drew it all. Drew it all. So that's why I was so like conflicted about it. Where it's like there's part of me that understand the artists want to experiment with different forms, like with different tools and such. But then there's also the part of me that's just like, but there was like so many other ways you could have gone about it. Again, do it like the drawn to life thing. You know, like you could have had it so that like we effectively make our own demon with like tools and such that like you end up making accessible for the player, and then like the AI system effectively like puts it together. But all of the actual like assets and stuff are things that are actually drawn by Kaneko. I feel like that would have been the best like middle of the road like kind of way to do it. Yeah, then when the game came out, that I was even more confused, because there's more AI in the Switch version of the game than there was in the mobile game. Because they made, like... And I want to thank my friend, Spencer Presley for like, doing a video on this. They made, like... Because when you boot up the game, it immediately, like, starts you into the story. It's only if you back out of the game from that point that you even notice this, but there's actually like a main menu and such for the game. And if you go into the extras, I always forget about this snake. I remembered it after I saw the green. And if you look in like the extras, there's lore videos of just like news stories about the Hashira. And they're all AI. they're all AI videos. They're all just deep fakes of just like actual news stories. And even the voiceovers for the videos are AI. And I was just like, okay. Now the whole like messaging of just like, yeah, we were only just doing this just to like to make the process of making all the cards and such easier or what have you, or you know, we were like experimenting with it in that way. Now I even bring that into question, because it's like, okay, that's one thing. You're really telling me you couldn't have an intern at Colopal, like, walk outside of the office and just film a shot of, like, a street? Like, get somebody dressed up in a suit and then just actively have someone, like, pretend to be a newscaster? You mean to tell me you couldn't do that?
Vámonos. Okay, ándale.
Yeah, generating a skill set would also be pretty interesting. I think the thing about that game, more than anything, is just how actually brain dead that game is. Because you don't move in that game. You don't actually move in that game. The game moves you on rails, and the only, like, the only thing that you can do to... The only input that you have in the game is just deciding, do you want to go down the left hallway or do you want to go down the right hallway? And that's it. That's it. And on the map you see, it's like, okay, well here there's, you know, like an apartment room, or, yeah, like one of the rooms for like a tenant or what have you. And then this one's just like, you know, this one you can actually go to talk to Okami and get a new card or something like that. But that's it. That's the only, those are the only things that you could then do while exploring the actual Hashira. So there's no actual exploring to the building. Unless I feel it's customary to do this. I didn't even know that was a thing until I played the PS3 version, and there was a trophy that was just called "Don't Shoot the Lake." And I was like, really? And then I just did it. And I was like, oh. Sick. Yeah, it just strengthens laziness. It seems like it, honestly. Yeah, the game's so brain dead easy because you can get, like, the cards / like demons that you can get in the game. They don't actually change much depending on the, like, whoever you play as. Like, some characters will have exclusive ones, but then there's, like, general, like, cards. And if I forget which ones they are, but there's like 5 or so general cards that you can then duplicate, like a bunch of them. And every run just turns into getting those cards because, like, they just win the game for you. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a card that, like, you hit, like, where it's like you've effectively hit 10 times in one attack. And that's just a normal card you can get. And any of them can get, and that just, if you just duplicate that a bunch of times, then you just annihilate the balance of the game. You just deal with every single kind of, like, shield, every single kind of, like high HP demon or anything like that. Yeah. And again, that's a normal card. That's a card where Kaneko's actual artwork is on it. So that was a card they designed before they even, like, had anyone generate new cards. That was a card that they decided should be in the game by default. Yeah, I don't know. That whole Kaneko situation is just like, eh. Eh. Now even like doing a video on it just to be like, well, I could make it like a like a fun little like how could they possibly do this kind of thing, you know? Or just like, oh well, let's see what morbid curiosity takes us. But now I don't even like. It's not even worth the time. It's not even worth the time and effort because you have to go through. This is the other thing about that game that they did not change at all. You have to go through all 100 floors of that building. I can't believe that happened. I think I'm done. Yo, yeah, I'm super dead. This is the first time I saw something like that happen. Yeah, I also had a lot of respect for the dude. I still love like all of his artwork and such. And I'm still debating whether or not to separate it into 2 videos. But I legit have been scripting a video for the past year or so that is just me looking at all of the box art. You can heal in that QTE? Oh. I'm literally just like scripting a video that's just looking at all the box art for every single Megaton game. And there's a lot of instances of me just going like, oh, Kaneko's so good at this. It's like he was really he's like is the Michelangelo of his time. All these kind of like silly quotes and such. And like I was just like, okay, maybe let's cut down on the Kaneko glazing for this script. I'll still like acknowledge that it's like dude's like absurdly talented, just completely like a style unique to his own. Nobody could take that away from him, not even himself. Now I feel as though it's better to do that video now more than ever, just to point out it's like this is the legacy that man threw away. This is how good this man was, and how like that like dude just got old and was just like, well, I don't have anything else to do. I even pointed it out. It's like, yeah, man doesn't have anything left to prove. But that doesn't exactly then mean to like just do nothing. Nothing with your talent. Especially since like I've wanted to learn how to draw for like years. I've acknowledged now that it's just like unless I could actually spend like about like a solid 3 or so years working on it, there's no way that I'm gonna have like the time to dedicate to learning how to draw. So I'm just kind of like hoping that this goes well. the YouTube shtick, just so I could then like pay talented artists to draw my ideas for me. And at least get to the point where I can have like a little bit of a buffer of time, so that I can then afford to get all of those, like get the skills. Yeah, I can't fathom spending like all that time learning how to draw. Like doing like all that hard work and then deciding that your own artwork isn't worth anything anymore. See, I can do this. I'm not that terrible at this game. I don't even think I didn't get hit once that time. Thank you. I still, if I can ever like brush up on my Japanese, because my Japanese is a bit rusty. Because it was only in high school that I learned it, and then I didn't keep up with it much afterwards because my main reason for learning it was learning that everything that I liked essentially came from Japan, like video games and then learning what anime was, and it's like, oh, that's so sick. It's like, man, I would like to see if I could like, you know, be a game designer or a developer or anything like that. So it's like maybe I should learn how to like speak Japanese. So if I ever do get a job in that industry, then I can, you know, work well at least as like a translator, even if nothing else. It's like, you know, maybe not be a complete game designer, but at least now I would be, you know, in the industry. Yeah. So then it's like, okay, well, I can't do that, so then let's probably figure something else out. And then I didn't really keep up with my Japanese after the fact. And I kind of regret that, because now I've made it such a big thing of, like, looking at, like, mythology and urban legends and all that other type of stuff from Japan. Because I genuinely find that kind of thing interesting, thanks to games like SMT, you know, and the like. So it's like, oh man, if I actually could speak like Japanese fluently, I would try and do a second Monster Hunter video, because again, I want to know what was the deal with that dragon that's just a fist. I want to know. I want to know so badly.
I'm all right now. I'm gonna continue my mission.
And people recommend it. It's like, oh, you could use like Google Translate and stuff. It's like, yeah, but there's always. I feel like I would be doing so much more time, like double, triple, quadruple checking everything that Google Translate is telling me, that effectively I would just, it would just be a bit quicker to just learn what all of it was in the first place. I mean, I don't need that flash grenade. So you can go back and you could fight a group of wolves with the boat, and I'm deciding if I want to do that. 'Cause I mean, if it goes well, it's free money, but if it doesn't, then I just waste all that time for no reason. I love the sound that the Punisher makes when you shoot it. Oh, only one followed me. Sick. And this one didn't even give me money. Alright, I think that's a sign of just like... It's like, this isn't worth it, just leave. You can also go fishing for more things, but I think I'm fine. Still have a bajillion eggs from our stint at the farm. So you could finish the game today. I'd like to think so, because How long to beat? Okay, maybe it might take 2 streams because it says 15 and a half hours. So I might not be able to. But I will get as close as humanly possible. Alright, no more fun. No more fun shooting heads. Because now the plagas can start happening. Which, fun fact, it was 5 that taught me that trick. I didn't even know about it the first time I even played RE4. In 2 days, okay. I mean, you know, like, I wouldn't be against, like, separating them into two streams, and then we can try and do Mercenaries as well. I know when I played Hey, I beat that in a day. I don't know if that's a sign that these games are getting shorter with time. Or just the fact that a first-person game isn't going to have the same... I remember now. I remember what I'm thinking about. Isn't going to have the same... What am I trying to say? I'm surprised you didn't sprout your claws. Because they usually like really pepper that at the start. And then they lull you into a false sense of security where it's like, oh, don't worry, we're not going to do that much. And then that the castle happens and they start changing them. I think it's just more that a first-person game is a lot easier to pick up and, like, get everything out of it, like, immediately than third-person game, especially when you play it for either the first time or you haven't played it in, like, a long time. It can be a bit jarring to come back to this game because... You know, it laid the groundwork for so many things, but all those, like, so many games nowadays have adapted this and changed it to be either, like, smoother or have, like, a lot more things going. I remember, like, the biggest complaint about RE5 after RE4 was that, like, you couldn't run and shoot at the same time. And I remember thinking, I'd say, well, sure, but, you know, they make the game based off of that. Like, they make the game based around that, so it's probably not, like, that big of an issue. And then, of course, obviously, once I then play 5, it's like, yeah, no, that's not an issue at all. But I get that it's like, it'd probably feel a lot smoother, but, again, they make the game around the ability to just, like, pause and aim and fire and all that sort of thing. So I never really found it an issue when they eventually then did it for 6. Like, I thought it was done well because, again, they made the game around it. And then, of course, that's the game everyone doesn't like. I think it might have to do with my history with chalk sites and such. But, like, I realized pretty early on that, like, horror games don't scare me. So I've never had that expectation that a horror game needs to scare you.
Wonderful, Leon. Head back to the church. Ashley's safety is our immediate priority.
In order to have any, like, worth or anything. So I think that's why I was always able to just view horror games through, like, just how well of a story they tell, how, like, the atmosphere is pretty good and stuff like that. And also just, like, monster designs and such. Which, if anything, if you don't want to give anything to RE6, the fact that all of the enemies in that game are based off of, like, insects and such, and all the, like, the incredibly interesting things that they do with that in terms of, like, enemy design. Like the grasshopper guys and, like, the people with, like, the mantis arms and such. Like the flying bee people and such. And, like, stuff like that's so cool. And I feel like that stuff like that, I feel like no one really gives the game that kind of credit. Because it's like, oh, you can't say one good thing about RE6, otherwise then it's like your credibility as a reviewer goes out the window. So, listen, I get that. And, like, if, like, I would get that,
Thank you.
like, the enemies could have been harder. That's, like, the main thing I think about it. It's, like, part of the reason why the regenerators and such in this game are so memorable is because it's a problem that you do not have an immediate solution to. But I will acknowledge that, like, in 6, if you don't know what your solution is, melee is honestly, like, 9 times out of 10 the answer. Like, it could be an answer to it. Especially with Jake. Like, your mobility, your moveset, just everything about 6, while it is, like, so enjoyable to play, you are outpacing everything in the game. Like, you are essentially Dante, while everybody else is still, like, a Resident Evil enemy. Even still, I still enjoy the fact that they made, like, Leon's campaign like RE2, and Chris's campaign's like RE5, and then Jake and Sherry are like RE3. So I always found like, look, just the way that they were kind of like paying homage to all of, like, the previous games beforehand. The most unnecessary backflip, but it's still just like, it looked cool. Oh man, I hope there are girls watching. Okay, so this is El Gigante. I think literally named the Giant. Leon is very awesome. I love him so much. get you to destroy these, that'd be nice.
Hey, it's that dog.
It's that dog. RE4 is such a special case because I don't think any game in history has as many like revisions and versions of it like RE4. Because I want you, like, RE4 is not just RE4, it's... In the process of trying to make this game, they made Onimusha, DMC, and Haunting Ground. And I can't think of any other game that has caused that many games to bloom out of just trying to make that one game once. I got stuck on him. Oh! And that's also why the game ended up so good, is because it had that many instances, that many, like, redos to try and make it. Nice. Couldn't get him to break the last shed, but it's fine. Yeah, the Hookman demo is like the only one that doesn't have really any kind of direct like result. And it was interesting to find that like Resident Evil Gaiden was almost shaping up to be like a preview for like the version of RE4 where like Leon was suffering from like hallucinations and stuff that was supposed to imply that like the Leon that you're playing as isn't actually Leon. Which I think would have been really interesting, the idea of you're playing as a character that inherits like Leon's identity, but then completely forgets that it's not like such a vicious animation. That time. Ooh, that's good timing though. Listen, I like Tatsuya Nomura. The man does what he loves and loves doing it, and I can always appreciate that. I'll also die on the hill that Kingdom Hearts' story is not as complicated as other people like make it out to be. It's literally just a story of light and darkness. The only thing about it is that there's just a lot of details. There's a lot of like names and like terminology and stuff like that. But at the base level, it's literally just light and dark. That's it. Light versus dark. For some reason, I thought that was a treasure on the painting. Oh, I absolutely believe that Resident Evil's like a horror comedy. I also feel as though like horror and like I honestly feel that like horror and comedy kind of have they kind of have like a very similar hang on. I think that's it. No, I'm missing something. That's what it was. But yeah, I have always been of the mindset that Resident Evil is like the plot is basically like a B movie, like a cheesy Romero film.
Ashley,
Don't come!
hey, take it easy.
No! Get away!
Calm down.
I
Everything's
think
going to be just fine. My name's Leon.
I
I'm
want
under
to say
the president's
I think
order to rescue
Dream Drop Distance to me is when I felt it's like the story was kind of like
and I have to get you out of here. Now come with me.
meandering a bit. Recoded just didn't need to be made. That is a whole game just to explain one sentence.
Succeeded in extricating my subject.
Good work, Leon. I'll send a chopper
That is a whole
right
that is a
away.
whole game
Where's
just
the
to say,
extraction
okay,
point?
why is Think Nominee in Jiminy's
The
journal?
chopper will pick you up beyond there.
Got
That
it.
didn't need to be that didn't need to be a whole game. But Dream Drop Distance is when we start getting into like time, like young Xehanort and like, yeah, there we go.
Wait, follow me.
So the reason why I wanted to get Separate Ways finished is for the express purpose of having Ashley in this suit of armor. She is completely invincible in this suit of armor. So now I have less of a concern of accidentally like killing her or having anything else deal with her. Because even if they try to pick her up, they'll just drop her. Because she's far too heavy in the suit of armor for them to carry her away. Which, I also love that detail that they make it so that Leon holds his back now because the suit of armor is so heavy.
My name is Osmond Sadler, the master of this fine religious community.
What do you want?
To demonstrate to the whole world our astounding power, of course. No longer will the United States
But yeah, I
they
think
can police the
358
world
Days
forever.
Over 2
So
was
we kidnapped
genuinely
the
like a
president's
really good
daughter
game.
in
And
order to give her
I will always be bummed out that they went the route of just making that.
No.
When they went to make all the games HD, they just made that one a movie instead of making it playable.
Leon, I
Because
think they shot something in my neck.
getting to play as all the organization members in HD would have been phenomenal.
gift.
And I'm so upset that we don't live in that timeline.
To her loving father. But before that, I thought
Yeah, I also think that Birth by Sleep was a pretty good, like, prequel kind of game.
Believe it or not,
Especially
it
how,
is
like,
quite a lot of money
They were the thing about prequels is that people realize is that you could be as brutal and horrific to people in these games as you possibly can. Because for most people, they understand that, like, well, none of these people are gonna make it out. We didn't see them in the last few games, so these people are making it out.
You become my puppets. Involuntarily, you'll do as I say. I'll have total control over
Yeah,
your
Vanita's
mind.
getting, like,
Don't you
burned
think this is a
and then flash
revolutionary
frozen.
way to promulgate
Is
what-
like, whoa.
Sounds more like an alien
Jesus.
invasion if you ask me. You okay?
Leon, what's gonna happen to us?
Don't worry. We got into this mess. We can get out of it.
We're making steady progress, though. We might be able to do this all one day, who knows? Well. I just sold the gun already, but... So I understand the feelings about FF7 Remake.
Leon, shoot those barrels on that wagon.
Will do. So I think the thing that honestly kind of... I think the thing that kind of like puts me in an odd position is that, and I've talked about wanting to do a video about this very topic, but I did not like Final Fantasy VII when I played it, like back in, oh, it had to be like 2010, yeah, 2010, because the reason I was trying the game out at all is because in the early days of YouTube and such, everybody, effectively every single person alive was like, oh, this is the best game ever made. This is the best RPG ever made. You know, Final Fantasy VII, it's the one. Like, and as somebody who, you know, was like a teenager who just like really liked, you know, like Dragon Quest IX, Pokemon Platinum, Radiant Historia, just all these different other types of like RPGs.
Got some rare thing. What are you
Like the fact that like people were saying that like Final Fantasy VII was like better than those, which I know they weren't actually saying that, but you know, when you're like 12, that's what you take it as. Like, it then just made me go, it's like, okay, well, prove it then. Why, like, prove to me why this game is so good. And that's a terrible mentality to try and play any game.
Come back anytime.
And I think it's because of that I have such, like, a very odd, like, aversion to... It's already here? Oh, I thought I had to wait until the castle to get this. Oh, God. Well, I think we keep this one, then. And we're gonna run out the ammo of this gun, and we're gonna keep this pistol till the end of the run. Because I think that's going to be the main thing that's gonna help me not run out of ammo as much. Yeah, I'm not surprised. There's a lot. There's so many games that I hear about. It's like, oh yeah, the Spanish translation for Animal Crossing back in the day was horrid, and I'm just like, yeah, that makes sense. It's not, not even like a like, oh, that's like, just like, oh, that's a shame. It's just like, yeah, that makes sense. It was like the early 2000s, so I'm not completely surprised by that. We barely could get things in English that were done well. So I'm not surprised that then when you try to like put those in like different speaking languages. Yeah, I get that, and that's also why I feel why it's so important to me to try and make that kind of video, is that I like in preparation for that remake, I end up just like seeing a lot of people and like their feelings and thoughts, and because everybody was like basically saying like retrospectives or like other types of like videos like that. I was gonna show a fun thing that you could do because they can't pick her up is to just leave her in the middle of town and then just have people pot shot. Doesn't really work if they then start walking over to you. Because I think because of a professional, they make the enemy AI a bit smarter. It's just so funny to watch them fall over with her. Yeah, I watch a lot of people's videos, like Maximilian Dude and Eyepatch Wolf, and like all these people that basically say it's like why FF7 was such a big deal, and I get it. I get it now in retrospect. But when I played it under the mentality of like, you know, everyone seemingly in the world likes this game, but I don't see the same kind of credit towards the games that I like. You know, I'm immature teenager. I wear my emotions on my sleeve. You know, prove to me that this game's better than everything that I've played in my life. And if it's anything less than that, then it's garbage. If it's anything less than the best thing ever made, then it's terrible. And people who like the game are stupid. And like, it's stupid to like have that kind of mentality, but again, I was a child. literal child. But the thing about it is that I think because of my like weird feelings about RE7, ooh, FF7, that I could then appreciate Remake for what it's trying to do. Because to be that meta about it and have it so that like there is this literal force in the game that is trying to like keep the game like and its plot the way that it's meant to be and not change anything. I genuinely think that's such a good idea. And when people get like, you know, people have been arguing about whether or not it's executing it well or not. But I genuinely think that that's such a amazing way to like talk about one of the biggest games ever made. And like no one would care as much if it wasn't Final Fantasy VII, if it wasn't this game that had so much of an impact onto not just like RPGs, but just like the industry as a whole. And again, people can like, we can talk day and night about whether or not it does that well, but just as a basis that the statement FF7 Remake is not saying that it's just like a remake of, you know, the game, but that it's actually, in a way, a sequel to the game that is remaking the original plot. I genuinely think that's, like, fun. I genuinely think that's a really fun way of going about it. And let me get this fish out of my inventory. Oh man, I have not seen anything from, I think it's Reunion, is it the second one? I have not seen that. So I've not seen how they handle Aerith dying. Spoilers. Spoilers for a, like, almost 30-year-old game. But I watched Maximilian Dude play, like, everything from the first game, like the first part, and also watched him do, like, the Yuffie, like, mid-story kind of thing. And straight up, I liked everybody in the remake, like, and their characterization and just, like, the way that everybody got, like, their time in the moment, even, like, the minor characters. I thought that everything for FF7 Remake and everything that they added, like Cloud doing all, like, the stuff in Wall Market, yeah, it's an odd thing to be a sequel to Crisis Core more than anything, especially when Crisis Core is a prequel to 7.
Welcome.
What it is, like, again,
Got a selection of
I'm curious to see how it ends. And I think that's what everybody's kind of, like,
what are you
more than anything is what everybody's kind of, like, hung up on. It's like, okay, we're waiting for that announcement for, like, so, like, this is when the final part is coming, so that we could all then mentally prepare ourselves to go, okay, how is this story going to end? I did reload, dang. I'm supposed to use up all my ammo out of this gun. Yeah, more of a curiosity. If they manage to stick the landing, then I'm gonna
I'd rather not hear.
just flat out say
Well, I'm afraid I have to tell
I'm
you.
gonna like the game probably more.
Must have shot it down, though we can't determine who.
Great.
Because I just think that that's real. If they manage to, like,
Head towards the extraction point.
like, no, against all odds, be like, and now we're gonna make the story end on such a note that everybody has to go, okay, you know what? Sure, that was worth it. It was worth having this change just so we can get to this point. But other than that, I'm just still enjoying, like, everything that I've seen of it so far.
Leon!
The other wild thing about it is, before I had even played the game, like the original, my cousin had showed me the Advent Children, like, movie. So as a result, because of how, like cool and also just, like, funny they were in that movie, I've had this long-standing, like, attachment to the Turks.
Don't worry, she's cool.
And every single thing that they added for them in the remake has just made me giddy.
Ashley, upstairs.
Okay, it's game time.
Like, the little bit with Reno when he goes into the church and, like, asks Cloud, he's like, you know, it's like, what? It's like a soldier, huh? What class were you? It's like first class. And he just starts laughing at him. And Cloud doesn't know how to take it. It's like, huh, that usually makes people, like, be, like, surprised or quake in fear or anything, but Reno's just like, dude, I work for Shinra. I would have known who you were if you were first class. if you're gonna lie to me, make it believable. Yeah, I love stuff like that. And then, God, I love Rude. I love Rude so very much. In a way, I relate to his kind of just vibe of just being like the quiet one that just takes things in. Also, that fight with when you're like Cloud and Aerith, and Rude like knocks Cloud out, and then the game immediately switches over to Aerith. As Rude like reaches down, grabs Cloud by his legs, and then just helicopters him and swings him into Aerith. When I first saw that, I just died laughing because that's one of the best things they had. And then it's like it makes sense because like, you know, like Rude has no qualms about doing that with Aerith, but it's Tifa is the one that he has the crush on, so he won't lay hands on Tifa, but everybody else is fair game. Also, Sang is such a slime ball in the remake. God, they did him so well as well. And Hojo, Christ. They walked back a bit the whole thing about having Aerith and Red 13 mate, but it's still he's still like like just the grossest guy on camera. Hey, fortunately, Michael. Nice to see you. Detrás de ti, imbécil! I keep forgetting to change this gun. I'm just mindlessly reloading it instead of going to the new one. Long time no see indeed. As I said earlier, a lot's happened. It led to me not doing anything for like 2 months. In short, I should say from your side, it seemed like, from your guys' side, I wasn't doing anything for 2 months. I was constantly trying to get something out. But then, like, between me just messing up the Zenless video, me not able to then do the video on the Kaneko game. And then another video that I was going to try and do about a comment that I got on that Kaneko video that I decided against because it's like, oh, it's like, I'm just preaching to the choir. Everybody, normal people understand what I meant in that video. That dude was the only one that was just like, oh, it's just like, it's just like everything's been said before. Like, there's nothing else to say. You know, human beings are obsolete. That's why AI is gonna take over. It's like, no. It's like, you know, it's not even worth the time. It's not even worth the time and effort to talk about the people that believe everything's been done before. Because it just amounts to, like, broaden your view. Try and do try and look at other things. Because I assure you, every single time I've also thought that, like, I had seen everything, I was then woefully wrong, and ended up experiencing something that changed how I thought, like, the medium of either video games or just art in general could even be conveyed. So, you know, don't always make it, like, well, there's nothing else because I don't specifically see it. People are doing things all over the world. I think to believe that we've done everything there is to say, there isn't anything else that we can do. Or that every story's just gonna be the same thing over and over again. I think that just amounts to some people get stuck in looking at the same thing. Holy cow, I did that on my first shot. Yeah, I believe people like just get stuck in their own like rut or like their own bubble, and they forget that they can leave it.
No choice but to keep moving. I forgot.
And I remember I saw a video like 2 or 3 years ago that was just like, are video games not fun anymore? And it was just somebody. It was just somebody saying, it's like, yeah, I used to play play Call of Duty and like all the AAA games all the time, and I just kind of got like bored of them. It's like, but then I found out like about the indie crowd, and then I really started to enjoy video games again. It's like, well, yeah. I'm not surprised. If the only thing that you've been playing is Call of Duty, then yeah, you would think that there's nothing really changing much. Because Call of Duty's not gonna change much. It used to. Then they stopped trying as much because Activision needs money. Should I do both routes? It'll only be for the money. So I gotta be stuck in a Vika target mindset. God. I remember when I used to go on 4chan. Just to see like the console tan threads. But then when things just started shifting more and more towards like new game bad, new thing bad, like everything stagnate, then I stopped showing up because it stopped being as fun. Yeah, I really like the console tans, even if like the threads kind of started dipping in quality. I still like the mentality of it, because it's just Hyperdimension Neptunia. That's what it amounts to. It's just somebody else discovering what Hyperdimension Neptunia has been doing for like, oh god, what is it, like 13 years at this point? Maybe not even that, it might be longer. No, because I think Neptunia came out in 2011. Was it 2010 or 2011? Either way, we might be on the 15th anniversary or the yeah, we might be on the 50th anniversary, or we might have already missed it. Answer your question, by the way, because I did see it. Inti Creates made this game, Kingdom's Return, it's a very fun, like, 2D kind of action game. I very much like that. I got a handful of games that were on sale. Koromon, Bloomtail, and Yuden Chronicle. I finally got this. This game, more than anything, if you take anything from this stream, you should play this game. Little Goody Two Shoes. If you were a fan of, like, RPG Maker horror games back in the day, like, this game absolutely takes everything that you might remember about those types of games and just flips everything on its head. Really didn't vibe with Neptune. Yeah, that's fair. It's a very, like, tongue-in-cheek series. It's almost like Disgaea in that kind of way, where it's like some people can vibe with the, you know, like, fourth wall breaking, like, aspect of the game, and other people can't. That's fair. I'm still just genuinely shocked that that series pulled itself out of, like, its hole. Because as somebody who played the original Neptunia, like, it was the most backwards made game I think I've ever seen in my life. Like, you didn't have items in, like, shops or anything in that game. What you had were, like action points that you could then, in a menu, outside of battle, so you couldn't adjust this or anything. You had to, like, put points into the possibility of you using an item during battle. So, like, if you were at, like, low health or something, if you did not put in the points for you to make an item mid-battle to use, then you just didn't have healing the whole game. they just, like, and I can't even, like, oh, Dream Barbecue. That's one I wanted to do a video about. I can't believe they whipped that. Holy cow. Yeah, I wanted to do a video on Enna, like, just the series, when Dream Barbecue was going to come out. And then they shadow dropped it, and I had just no time. And it's just like, oh, you can't do this now. I'm not ready. Because I was also in the middle of doing, I think it was the creepypasta video. It was either that or, the Pikmin video. Yeah, it's just like, I can't do this now. Are you kidding me? You picked the worst time for me to try and do this now. So, yeah, that's fair, but it's like, I still wanted to, like, try and... Sorry, Ashley. See, now this works. Yeah, I still want to do, like, a video on, like, the series of the game. It's not like I can't. It's not like I can't still do it. You know, it's just one of those things where it's like, oh man, it would be nice if you could be, like, on the ball for these kinds of things. But over time, I was just starting to realize that I can't really do things. I can't form, like, a solid opinion on a piece of art, like, the month that it even releases, let alone like moments after something comes out. It's one of the many reasons why I hate the Persona 3 video, like the Persona 3 remake video, because I don't even, half the things I felt about that game I didn't even feel like as I was making the video. As I was editing everything together, I was like, it's like, yeah, that doesn't really, like, it's like, oh, I don't really, oh god, is this video gonna suck? Yes, it did. It's just like the worst thing ever. Now I've effectively made it so like the only people that will ever find that video now are people that like actually go to my channel, because I renamed the video to "This video is awful, don't watch it." It's not even named Persona 3 is disappointing, but that's okay. It's not even named that anymore. It's just named "This video sucks, don't watch it." That's fun. Like, that means quite a bit to me. That at least some people got something out of that video. And again, I feel as though that the latter half about it, when I'm not just nitpicking everything for no discernible reason, like, that's like the best kind of script writing I've done, you know, in like a long time. I think the only thing I've actually managed to try and like supersede that with a video that I'm not sure when I'm gonna finish it. I don't know if I want to do that next or like leave it be for a while, because I have like 3 videos where the audio for them is done. I just need to like put them together. But I've genuinely just gotten burnt out from doing long videos, and all the videos that are left are long ones. So I've been trying to do like smaller videos to like work myself up to it. But yeah, I genuinely have a like about 2-hour long video that's just talking about Mario Party 4. Because that is the only Mario Party I ever played. And I just wanted to like talk about it because I just remembered how much I liked that game. And like, I spend the time to talk about every minigame, every like stage or like map, you know, personal experiences throughout the whole thing. And then I end it with a look at the game's plot, which I know initially you hear that and it's like, a Mario Party's plot? It's like, that can't be that interesting. And I end up realizing that, like, it's a genuinely wholesome story.
Follow me.
That I just never picked up on as a child. I still cried at the ending to that game, just because, like, I used to cry at a lot of things before I broke my brain. Cyber Shell? I don't actually know who that is. It'll be out when it's out, though, yes. You reminiscing on your relationship with Persona 3 was always the most important, interesting part of the video. Even then, I haven't talked about everything about, like, my relationship with P3. For that, I will have to actually talk about P3P. And I mean, like, I've like alluded to this every now and then. And unfortunately, it's like, you know, it's a rough idea. It's still rough nowadays to, like, be public about this kind of thing. but it was because of playing Persona 3. This video about Sonic stuff. Oh, okay. I think the only Sonic adjacent channel that I've watched is Some Call Me Johnny. Yeah, Persona 3 Portable was the game that made me realize that I'm trans. And it's always had, like, just the most poignant effect on me.
Got a selection at one
And it was something that I could never really, like, parse my feelings with, because my family's religious. So that's you know, that's part of it. That's part of it. But they were also just, like, not, you know, they weren't really understanding about, you know, the specifics of that kind of thing. So when I came out to them when I was like 16, 17 or so, and they were so vehemently against the idea, it really put a downer on just me in general, and how even my own family viewed me from that point on. And like, I'm trying to think of how to put it. Like, I made mention to, but I didn't really elaborate on much. I made mention in the recent video, the Shock Sites video, that I was so used to just, like, changing things about myself to make other people feel better. That was one of those things where when they were so against me being trans, or even bisexual for that matter, I then just, like, decided, well, okay, well, I guess I'm just not then. Just because it's like, well, they're my parents, I can't really go against them or anything. Yeah, along with, like, a lot of things, I was just like, I've started recently to be like, no, screw that. I'm me. I am me. I only have one chance of this life. I didn't hit the gotcha and end up being born a woman. There's nothing that's gonna change that. But until I am dead in the dirt, I'm gonna do whatever I can to make myself happy. And if other people don't like that, good for you. You're not me. Like, I'm like, we're not the same person. You don't have to be in my shoes. You have your own issues, you have your own problems, you have your own things that you wish that you could do better. Or, like, that you wish were better about your life. I don't know why that's the thing that ends up being a deal breaker for so many people. It's the same thing that's like, none of us had any, like, say in what we were named. But people get to change that. It's not like anybody finds that to be an issue. So, yeah, no, I started to more accept me for who I actually am. And it's at least made me feel happier about just being alive. So that's, if anything, that's the most net positive to be found out of this. I don't feel like I want to die every single day, so, you know. It can only mean good things. Thank you, dude. I'm also happy about it. But yeah, if when I do finally do that Persona 3 portable video, which, well, it's gonna be so long. I already know going into it. It's like, oh, that video's gonna be so long. Because there's so many things to talk about with that game. You'd almost forget that I'm even playing on professional. I'm doing pretty good. Not using Fugi. What's that? Cleo Adler? What are you referring to? You're pretty good.
Welcome.
I'm glad to hear that, though.
Got a selection.
It's very,
of good things on. What are you
it's so
selling?
reassuring to know that, like,
Is that all?
you could put so much time and effort into something and it will legit mean something to someone. I feel like that's like the biggest benefit to making art. It's not only just like to help express yourself, but to help inspire like other people. And again, drawings out of the picture, at least for now. So it's about the best I can do. I have not. I do not know what that is either. Something you'll realize about me is that I'm like 5 years behind everything that's going on. unless it pertains to video games and like other stuff that I'm like immediately interested in. I tend not to know about a lot of things that end up happening. Oh. No, again, I haven't streamed in like 3 years. So I do not know how to work that, but I have thought about making a little VTuber avatar for Yuri. You're fine. Yeah, pop culture in general just doesn't really interest me as much. Ooh! I love her little fist pups, look. Ow. Ow. Ooh. I knew that was gonna happen. Yeah, I do want to get a VTuber like thing for Yuri.
Welcome.
I also want to try and like
Got a selection of what are you
have Yuri
buying?
be more of a factor in my videos, because
Come back anytime.
like besides just having him show up every now and then, I don't think many people even realize that like I have an avatar. Yeah, just to like clarify, Yuri is a guy. He's a femboy, but I'm not. But I'm like fine with it either. Like you don't like if you don't feel comfortable about calling me a woman, that's fine. Who cares? I'll just pretend that you're talking about my character then. I did use a Stolfo before. That is effectively what Yuri is like inspired by more than anything. That's the fun thing about that iceberg video. Alright, I guess I should say something about it. I've wanted to do a sequel of it. Legit, there's been so many things about Megaton that's like happened since that video that I feel as though like a second video like it would be beneficial. Just to like get a lot more of the newest stuff out there and also like correct some things that I got wrong. But I always end up feeling it's like, would it be good to make it an iceberg though? Or could I just make like a dozen separate videos about those topics? That's been like the main thing I've been stuck on, is deciding like whether to make an iceberg 2 persona, the Megaton iceberg 2, or just making like a bunch of different videos about those different kinds of topics and such. One, like the thing about it is it's like one's substantially more work. So if I were to try and do so, then it would be like I would actively need like a month or so to try and get like footage and like double checking all like the details and such about all these types of things to make sure I get it right this time around. I remember I would have thought, I remember I thought about doing a Xeno iceberg, like one for like the Xeno series. And I ended up finding like an iceberg to use as a template for that. But then I realized I have not played any of the Xenosaga games. So I cannot confidently like talk about like that series as a whole if I'm then don't know like the middle portion. Because I know like I know some details about Xenosaga, but I just never had the chance to own it growing up. Hello, Peter, you too. Hello, Mudkip fan. So yeah, and I didn't want to just do a video on like Xenoblade, because I played Xenogears and I would want to talk about that. Yeah, it's just it's missing it's missing the most important one, really. Because a lot of the issues that troubled Gears and its development was like doubled for for Xenosaga.
Thank you.
And it just all ended up coming down to ambition not meeting the budget. They had to make Baten Kaitos to help fund like the next like episode 2 and 3 of Xenosaga. And even then Xenosaga was gonna be like 6 episodes. It's like, God, yeah, no. Like, it truly is something. I want context of so many things that I know about that game. Like, so many things I know are completely out of context, like no context given. I need to know. I just need to know.
Better stay outside.
Why is Jesus Christ actually in that game's plot? I just need to know. Hi, Mendez. God. I think even without, like, this, like, secondary form we're about to see, I think Mendez is just like a... Hasta luego. I think Mendez is such a, like, amazing... It's just an amazing design. Just this almost, like, 7-foot tall dude in a big trench coat. He's so imposing. And he's got, like, the pilgrim beard as well. Is the Ubisoft version of RE4? I don't know what that version is. It's the Switch one. That answers your question. I didn't know Ubisoft had anything to do with RE4. This kind of reminds me of how Atlas didn't have like a European branch, and their parent company like didn't have like the reach for that type of thing as well. So almost every single game, even if it could come out in USA and Japan perfectly fine, every single Atlas game had some other publisher. And Persona 3 was published by Ubisoft in for the original PS2. And just like just acknowledging the fact that it's like these people have like so little reach. They need to get Ubisoft to publish their games for them. It's like, my God. You would never in a million years like figure that, because Atlas is almost like on level with like Squaresoft back in its heyday. Like, so it's such... They've had such a massive, like, cultural leap thanks to, like, P4 getting word of mouth for years, and then P5 being as good as it was. Ooh. So, like, you could almost barely believe that, like, Atlas used to be ghetto. Like, they did everything on the cheap. They saved costs by, even though they were making like a bajillion games, they reused so many assets. And like, I never found it to be an issue. If anything, I said it's like, yeah, more people should do that, honestly. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to just scrap everything that you make and then start over every single time you make a game. That doesn't make sense to my brain. The first PC port was done by Ubisoft. Interesting. Maybe that's why I hear that that port was so bad. Oh my god, you can't be serious. Dang. Atlas absolutely was in absolutely was in the trenches. You know, that that Jack Frost model has gotten more use than any other like video game asset. Period. That Jack Frost model was made for Nocturne in like 2003, and it wasn't until 2017 when P5 came out that they updated it. I can't think of anything else that's got that much reuse. They changed the buttons. I forget that they do that sometimes. Also, I wouldn't mind looking at Danganronpa, honestly. I think it's been enough time that I forget enough about Danganronpa that I can, like, enjoy it. Because Danganronpa, more than any of these other type of games, I think suffers from the fact that, well, I guess it's more of an issue with the sequels more than anything, because the sequels to Danganronpa really kind of hang on their twist, especially V3. But I think Dangan 1 can still stands on its own merits, even without like the shock of who lives and who dies, like. Or I guess the surprise of it, like, thrown out. If nothing else, it'll just be nice to, like, listen to all of the music. Because, I used a bit of it in, like, the most recent video. Danganronpa has an amazing soundtrack. God, that does so much. The name of the dude, I'm blanking on his name. Well, the composer who did like the music for that series also did the music for like No More Heroes. He also did the music for God Hand. Like, dude is a masterclass in what he does. Like, he makes such great music. Dangan 1 is special. I think part of that has to do with the fact that, you know, like a lot of things, it wasn't made with the idea that there was going to be more after it. So it ended up having a lot more of like it not only had more of like an isolated feel just from the basis of, you know, the plot giving, like the plot allowing itself to be more of like a bookend kind of deal, not anything that needs to set up for anything. But it also doesn't have anything to try and, like, you know, one up or anything. And the biggest thing about, like, the sequels to Dangan is that they all feel as though that they have to do something more than just be Dangan again. Because then the mentality is like, well, you could just play the first one again if it doesn't do anything interesting. But I think in the case of V3, they maybe went a bit too far with it. Because while the plot twist for that game is like, oh god, I used up every bit of healing I had. While V3's like twist is like amazing, and again from like a meta perspective, I appreciate it. It like on replays, you're just waiting to get back to that part, because the first half of that game isn't as interesting. And I also feel as though like the characters also need to carry the game. And V3's cast is probably the weakest out of all of them. Like, there's a few characters that I like. Like, Maki's of like a highlight especially. But, God. There are... I don't know why they tried to make the most insufferable people to be around. But that's not good. You're not supposed to want to see these people dead. You want to try and, like, save half of them, at the very least. But god, so many people in V3 were just so bad. And, like, 2 had, like, you know, some rough people as well. Fuyuhiko, I remember I did not like him at first. But then, like, the whole thing with Peko happens, and he really comes to his own, like, after that whole situation. And that kind of, like, growth, like, is amazing to see. I love that kind of thing. I don't feel as though a lot of characters in V3 really get that. And others die before they get the chance, so you just... You're just stuck with a character that sucks to be around, and then they're dead, and then there's nothing else to be gleaned from that character. When I play 2x2, yeah, you know, like I like 2 quite a bit. I don't know if I like it as much or even more than 2. That's the wrong button. Or more as 1 rather. But yeah, I wouldn't be against like playing the remake of 2. If anything, just to have it on something that isn't just Vita, because I played all of the games on Vita. And funny thing about that, like I know that the funny, like the funny thing about it is like, you know, Nintendo Switch drifting on its controllers and stuff like that. I'm playing this on like a Pro controller. I've never encountered drift on anything that I've ever owned. Like just out of any of the consoles that I've owned, GameCube, PS2, PS3, I've never had that issue with anything. My Vita has drift. It was the first gaming anything that I own where the control sticks has drift. It is so hard to try and play games with that. And that's not something that you can really fix because it's a handheld. The only way you can try and fix it is to like crack the thing open and like replace the sticks. And I don't know how to do that.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry about that. Only 6 deaths, that's not bad, honestly. don't think I've ever had burn-in on any of my consoles either. Like, my 3DS still works perfectly fine. I have the, I got the Persona Q 3DS that looks like a packet of tarot cards. I absolutely love that thing to death. There's one thing that I feel is missing from just like a lot of consoles nowadays is just the ability to make it like personalized, to personalize it yourself. Yeah, because it's weird because they have normal cutscenes. And then they have the in-game cutscenes, and the in-game ones obviously use like your outfits and such.
Things on sale. What are you selling?
But then, and the other ones are just like, yeah, no, they're baked in. Stop pressing the button too fast, Yuri.
Is that all? What are you buying?
And then we can get the large one, blacktail, broken butterfly. Here we go. Okay, so
is that all? Thank you.
get the large one, and then get the rifle. And I think that should be good for a while.
Is that all? Thank you.
I don't know. I think we can keep the normal shotgun till
Thank you.
I think let's say about like like the tail end of the castle. But I'm really trying to be smarter with my money this time around because again, it's always me running out of stuff that's led to me never being able to do this. So like, I just gotta play this a lot smarter and not just when I immediately see there's a new gun, go ooh shiny, and then just sell all the stuff that I invested into. Cerebros. Morius vivir. Dude, I can't believe they never made like a theme shop for the Switch. Like, I figured that those themes would have made them so much money. Like, it just feels weird that they wouldn't do it. But I'm starting to realize more and more is that Nintendo's one of the, like, those weird companies that they don't actually care about money. As much as, like, other, like, major companies. Like, their pride in how they do things means more to them than profit. Which is such a strange thing to see in this day and age. I'd almost respect it if it didn't sometimes mean they just didn't make the games that I wanted to see. I knew it. My last egg.
Follow me.
John Savage worked on replay motion? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, there's like... Like, that's another video topic that I've honestly been thinking about. It's just like the loss of...
Welcome.
I shouldn't even say the loss of. The fact that like gaming's gotten too big now. And I don't even mean that in the way that like most people would probably take that, so I probably need to phrase that better. But like
Leon, where's your current
you
location?
used to when you would get video games, they used to give you so much stuff. Like you would get art books, you would get soundtracks, you would get like all these different types of things. It felt like games in general were actively begging you to buy them.
Great, just my luck.
And like this, like it also came through with I don't like that word. Material that's used in like games, especially fighting games. Like old fighting games, you would get a fighting game day one, and it would come with like an RPG mode or like an RTS or a card game, like all these other types of like stuff that then used like the gameplay of the fighting game in unique, interesting ways. And now it's like, nah, we don't need that anymore. We don't need it anymore because people are going to buy the game. So we don't need to put in that much effort for all this type of stuff anymore because, like, what are you going to do? Not buy the game? But we put Bridget in Guilty Gear Strive, you see. If you want to play as her, then you're going to have to buy the game. Yeah, we understand that there's no MOM mode like in Rev 2 or any of that. You're gonna buy it, aren't you? And the answer is no. I have not bought in Guilty Gear Strive. Yeah, the suplex is here now. And they start just shooting people in the back of the knees now to do that. Man, Atlas is another thing about that. You know, that's also why, like, you know, if there's nothing else about that video, I still think my point at the end about how Atlas's other remakes have set like a precedent that makes you think, okay, well it's a remake, so it's gonna have like a bunch of stuff in it that's like, that, you know, will make it worth spending the money to buy a version of this game that you probably have already, and that's not really the case anymore. To the point that I'm like, besides the fact that I just completely forgot that it even got announced, because we haven't seen anything about it. I'm so worried about that Persona 4 remake. Because I'm just like, is it just gonna be like Reload? Where like it's just a prettier P4. Not even golden, it's a prettier P4. And then you just have to buy like the golden later as a DLC like extension. Completely whiffed that. I know that people make the excuse that it's... And I say people, it's publishers. It's not the devs. Or actually, listen. She's in the suit of armor. She's fine. I just need... I'm under a lot of stress. I just need a moment's rest. Like, I've had like the... You know, as much as like people joke that it's like, haha, all YouTubers have it so hard. But no, genuinely, I took YouTube for granted. Like, so very much. Until I actually tried to make this my job. Boy. Like, when I actually started to, like, make videos on my own, I never complained about, like, a channel being late for something, or not making something, or taking too long for something. I never complained about that ever again, because now I get it. It's so easy to just be like, why isn't my entertainment here? And then it's another thing entirely to actually be the person who has to make it. The thing you realize is like, oh, hang on. This isn't as easy as I thought it would be. I thought all I had to do was talk into a microphone. Nobody told me I would then have to learn how to convey my thoughts in a way that actually sounds coherent. You know, like, some people are just, like, naturally good at that kind of thing. Like, it took me years. It's, like, so long to try and get good at, like, just speaking.
Lewis.
Like, improv off the top of my head and stuff like that.
What? Oh, shit! I must have dropped it when I was running away from them.
Dropped what?
A drug that'll stop your convulsions. Look, I know you're carriers. You've been coughing up blood, right?
Yeah.
And you?
Yes.
Damn it! The eggs have hatched. We don't have much time.
What are you talking about?
I have to go back and get it.
Let me come with you.
No. You stay here with Leon. He's better with the ladies.
Why are you...
It makes me feel better. Let's just leave it at that.
It's a sign that Lewis might not just be just a cop. Yeah, I remember this. You run in after this guy. It's just like, oh my god, there's so many people! Very slow in the reaction time there. Probably could have went without doing that, but better safe than sorry. Didn't work. My current rotation of Gotcha. It's Blue Archive, Reverse 1999, Trick Call, and I sort of play Chaos Zero. Well, I treat that more like an actual game where it's like I'll I'll pick it up every now and then, but I don't really do daily stuff in that game. The reason why I had used that footage, I mean, like, doing all the hard stuff in the game with the angels, is that was supposed to be a video idea of me doing like a sort of challenge of seeing if the angels, like that whole team, can beat all of the hardest stuff in the game. And the reason why that's not going to be a video is that I messed up. Just plain and simple. Because my computer is like a pretty good computer, but the issue is that I made the dumb decision back in the day to get whatchamacallit, a mechanical hard drive as extra storage like 5 or so years ago. And I did that with the idea that, you know,
Wait.
if I was like, I'll get it now just so I could have like storage for, you know, for recording like videos and such. But then I would think about getting a solid state drive later. Later never ended up happening. Because I had lost the... Ooh. I don't know why I keep thinking I can get away from this. That's what I was going to try to do, but they just completely ran past her. Yeah, of course. I don't want to keep using up these greens because now I don't have anything to mix them with reds. Yeah, so, like, the result of me, like, not having any, like, solid state drive to then use for stuff is that I don't have it to play games, and games nowadays really require that type of thing to have them run well. It's, like, the big thing that, you know, the PC crowd had over consoles for the longest time. And I never really experienced that, so I've never had this kind of mindset that PC is, like, fundamentally better than, like, playing on console, because I've just never had the money to actually do the things required to get me to that point. It was always cheaper to just get a console and, like, buy whatever games I wanted and know that they would work. But yeah, so what had happened was I had only played, I was like trying to get footage of me showing that I didn't have any copies of the characters like enabled, because I had gotten a copy of Arya. I didn't get any copies of Suna because I didn't know if I was going to have enough polls to get all 3. Miraculously, I missed none of my 50-50s, which was surprising. But, like, I had gotten a copy of Arya just to have, but I didn't activate it.
We'll find a cure.
And I didn't have copies of Nangwang until after I had done the challenge. But I was showing that it's like I don't have, you know, the copy enabled, and in the process of me doing that, like, I was pressing A on my controller to, like, show the screen, but the game hung up, and me, like, pressing the button to try and, like get into the game, like, get into that menu, ended up activating the copy. And I was just like, oh, are you kidding me? And because you can't deactivate that kind of thing, that now just meant that I made Arya now have an advantage. Permanently. And I was like, well, that just messes the whole thing up. And I was so bummed out about it. I was like, okay, maybe I could still just do the video. Maybe I could still just do it. I'll just be upfront about it. I'd be like, okay, well, let's try and like, I made it so it's like I like gave, I'm pretty sure I gave Arya like a B rank weapon to like try and like mitigate it. And like try and balance it, because what her copy does is that it makes it so that her bloom, like her anomaly attacks, can crit, and anomaly in that game doesn't normally crit, so by default she was having a very unfair advantage. And then again, there was nothing I could really do about it because it's just messed up. But the other thing about it is that when Nongwong then came out, like, we didn't fully, like, know everything about, like, how to build her. So, I tried my best with, like, to build her with what I thought she would need. And what I thought she needed was just, like, stun gear. But then I saw that she scaled off of anomaly. And I was like, oh. Ugh. I was like, oh, well, then I guess she uses the same set as Arya then. So I gave her that set, and that is not what Nongwong needs at all. So the entire time, like when I was doing those runs, surprised that even happened the way that it did. When I was doing those runs, ran right into him. When I was doing those runs, Nongwong was on just the complete wrong build as well, and I was making a comment. It's just like, oh, she's just kind of like, huh? It's just like she doesn't really do as much as I thought she would. But again, it's because I had the complete wrong build on her, and I already did the whole challenge by the time that I then, like, finished, and, like, more info about how to build her came out.
Wait.
So then I was just like, okay. And part of me, you know, if I had the foresight that I did now, part of me would have waited to do what I ended up doing after completing the challenge. Just to see if there was, like, anything else that I could end up doing with it, because I didn't want to, like, I didn't want to just, like, go ahead and do the video when everything's so messed up about it. So I was gonna try and, like, do the whole thing over again. The issue is that once I had beaten the challenge, I then stood, like, threw all my pulls at Nongwong's banner, and I was just going to see how many copies of her I could get. I ended up getting 3. Which was crazy. But now, now I could never do that type of video again. So I just messed everything up. Just by being stupid. I messed everything about that video up. So it no longer could be a challenge or anything. The only way I could then try and do anything relating to it again is if I just made a new account and then, like, played through the whole game with them and then try to do all the hard stuff with them. Which I'm not above doing, but then would have to wait for Suna's banner to come back around. And then Arya's. And then Nongwang, so... And it takes about like 5 or 6 months for... like those types of banners to rerun, so... Yeah, just...
Follow me.
Just completely bungled it. Just messed up every facet of it, just entirely. But that's why I then just threw that footage. Oh, this room sucks. Yeah, I'm not surprised that happened. This room sucks. We're gonna be here a bit. Yeah, that's why I just threw the Zenless footage in there, because I was like, well, I have 20 hours of me trying to beat everything in this game. I might as well get some use out of it before I get the 50-something gigs back on my computer. I can't believe that worked. I can't believe that worked. That didn't. What's my take on Genshin? I think that I think that Genshin would be fine if its business model wasn't the problem. Its business model is the biggest issue with that game. And that's honestly why, like, even though Wuthering Waves is like a better, like, Genshin, essentially, I also can't, like even care to play that game. Because in my opinion, an open world and gacha, like, just does not mix. Like, having this big, expansive world that you're supposed to take your time with, and then making everything about it, like, limited, like, it's so counterintuitive that it just makes the world that you were going to fall in love with, it makes it suck now. It's just like, it ends up being an annoyance more than everything, because now, if you want to build characters, you gotta run all across the world, you gotta fight every single thing like 80 million times, and you actively have to find these things. It's not like a menu that you can just go through. So the time that it actually takes to find everything is so much longer than it would have been if it was just like a normal, like, mobile game. Yeah, it's such... like, the problem just... And then I've already talked about... Funny enough, we talked about it in the stream, how I feel about how Genshin treats its story. Where the main plot hinges on the fact that you were around 5 years ago when the game first came out to try and do any of the events that end up being canon to the main story, but then they have made no effort to try and make any of that stuff playable again. So if you want to know who Scaramouche is, if you want to know who Durin is, if you want context for like half of the things happening in the game right now, too bad. There is nothing that you can actively do in the game to actually learn about any of those things naturally. You would have to just look it up. You would just have to look up a video and that type of stuff. And even as a live service game, that's so like bass backwards about it. Is every single game that I play that have anything like limited events or such like that, those things come back, they rerun, they get added permanently to the game. Some things just like immediately after they end, they're immediately permanent to the game. But Genshin, in like, it's almost 6 years now of that game existing. Not a single thing outside of the main story you can experience in that game anymore. And as somebody who, like, tried the game out and was, like, enjoying some aspects of it but not liking other aspects in it, the point where I got to Inazuma and Lumine knew who Scaramouche was, but I had no idea who this character was, guys. I'd never seen them before. But the game is acting like you should know who this person is, and I had to look up why that was. Like, that to me was just like, okay, no. So I just, like, immediately tapped out, and it was like, nah. I could excuse a lot of things for, like, live service games. I could excuse a lot of things for, like, games being, you know, even playable on a mobile device. That personally to me is just like, nah, that's a deal breaker. See, and I would be fine with that if they put a skip button. If they put a skip button in the game, no issues, no problems, no complaints whatsoever. Because then I don't have to sit there and be mashing, like, a button just to have the stuff go by as I'm, like, listening to a podcast or watching a video or something. Just so I can then explore more of the world. Because you actively need to do the plot in order to have Inazuma even accessible. You need to do the plot with Nahida in order to do the thing with the little acorn people. Oh. Like, there's so many things about the game where, like, you need to do the Archon quest in order to have any of it. This is why this room sucks, by the way. There's no, like... You have to do this whole thing, and now I have to do it with no health. Like an idiot. I remember even when I was, like, trying to do this as a kid, this room sucked to try and do. Pretty sure I died, like, maybe 9 times in this room alone. What was your favorite Genshin character? I mean, I liked Raiden. I also liked how she wasn't really, like, a good person. It's like she was vehemently like a terrible human being. But it's like she was understandable of how she even got to that point, because like after the loss of her sister, she feared the idea of like gods even dying to such an extent that she wanted to try and preserve history, or preserve herself for as long as possible. And I just find that stuff I just found that kind of story really interesting. It's way more than Zhongli. Like I get Zhongli's whole thing. It's just like, I've been at this long enough. You know, I'm ready to let like everybody else take their course. Bro, what? You need to like traumatize everybody by like fake dying in front of all of them. And then, even then, I don't know what like the end game is for Saritsa and like getting all of the Gnosis or any of that thing is, or like. So I'm just like, well, I also just don't care that much anymore. So his whole thing was just kind of end to me. I like Venti, yeah. Venti's a fun character. I think the thing about, like, most mobile games is that when people say it's like, oh yeah, this game has a good story, it's always with the asterisk of, it's a good story for a mobile game. There's not a lot of mobile games that have stories that I could even say are on par with like a console game or anything to that effect. Because for a majority of them, they are just an excuse to get you to do more things in the game. They're not really something that would require that much attention. So a lot of people just don't even bother. You know, that's fair. But like the ones that like try to put in that effort, and then they kind of punch above their own weight. That's when that's what I'm just like, okay, God, and I can't, because I don't have any shotgun rounds, so I can't do anything besides use this stupid thing that keeps blocking my sight. Oh. So you know what? Just kill me now. Can't believe I missed that. Let's not stand there. Let's just have the funnel. Let's just try to have a funnel in here. I also like Chi-Chi a lot. I think Chi-Chi's like her whole story about being just like someone like someone that died in like a war and then getting quote unquote blessed with the a gift question mark of immortality, but at the cost of like just forgetting like most things and most people that she interacts with. It's such like a quiet horror that the game doesn't really like tap into much.
Wait.
But it's something that I always just kind of like.
Follow me.
I always thought was such a tragic thing about that character. And it makes every single instance where like that character shows up and like she has like friends or people that she can connect with or anything like that, like almost like more heartbreaking, because you then just realize like, oh, she's gonna outlive all of these people and then she's gonna completely forget who they were. It's like, oh god. I can't even imagine. Like there's a amazing, like, depressing piece of artwork that's it's Klee, Diona, Nahida, Chi-Chi, and I think it's the Leeway one. I forget. I think it's her best friend. I forget what her name is. But it's like the 5 of them standing on a hill, and then it updates to Diona and like the other girl have a grave now, and then it's Klee that ends up getting a grave. And then the only person left is Chi-Chi, and she's just like sat down sad. And I was like, oh, oh god. Yeah, that thing is interesting, and I think that kind of like long life and like changing your identity thing, I think only really Fallout touches on that. At least old Fallout. Like really touched on that as much of just like, yeah, if you were able to just live forever, like every 100 years or so, everybody who would ever have known you by whatever name you had would have been dead. So at that point, just make something new. Just reintegrate yourself back into like into humanity, and then just like be like, yeah, now my name is this. My name is this. I do this now. I shot an arrow out of the air. Wow. He's improving. Leon's improving. Sorry, Ashley. I'm good. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm really trying. But at this point now, I've gone too far now to try and mess this up. No, that's a bad idea. I try to remember if that laugh means that there's somebody behind me, and it absolutely meant that. If I were to give like another, if I were to give two characters in Genshin that I like purely off of the design alone, and they're gonna be two entirely different sides of the coin. One is Navia, which I never got as far to do Fontaine's story, so I don't know exactly what her deal is. But I love her outfit. I love the fact when you idol as her, she like pulls out a pair of shades. And her umbrella, and then just sits, just stands there. And I also love the fact that her umbrella is like part gun. And on the complete opposite side of the spectrum, I very much enjoy Veressa. For no other reason than the fact that she is very clearly inspired by like Gyaru, like schoolgirl fashion, even though that is nothing at how this that character is. Like the design of the character and what she actually is like at odds with one another. But just from a design, I see what they're doing and I applaud it. The fact that they could even try and, like, fantasize such a modern element like that, I will at least give them credit for it. Even if I have thoughts about... What's her name? Moika? The one with the flying motorcycle and the leather outfit? I'm just like, okay. What? What even is Genshin anymore? Because beforehand, people were acting like a camera was like a revolutionary device. And now this person just has a motorcycle. I don't know. Pardon gum. Sounds like Ruby. That's honestly the funniest thing about, like, Zenless to me, is that Zenless feels like a direct response to Ruby. Like just like the way that like its action is choreographed in like cutscenes and such, as well as just like the weaponry that everybody uses, always having some kind of like blast or rocket or shock kind of like gun element to it. Like Zenless Zone Zero really feels like a Ruby inspired like series. There's so many cues taken from it that you would have saw with like anything from Montium that I almost feel like it has to be on purpose. We just got around to watching season 1 of Ruby. Like, I think, yeah, like, this is, you know, this is probably not, like, a rare opinion, but I really feel like the heart of that show kind of passed when Montium died. And from what I hear,
There's a crate over there.
from like people who have watched it and like kept up with it, it just seemed like even the people who were in charge of the show didn't really know what they wanted to do with a lot of the characters and such. Because there'll be, from my understanding, it's like there's a character whose whole thing is that like he doesn't have like a fancy weapon like Ruby or Weiss or Blake or anything like that. And Ruby makes weapons. Like, she made her scythe rifle thing. And the idea is just like, okay, well then they would just have, they would have Ruby make this dude a weapon at some point. And they don't do that. And from my understanding, they barely remember that Ruby even makes weapons. So it's like, well, that was like the first thing we learned about the character. What do you mean? I mean, it's just unfortunate. Like, it's not like I'm blaming any of the people, like, that still try to keep the show going, like, in his memory, because, you know, you can't. It was such a freak accident. I mean, it's like, you can't predict that kind of thing. You can't really know how you're even gonna, like, react to anything like that happening, too. Like, you never expect, especially somebody as young as him, to just, like, up and pass. Especially for something where it's like, you know, it was just an allergy during a surgery. Like, it's like, how is anybody gonna anticipate that? This sucks. The whole situation sucks. And, like, I don't envy anybody who's stuck in the situation where it's like, well, now we gotta keep the show going because it's what he would have wanted. And then you have nerds like me on the internet being like, it's like, you completely forgot what this character does. Like, come on, are you even taking this seriously? Can't anyone beat this game without the laser sight? Well, that's why they put it in the game. That's why, again, another type of thing that was revolutionary about this game in 2005 is that it was kind of like the first game to really showcase that kind of thing. A little visual indicator of like what you were doing, at least in this kind of way. I think Siphon Filter, like on PS1, kind of did that thing. kind of did this. But Siphon Filter is also a PS1 game that it wasn't even remotely as innovative as this, because it was effectively doing what Metal Gear Solid did, where it kind of had like that. It wasn't exactly asymmetric, but it also wasn't fully third person either. It was like in that weird kind of. It was that middle ground. I have in fact played Blaze Blue before, and as a matter of fact, I bought Central Fiction recently because I had it on my wish list for the longest time because I remembered that they brought back the tower, and I wanted that. So I waited and waited a very long time for this game to go on sale, because normally this game is $50, and you know, did not want to pay that much. Did not want to pay that much. What am I doing? Let me just leave. So I waited, and it went on sale for $10. And I was like, done. Give me this game now. Play the other BB game. No, I had like the other games on PS3. I had just never bought Central Fiction because they didn't have the dub. That was my entire point. Is that it's like I never ended up buying Central Fiction because it was the finale of the series effectively, and they didn't bring back the English cast that I had just spent, you know, years getting to know and love and like appreciating all these roles. So I never ended up actually playing the game when it came out. And it was only now where I was just like, yeah, you know what, I'll just get it just because it has, like, a really fun mode in it. And plus, I want to kind of do a video about all the types of fighting game modes and such that used to be plentiful, but now they just are non-existent half the time.
Welcome.
But yeah, I played Calamity Trigger and Chrono Phantasma on PS3.
Is that all? Is that all? Thank you. What are you selling?
The only one I haven't played was X-Blaze. So while I do not fully know Ys's story, I love her. I love her dearly, and if anything were to happen to her, I will kill everyone in this room and then myself. Like, it's a lot of things with that character design. The biggest thing to me was learning the fact that the sword that she is wielding is not actually the sword itself. It is the hilt. It is the scabbard. She is hitting people with the sword guard that the sword is actually in. And that detail alone made me want to main her. Yeah, that's also the thing about it, is that I would, if I wanted to get full context for 9, Cecilia, also to an extension, Regilius, even though I hate him. He's such a slime ball.
You alright?
I'm fine! Leave me alone!
Ashley, wait!
What are your guilty pleasure games / shows? I don't know if I have those. I just kind of like what I like.
Ashley! What's going on?
I think
Don't worry, Ashley. I'm coming for you.
I think the idea that it's like, oh, a guilty pleasure is like something 11 times. Oh. Oh man, well there goes that. We were doing so well. We were doing so well with a low amount of deaths, and then we have 11.
Hunnigan, what happened? The transmission got cut off. Salazar, how'd you...
We checked the line.
Everyone any unnecessary information.
Where's Ashley?
Ah, so she fell into one of our wonderful traps. We'll make sure we find her. Don't you worry about her. Oh yes, I let our miserable insects out for some exercise down in the sewer.
Thanks. That should keep me company, 'cause boredom kills me.
I look forward to our next encounter. In another life.
I love the interactions between these two. To point out, I have DMC on here. Yeah, the hat's so good. I love the Mafia outfit for Leon. I have DMC and DMC 3. And to let the cat out of the bag, I have recorded a playthrough of this because I do plan to actually talk about the DMC series. Yeah, sure. Like, I get it, but my only other option is to play RE4 on my PS3. And yeah, that port looks rough. That port looks pretty rough. Yeah. I don't have, to go back to that, I don't really have a guilty pleasure kind of thing, because like, I know too much about what goes into, like, art and, like making, like, just making games or anything in general, that I cannot, in good faith, say, like something's, like, a dog awful with no redeeming qualities, but I still like something. Because my stance on it is, like, every single game, no matter how bad it is, like, it is a miracle that that game even exists. Like, making video games is such a hard, like, it's so hard of a thing to try and do, that I cannot in good faith try and be like, oh, well, this game just, like, I gotta, like, I can point out things that the game did, like, poorly, but I can never try and, like, expressly say something's, like, terrible, and then be like, well, but there's, like, some things I like about it, you know, just ironically. I like to poke fun about things, but I was like, no, I just think that, like, anything that somebody took the time to actually make, like, regardless of what it is, be it like an online series or a got a rough PS3 port, also fork found in kitchen, yeah. I mean, like, I didn't know back in the day. It's Bad Fate Turn. Yeah, it's like, I think it's one of those things where it's one of those early, I don't even say internet terms, because, like, yeah, it got popularized a lot in the early days of the internet, but it's been around way before then. But it's just kind of like it's something that I don't feel has that much merit nowadays, because, like, we know too much about what goes into these things now. We can't just be like, we can't just, like, pretend that we don't know what goes into making video games. Be like, well, I could do it. I absolutely could do it. It's like, okay, you have the tools are available to you. Go do it right now. Make a game on the level of Make a game on the level of RE4. Now, do it. Right this second. And then try and see how easy it is. It's also why, for like storytelling especially, like again, much like the YouTube thing, I used to chastise people who make bad stories, or like stories that like end up like messing up like their own plot or what have you, like before over the years. And then again, it's just part of like learning how what actually goes into making games, and then you realize that like the story, if they had to change something about the story, there would have to be so many other changes, like from voice acting to the cutscenes to like all these other types of things. Well, also it's just spending time actually like writing novels in my spare time makes me now realize it's like, okay, yeah, no, this is hard. It is very hard to try and make a story that's actually like coherent and like well made and have it work and like have everything like work well. But then when you add the factor of there being a time limit or like a deadline to reach, then it's like, oh yeah, I'm not surprised now. I'm no longer surprised that like the types of things that happen. Because effectively what it amounts to is that you have one shot to write a story, and you can't change a single thing about it. You can maybe change like a few things here and there, but your first draft needs to ace it immediately. I can't even like I can't even get like even with stories that like I think I'm like I've done like a good one and done kind of deal, I still like look back at it and go, oh, I could change so much about this. If I were to write this now, ooh, oh man, there would be so many things I'd fix. But yeah, having that then be part of like the massive engine that is like trying to make a game or a film or any of that type of stuff work, it's so much harder than you actually think it is until you actually try and do it. And of course, this isn't to say again like you can't criticize stuff, but I then don't think that we should try and like be so rude and mean towards like people that were like actively trying their best, and then like through a combination of errors just end up not doing well. Like that just ends up not oh, that's right, I died, so I didn't keep that. Just ends up not working out well. Now there's special cases for that, of course. It's weird. Like The Room. You could effectively say that that's everybody's guilty pleasure, but there is a legitimate like. Dang. Oh, that one's the roughest. There was a lot of gruesome deaths in this game. That one's always been the roughest to me. Yeah, I think we can all say that like The Room is like everybody's guilty pleasure, but The Room legitimately has interesting things about it besides just Tommy Wiseau, the person behind it all. And I love how, I think it was H-Bomber Guy actually that did like, while like playing, while like half cheeky, did like a legit review of The Room and how the story was very clearly like somebody trying to go, oh, like this person, I thought I loved this person, but then they were just crazy. They were just crazy out of the blue and like just decided to hurt me, and so then I cut the relationship off. And then just understanding how that's such a unintentionally or otherwise, it's such a poignant view of how so many men view relationships. And how it's always just like, there's always two sides to the story. And unfortunately, the side that always gets told, like, oftentimes isn't the one that you want to actually hear. Because they're the ones that want to be vocal about it. They want to make a big stink about it or anything, which is also disingenuous of itself. But the other person just wants to move on with their life. Forgot I don't have the thing yet. Yeah, there's so much skill to writing stories. It's very hard. And yeah, I think, you know, I think we could just afford to be nicer to people. I think that's what it really comes down to. Because, like, yeah, there's remakes that I've played where I'm just like, well, this completely misses the point of the original. Ratchet and Clank is one of those. Like, what's funny is that, like, here's a fun story. I was actually talking to a friend, like, a couple years ago about the... Oh. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. Right. So I I was talking to a friend like about Ratchet and Clank. We were like in a Discord call, and they were asking, it's like, well, what is so wrong about, like, what was so like bad about the remake? And like I was talking about things like pertaining to the gameplay, where it's like, well, they dumbed things down, they removed a lot of the areas. It's like stuff that stands out to me. And my other friend who also had like opinions about it was like relatively quiet for like a majority of my like explaining, but then they then just like found a lull in the conversation and then went, the plumber doesn't say socioeconomic disparity. And that still tickles me, because that is, if anything, within one sentence, genuinely a problem with Ratchet and Clank. In that it's storytelling, or I should say it's storytelling, but like the message of the original game about being so like anti-consumerism is kind of gone in the remake, because like Ratchet and Clank is a popular series now. It's like the series is like a popular product now. So it no longer feels the need to like chastise like big business and like corporations and such like that, because, well, now is that we make all this money doing this thing, so I guess the system's not actually that bad. But like at the end of the day, it's like, it's still a functional game. It's still like a solid game. It might have flaws, but it's not like terrible. It's not unplayable. And even if like that message about it is gone, the story of just like, you know, somebody that was stuck on a planet all their life and then having a means to like leave, and then just going out to see the world and like encountering the galaxy and all its positives and negatives along the way, is still just a good like basis for a story. So even if like a lot of the finer details are missing, and it's a shame that they're gone, I still wouldn't say that the remake is like worse than the Holocaust or anything. Nor would I be like, oh, the people of these should be shot. These people should be dragged out into the street and shot. Yeah, so it's like, it's just, yeah, it's just, you feel what you feel about something, and then you move on. You move on with your life. Generally, a remake hate because they try to place the original without having merit. I think it's a case-by-case basis for me. Because I don't like RE3 remake because it takes out like 75% of the game. And replaces it with walking, like forced walking segments and quick time events and stuff like that. It takes out a lot of the thing that helped make the original replayable. So like for me, it's just not, it's not something that I would like spend my time like playing. But for other people that like don't really need that, who just want to like experience the game in a way that like plays well and like looks good to them, like that's going to be their RE3, and they're gonna have, you know, either the same or similar feelings about how I have about the game, but with their version. And that's also like basically the ending statement that I reached about Persona 3 Reload. Is that, yeah, it's not my Persona 3, because mine's is portable with Kotane as the main character, not Makoto. But that is now somebody's first foray into Persona 3 and that story, its characters, its world. And if anybody can see what I love about Persona 3 with that game alone, even if they don't have like the same kind of like experience that I ended up having with it, then I think the remake still has merit. I would always advise people to play the original, like if they want to, but some people just don't. And that's fine. Like we have but so much time on this earth. I get that some people are just like, well, I could spend time like getting a PlayStation 1 emulator to work and figuring out how to like understand tank controls, or I could just play the remake. And it's like, you know what, that's fair. That's fair. I can't really say anything about that. That just makes sense. Oh my god. Goodness. That adaptive difficulty is working. He's working overtime. Oh, that's good enough at least. Yeah, that is the biggest thing about it. That, like, everything should do. If they just bundled the original with, like, the remake, I don't think they effectively solve the problem. Because, like, people who just want to play the original, they now have a way to do that on like a modern console. And people who just want to play the remake, then they could just play it. And, like, you could compare the two. I've never played any of these games before, but I remember hearing that, like, the Halo, like, the Master Collection, the Master Chief Collection, literally had a button that you could press as you were playing the game where it swapped, like, in-game. It just swapped to the original as you were playing it, and you could do that no matter what you were doing. At every point in the game, you could just... If you were curious, how does this scene look in the original? How does this area look in the original? You could just swap over immediately. And it blows my mind that we don't have more games that do stuff like that. Well, I know, like, the reasoning behind it is always just like, well, the company didn't give them the time or the resources to do that. So they couldn't. Surprised at that. I mean, maybe that adaptive difficulty is starting to work. Like, I know a lot of people, I know a lot of channels, I should say, that still, like, do things old school, but there are people who have been at this for like, the longest time. I do think, like, the new age of, like, game reviewer, or, like, or anything in that vein, I mean, like, the current age is just... It's just people seeing what, like, Joseph Anderson and, what is it? I think Matthew Matosis, I think that's the other one. And there's, like, people like that. And you're just seeing what people like that did, and then just, like, going, okay, so you just, like, summarize the game, and you make the video, like, really long, and then people will watch it, and then you'll make millions. And then you get to make a bajillion dollars. And then even if you like the game, you gotta say, like, the worst possible things about it so that you could be objective. Whatever that means anymore. Like, there are so many words that I think have just completely lost their meaning on the online, like, the online, like, reviewer space. Yeah, it's fun. Like, that's the thing about it. I have nothing against, like, somebody having a bias against something. But I think it's also necessary to also, as, like, I think it's your responsibility as somebody who wants to try and, like, view games from, like, an objective lens, is to have the foresight to point that out about yourself. And how and like point out that it's like, you know, it's like I have a bias against this kind of thing, so it might be, it is no doubt impeding my ability to give this a fair assessment. However, this is my feelings on it, and then you would go on from there. That's fine. I don't have any issue with that. If more people were open about themselves and how, and like their actual feelings about it, instead of just trying to look at things from like such a robotic kind of viewpoint, then I don't think people would have as much issue with video essays or things to that ilk. And that's why I say, like, there's a lot of people that I watch where, like, they still keep that. They still keep that thing where it's like, well, this makes the video mine because, you know, I'm the only one that could tell you this experience about this game that I had because it's something I had. It's not me trying to go, you know, this doesn't work because X, Y, and Z. It's the first time I actually managed to, like, land that perfectly. There it goes again. I think just I think another thing about it is that people get so weirdly hostile about how well liked something is. And I know I know I pointed out that like I used to do that. But again, I was like 14 when I had that experience with FF7. And some of these people are older than me. And they still have that kind of feeling about stuff. And I just find that so strange. Yeah, I get that. But then my point being is that it's like, well then, you know, don't get such a swelled head about yourself then. 'Cause, you know, like, I'm sure the dude's like, you know, I don't mean to keep like bringing him up, but it's like he's the biggest, he's like the most prominent example that I know about. But like Joseph Anderson like antagonizes his own audience and just anyone in general who likes something, seemingly now just completely out of spite. To the point that like it effectively ruins his videos now because there's nothing regarding the person actually like in the video anymore. It's just complaining about people liking something differently than you. And that's not a review. That's not an essay. That is you complaining on the internet and then treating it like it's a video essay. Whew. Welcome back, Michael. We're talking about game reviewers on the internet. Like, I'll give an example. I have a bias against, like, simulation racing games and, sports games. Which, depending on who you ask, those are, like, both, or those are one and the same, but still. Point still stands. I have a bias against those types of games just on the grounds that I do not think that they're that interesting. And like, just to play. So if I were to ever talk about a sports game, or anything to that effect, I would then try to, like, convey that I have no interest in that type of genre, but I still enjoy this game and how important that is. To say it's like, I don't even like games like this, and yet I want to tell you how good this game is. That to me is when, like, bias can be used for, like, for good. Instead of trying to win internet brownie points. I try to do like 3 things there. I try to stop aiming to kick and then shot anyway. You know what? I think I'm just gonna run from that guy. I think I'm just gonna run from that guy. Because if memory serves, the only thing that's next is like the pendulum room. I can get past that with that guy chasing me. Yeah, and see, that's fair. Like, I think realism, like, as an art style, isn't that interesting. So, like, I will have that as a bias. It's like, I'll always give more credit to games that have, like, a very unique, like, art style. But that isn't then, like, something that I'm gonna hold the whole game, like, about. Meanwhile, some people online will then like take that and be like, and it's because of this terrible art, like art style, that you can't do well in this game. And it's like, I don't see the correlation. I can understand not liking an art style. I do not then see how an art style impedes your ability to play the game. Or like affects the gameplay, I should say. Like, that one makes no sense to me. And let me kick because I was busy reloading. Ooh. I didn't realize that this game was, this room was also going to be this rough. I could never understand that. Nobody cares about thoughtful gameplay in 3D platformers. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Literally half the reason people liked Mario Odyssey over like as much as they did is because of how much thought was put in towards like every aspect of like its control. And how like even from like the game tried to cater to like like everybody in the sense that they had a lot of moons that you can get easily if you just wanted to progress to the hard stuff in the game. And then they had like the actual challenging stuff that like veterans can enjoy alongside just having like a good game. Just like a solid adventure all the way through. Heck, it's why people like the Bubsy game. Which is a crazy statement to say. That there is a Bubsy game that people enjoy. But it happened. I haven't bought it yet because I don't have money to buy it. But from what I'm hearing is that, like, yeah, it's a very good game. It's a really solid 3D platformer. I think the thing that sucks about it is like the creator passed like a few months ago. So it's like dude didn't even get to see like, you know, people actually like the thing that he created. I think that's a bit heartbreaking. It reminds me of how, with Yuden Chronicle, the Suikoden creator passed. Oh, I'm dead. The Suikoden creator passed before that game got to come out. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, the fact that they put a lot of detail into the games. And Capcom for some reason is so, like, I wouldn't say obsessed, but like they are very, very poignant about how gruesome that they make their games. Like they do not shy away from that stuff at all. To the point that in some cases, I'm a little suspicious. That's so interesting to hear. I never thought that there would be bootlegs of this game out there. Oh, yeah. Itagaki did pass away. And he is it is because of that that I think Harada ended up quitting. So now he doesn't work on Tekken and stuff anymore. Stream's really cozy. I'm glad to hear it. Despite me dying over and over in this one room. I was thinking about playing music at some point as well. Like, I prepared... It's funny I bring up Tekken. I prepared Tekken Tag, Tekken 5, and Ridge Racer Type 4 soundtracks. In anticipation of me potentially playing any of those while streaming. Partially because it's like, you know, it'd just be nice just to have like some extra background music over the same thing happening over and over again. But also because I've been listening to all three of those soundtracks a lot. I can't believe that worked. I was in mid-aim. I was in mid-aim. How did that still count? My guy. Oh, Salazar, I hate you. I'm not a fan of you, Spanish Napoleon. You're not invited to my birthday party. I ever watch Haruhi Suzumiya? I have not. I have heard about it, and it's infamous, like Endless 8. But I never actually ended up watching the show. It's one of a lot of those types of like early to mid animes that, while I was like still like getting into like a lot of stuff. Oh, this isn't even the one that had something in there. Well, I was getting to a lot of like the classics in a way. There were a lot of ones that I was also just missing. Just because there's so much. Like, I still haven't seen Cowboy Bebop. I know that that's like the big one. Like, everybody tells me to watch. I just never ended up getting around to it. We were doing so well for the first half of this stream. Like, we're 5 hours in. We were doing so well. I was genuinely just like, we might actually be able to beat this game in one stream, because we made it all the way here that quickly. Had only like 6 deaths, and then we got to the room, and we had 11 deaths. And now I don't even know how many I've had in this room alone. But I guarantee you we're about like at 7 or 8 right now. I have seen the new Vale Verde videos. I've been waiting, like, I've been wanting to wait I want to give like the actual videos like time to breathe before I try and do my update on them, because I was gonna do one on just part 3 and the memorandum, but like enough time had passed that I was just like, maybe I should wait a bit, because maybe part 4 might be out, like might come out soon. And about a month later, he released it. It was like, okay, yeah, yeah, I was good to wait, because otherwise I would have put the video out and then immediately would have been like, oh, okay, well, we gotta talk about the new one now. Yeah, like Alluvium is like so good at this. I'm like, I made trap. Really now? Okay. Yeah, sure. No, that's fine. Yeah, Alluvium's so good at like the kind of like this kind of like cursed sort of fake video game, almost creepypasta era kind of like video series he's doing. It's so good. It does everything that I've always wanted those like creepypastas to like try and do, to like really sell them as, you know, like something believable and not just, you know, somebody that's just taking a normal game and then being like, but what if the main character was actually bad? Or they're in a coma. Or they're having an existential quandary about being a video game character. It's not to say that, like, the initial ones of those types, like, the initial type of creepypastas like that weren't fun, but when that started to be every single video game creepypasta, it ran its course pretty soon. Especially since, again, with the nature of a video game, you would want to see that type of stuff, like how in like the game, how the game logic would still try to react to everything that was happening. And that's why I find like Valley Verde so like sick, is just the fact that it's not even that Valley Verde in itself is like the lost media that's being found. It's the fact that it has within it so many other games that are also missing, that people just never knew about. It's a whole library of lost games that, due to the peripheral, now has all of the elements of these games just melding together in ways they were never supposed to be. And it's so well done. I love it. I love that series so much. It might be like my favorite ARG, like unfiction kind of thing. The Ed and Eddie Purgatory Theory. I remember that one. Some fictional game you would like to play, but probably will never be able to. I feel like I had an answer like that. I still love creepypasta, honestly. Like, the fact that now that people have, like, so many years of stories to look at and go, okay, don't do it like this. Maybe don't toss around such important subject matter like assault and stuff like that just willy-nilly. You know, it's like, in a lot of those instances, I understand that it is, for some people, it was like a case of them trying to come to grips with that type of thing happening to them, which, you know, I'm in no way to try and say that they can't do that then. But other ways, it was just people, it was just teenagers that was just like, well, it'd be more mature if I wrote it like that, so we're gonna toss that in there. But then just, like, lacking the life experience to understand, like, the ramifications and, like, the weight of having characters endure that kind of thing. So I remember there was a story. I think it was it was called My Melody, or something to that effect. And it was literally like a girl in high school that gets bullied and then becomes a serial killer, like, kind of deal. But they threw in the fact that, like, there were people in the high school that molested her, like students. And I'm just like, okay. What are we doing here? And, like, it didn't really tackle it in any kind of way that was, like, that even came about as, like, you know, somebody trying to, like, parse those types of feelings. It literally felt as though, like, the person just threw it in there because it's like, well, this will just make people feel for the character more. You know? But it's like, that's a very, very, very touchy thing to throw into a story. Just to have a character, like, feel... Like, just to have people feel for a character? You can do so many different things. You were already doing it by having it so that she gets bullied in school. I don't know why you needed to go that extra... that extra way for it. But again, of course, these were like teenagers, so again, they just didn't have the life experience, you know, like the understanding of, like, the weight of their words. And that's fair. Again, in itself, that is like an honest representation of how that person felt when they wrote that. That is how they felt that story should go, and then that's how it ended up being. And I don't think that... Because even though I understand it's like some people are just going to do it just because it's fun, I don't think that we should, as a result, now start going back and, like, pointing a finger at a lot of those old stories and just being like, wow, this person was stupid and ugly and bad and like, they were, like, terrible. Because it's like, these people wrote this stuff when they were kids. If you had, like, the type of stuff that you wrote as a kid, like shown to the world, and still started following you, ugh. I even found, like, some of my old writings from when I was in high school. I never, like, wrote a creepypasta, but, like, I remember even as a kid, because my first dream was that I wanted to be an animator. I wanted to make my own cartoons and my own animated shows and such, because I'm a massive fan of animation of all kinds. That's also why I appreciate Vale Verde so much, because they do things that unless you are, like, well knowledgeable about the PlayStation 1 and how it worked and how things like it functioned, you would miss a lot of, like, fun things about not even just, like, the animations of the characters, but also how some of those things play out. Oh, such a good series. But yeah, it's like, I remember I found like an old, like, report, like, that I did for, like, English class when I was, like, in 9th grade or so, and just looking at it, I was like, oh my god. It's like, I wrote this? is this is terrible. Favorite creepypasta was 1999. I never even knew that one happened. I feel so left out. But so many people were able to look back on that one because I didn't even know that one happened. Like back in the day, a lot of my knowledge of like creepypasta mainly stemmed from like the people who read them, like Mr. Creepypasta, Creepypasta Junior, Creeps, you know, stuff like that. So, and I mainly followed Mr. Creepypasta because I liked his voice the most. So I never heard the 1999 story like as a teenager. I only heard it nowadays after the fact. No, the one with the cave. No, there wasn't a cave with 1999. That was 1999 was the one with the TV show that was then made by the dude that's like a cult. That was like who's like a cult leader, and he was like sacrificing all the kids to the devil. I think the one that you're thinking of, maybe the one with the cave. I think you're thinking of Baraska. And God, even mentioning that story by name like made me get goosebumps because God, that story's only gotten better now with like as like looking back on it. Yeah, it's such a heartbreaking story. It's such a brutal story. And to me, that is a story that does that subject, that type of subject matter well. Because the whole point of the story was that it was the mentality of like children perpetuating the idea of a myth, like an urban legend or something like that. Because it's only a child's understanding of that type of thing. You know, just like, oh yeah, it's the skinned men and like the shiny gentleman and all that sort of thing. That ends up being just like playground rumors that like people just pick up, it's like naturally. But then you grow older, like the characters are older, they feel like they have heart, like more like the story goes from just being like a kind of like Stand By Me, like It Part 1 kind of deal, to a more like grounded story that ends up then just having like the most brutal, heartbreaking like ending to it. And then Part 5 is also really good. I love the follow-up to it like years later, and then having to go back and like try to do your best to like not let that continue, like even if it takes your own life, like finding the courage to go back and confront childhood trauma like that in such a poignant way. If I were to do another video that was just me reading stories like that, like Baraska would absolutely have to be one of them. The only problem is that Baraska is like, it would be like 10 hours long to read all of that story. That is one of the longest stories. That's one of the longest creepypastas out there. Barring like, you know, stuff like Lily Mad Whip, that's like still going, or things like whatchamacallit, Tales from the Gas Station. Goodness, I couldn't remember it for a second. That was also a really good story, and that story started a fun trend that I loved to see. Like my residence isn't normal or something like that. There you go, stay dead. Of you know, like characters that are put in a horror scenario where they actively know, like, horror stuff. Because even though, like, it's a fun, like, narrative device, and, like, it makes sense for the stories, like, given, it always struck me as odd with how many of these stories, like, horror movies or otherwise, are written with the idea that, like, the person being put through all of this seems to have never seen a horror movie before. And, like, I always found that so weird. You know, like, horror movies are some of the most, like, popular, well-known type of things. And the idea that so many of these stories are written with the idea that, like, there just isn't anything that, like, that prepares these people for the, like, the idea of, like, okay, there's a masked man coming after me. It's like, that reminds me of Michael Myers. So now I need to make sure, no matter what I do, dude needs to, like, be, like, decapitated, like cut up, anything. Like, we need to get rid, like, that dude needs to be, you need to make sure that dude's dead. You can't just knock him down and then, like, expect him. Hey, buddy. You can't just knock him down and expect him to be dead. No, you need to double tap. Make sure 100% that dude's not coming back. And then having, I feel as though it's so, like, amazing to have stories written like that, because then you can then take people who, like, are doing that type of thing, that are playing everything smart, and then make the threat adapt to that. Make it so that, like, the threat isn't just going to be taken out easily because somebody knows, like, somebody has the knowledge. It's like, it doesn't make the story then any less intense, because the threat that people think that they understand, you end up not fully knowing everything. And I think that's just, like, there's fun ways to go about it. We just don't do that as often as I feel as though we should. And I feel as though it could lead to a lot of fun, like, narrative moments.
Thank you. What are you buying?
What are you buying? Please. I need these. I have nothing after those bucks. I have nothing. Oh, I remember how to do this now. Just double checking. I don't think I have ever looked into... I'm assuming that's supposed to be Slendy Tubbies. No, I don't think I've ever looked into... I think I saw Markiplier play it once, like, years ago, but no, I know nothing about any of that type of stuff, and the topic has never really interested me, so probably not. MLG Teletubbies. Oh, is this the one of the people that are hiding the picture? I think so. Yeah, then we are getting through that. Okay. We're still making steady progress, even though those two rooms just, like, put a big hold onto this. Yeah, I do understand that there is always that fascination with, like, taking something that was, like, completely innocent, and then in a way corrupting it. Whether it's just, like, viewing it under a different lens, or essentially just essentially in the case of, like, analog horror, or, like, just making, like, the degradation of that, the degradation of just, like, film, or the memories of something end up painting how something was perceived in an entirely different way. Ashley is stuck to a wall. we have been spending the past hour to try and get her back. There is a way to kill that guy. Easily, so you don't have to then do the minigun bit with him. But fresh out of rifle ammo. Let me see.
Welcome.
Can I upgrade my ammo for this, or is it still too soon?
What are you buying?
Ah, okay. There we go.
Is that old? Is that old? Come back.
Perfect. She has armor. She should be fine. She is fine. No doubt about that. But she's still stuck. That's the thing about it. Dang. Barely even got in my crosshairs before he left. I'm going to be right back, since I've been streaming for about 5 hours now. I should probably stretch. Like, get some more water so I don't die. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let's put things on the intermission screen. I am back. I remembered when I was taking my break. I remembered I believe it's Friday that the Summer Games Fest thing is going to happen. It's been a long time since I've done like a low effort stream. It's just reacting to like an event or something like that. So, would anybody be interested? I'd be fine with like reacting to it if people would show up. It's like I still very much miss E3, just in general. It was like it was one of the most fun weeks, just in general, to like see games and the like. It like makes sense that now that when COVID happened, the cost to try and maintain that just was seen as too much. No, so like companies now just do the Nintendo thing of, well, we could just do a digital direct and then we could show people like whatever. Tonight's the Sony showcase. Oh. Should we do one for that too? Oh. God, he's so quick with it. He has so much health, they really don't want you to try and kill him. Yeah. Oh, good. Good, good, good. If nothing else, it saves time. If not, just the amount of ammo needed. June 2nd, Sony, Summer Games Fest, Xbox Showcase. Okay. A Rayman Origins remake. That would be interesting. I have to acknowledge the fact that it's like, yeah, those games are over a decade old. My immediate thought process whenever I hear a remix coming is it's like, well, that game just came out though. And then I had to realize, like, no, wait, oh god. No, wait, I'm old. I am an old gal. So everything else is old. All these things that I've known about for years Like they like other human beings were born in the time that I've known about this stuff. What was it? Science rank is 6 lives. Oh, okay. I don't think we knew about the rabbits, like the Mario plus rabbits thing.
What a pleasant surprise. But I'm afraid it's Ashley we need. Not you, Mr. Kennedy.
If you don't need me, then get off my back, old man.
Did you say old man, Mr. Kennedy? It might come as a surprise, but I'm only 20 years old.
So you're just like all the others? A puppet of the parasites?
Surely you don't think I'm the same as those diminutive ganados. The parasites, las plagas, are slaves to my will. I have absolute control.
Well, I really don't give a damn. Rain or shine, you're going down.
Get rid of our American friend.
Well, now I feel that. It's like, oh, the NES and SNES are retro. PS2 is pretty new. It's like, oh, the PS2 was 20 years ago. I think part of it is like... It still got me. I think part of it is not... is because when you were a child, like, you didn't have the ability to buy any of these things. And in some cases, you didn't even know that they, like, happened until, like, probably, like, a year or two after the fact. So, for me, even though, like, I knew, even though nowadays I realize that it's like, yeah, DS came out, like, 2004, 2005, to me, that console feels like it came out 2007 or so, because that's only, that was when I got one. To me, the DS didn't feel that. It didn't feel that soon after the Game Boy Advance, because it didn't seem like. Well, I didn't have one. I didn't have one when it came. Oh god, no. I do not need to see this much loss of ammo. This is what I even talked about, like playing this game smarter. Keep moving. Oh. My everything. Oh yeah, I feel that. I didn't get a PS3 until 2010, even though the console was around since 2006, I believe. So when like the PS4 came out in like 2013 or something, I was just like, wow, that's pretty soon to like release a console. It's like, You know, it was about 7 years in actuality, which is like a pretty good run for a console. All things considered. That's also why the Wii U feels so weirdly like in like a weird period of time, because like it came out 2013, but nobody really knew about it because they didn't market the thing well. Well, I just had to play the vanilla P5. Yeah, that was like more than anything. That was like the biggest reason why I never like got rid of my PS3 or anything. Because like when they announced it was still that P5 was going to still release on PS3, I was like, okay, well that's my version then. Like I don't have a PS4. And I didn't necessarily want one because it was I mean, it started out as a game, as a gaming console, but then it became a VR machine. And you know, VR doesn't really interest me as much. Yeah, as much as Sony like try to really push it. For me, until I'm in the sphere, until I'm like able to hook up and like just completely forget that I'm even a human being, VR's not far enough yet. We will most likely not get to that, like that breakthrough in my lifetime. So it's just a case of like, you know. I get the excitement to try and like get there as quick as possible, but you gotta wait for technology to have like breakthroughs. Yeah, especially with a PS5 now is more. The PS5 is what the PS4 was supposed to have been, is my understanding. Because my biggest issue with the PS4, like, and why I didn't want one, is because of the fact that it's like, okay, well, why do we need to install gang combo? Why do we need to install games onto the hard drive of the console, even when you buy the game physically? Like, what is that doing for the game? And the idea was like, oh, it helps the games run better. But then they messed up. Somebody messed up with programming it, so it didn't do that. It just didn't. And it didn't even get close until like the Pro happened, and then even it still wasn't that good. Even when I had a PlayStation 4. Just the act of going from the main menu to like the game library on like the PlayStation Store sometimes would just have, I shouldn't even say sometimes, most of the time would just lead to the console like locking up entirely, and then I would have to hold the power button in order to get it to like, you know, turn off. And then the console has the gall after that happens to be like, you really shouldn't turn this console off, well, like, unless you're doing it the normal way, silly. You can lose your data. It's like, you did this. You made me do that. I wasn't gonna do it. Don't chastise me. You're the one who made this thing that doesn't work properly. How in the world did you guys not blow yourselves up? That's literally why I did that. Yeah, they just completely messed up, like, what was supposed to happen. And they were supposed to, like, make the games load better, or just, like... God, how are they not clipping themselves? They've got aimbot. They got a scrub controller. Bye. Ooh. I do not have more ammo for this. God, that doesn't make any sense to me. The PS5 is about to be 7 next year? Jiminy Christmas. You know, like, I give, like, some leeway about, like, you know, the pandemic happened, so, you know, we were all still trying to figure stuff out. But, like, as that was happening, and, like, as we saw more and more, you know, November 12, 2020, so yeah, that was, well, we were in the middle of the pandemic while it was happening. And, like, I give some leeway to that. But in the same vein, there were so many games that were getting finished because everybody was able to work from home. And, like, take their job with them, essentially. And we genuinely had some... Like, we had so many instances of... Like, it seemed like we had so many instances of people going, we might not get the chance to make this game, so we need to make this game now. Like, kind of energy. That's what it kind of felt like for a lot of the games that came out around, like, 2021, 2022. Because there were games that we were like, oh, how come we can't get something like this, that, or the other? And then they just started making those types of games. It's like, oh... So you could have done this. It was just only when the fear of death was everywhere that we then started to do it. I see. Okay, I get you. Even still. The fact that Xenoblade got not only three parts, and X got a remaster. Like, I'm content. I'm like absolutely content just in general. Because every single one of those games is just beautiful. I love those games so much.
Mr. Kennedy. Still alive, I see. So, do you like my garden?
I see you've managed to work in a little of your twisted taste here, too.
Sagacious as I am, even I get lost here sometimes. Even if it takes your whole life, you'll never get out. Do you know that no one dies without a cause? You will satisfy the stomachs of my cute pets. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to tie up a few loose ends, like chasing down a couple of rats.
2 rats? If one's Lewis, who's the other? Huh. They're an intruder besides me?
I did hear about that Toy Story game being good. That and Cars. I remember hearing that the Cars video games were, like, unnecessarily good. Which is hilarious because, like, Cars is not a, like, a series that you would ever look at and go, it's like, yeah, this would probably like do well for like an action adventure kind of game. But they did it. And I think like the third one was just like a really good racing game, so like it's like good arcade racer, so. I'm trying to think of what movie tie-in games I think were pretty good. I remember Finding Nemo on PS2 not being a bad one. Shrek 2 on PS2 and GameCube, that was also like not a bad one because it was like a beat 'em up kind of deal. Yeah, there's a lot of things like that. Like horror elements in like things you don't expect it. Everyone talks about everybody talks about that old movie, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, where like 30 to 40 minutes of it is just like a normal like kids movie, and then Satan just shows up and gives like an 8-minute demonstration and speech about how humanity is finite and nothing exists besides a thought, and that is and it's like humanity is just a thought in the minds of beings much better or like much grander than themselves. And then like the rest of the movie just goes back to being normal, and then they don't talk about that. Like, they don't talk about that for like the whole movie. That character doesn't come back or anything. It's just a thing that somebody decided to put in that movie. And then they just went along with it. I've been hearing about that Piglet game. I haven't seen any of the videos about it. But from what I understand, it's like there's just this Piglet game on the GameCube that for some reason it's like a genuine horror game out of nowhere. But it's like, it's not like Winnie the Pooh never really tapped into that kind of thing. Because there was also, like, the movie, like, The Search for Christopher Robin. And, like, all the talk about the Skullosaurus. And sure, like, the end result that it's like, oh, it was just everybody, like, getting freaked out over nothing. Like, it was the legend of what a monster like that could be was enough to, like, do all the work, essentially. Which even in itself is, like, a genuinely poignant look at, like, mass hysteria and how it could start. Which is not something you would expect Winnie the Pooh to tackle. Yeah, there's a lot of media back in the day that really touched on, like, horror and such like that. Dang. Particular game wasn't scary, it just has atmosphere, it's scary music. Okay. Yeah, I figured it would be kind of like that, in a sense. But, like, I remember seeing YouTube, like, try to recommend videos about it to me, and it's like, huh. Really now? What game is this? This is Resident Evil 4, the original, not the remake. I'm playing it on my Nintendo Switch. I'm trying to think, what's another? Steven Universe occasionally got into body horror in ways that was, like, very surprising to me. By extension, Adventure Time, too. I still remember that visual of Finn with, like, the cursed sword that was like a grass sword that, like, turned into all these like different types of stuff, and how it, like, mutated into this giant arm, and how it then just ripped off of his body. And then for, like, half a season he just doesn't have an arm. It's just a little flower that's growing out of his, like, arm nub. It's like, what in the... what is happening? It's Pigling's Game 4. Yeah, I think it's a bit much to compare a Winnie the Pooh game to Silent Hill, but I get the mentality of it. It was like, those are, like, the two big horror franchises, so people can really only, like, think about things in those two ways. Speaking of, Silent Hill, F, amazing game, absolutely beautiful. Ryo Kushi, like, absolutely outdid himself with that story. And the thing about it is, like, we knew he would. This is the Higurashi man. This is the Umineko dude. Like, like, we knew that story was gonna mess us up. I don't know why we thought it wouldn't, even for a second. I think think also what's so interesting about like being a fan of horror for so long that like you really get like every single aspect of it like as you grow older, because the things that bother you when you're younger are stuff that's like immediately apparent. So like a scary monster or, you know, jump scares and stuff like that. Like just like horrid designs and things. But as you get older, the things that mess with you more are the type of horror that makes you think. And it's that type of horror that like your own mind ends up doing more of the work than even the game in some instances. But generally it's just like that sort of like fringe horror of you get me in here, please.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Sorry, but following a lady just isn't my style.
Put them up now.
Bit of advice, try using knives next time. Works better for close encounters.
Leon, we could have used that ammo!
Long time no see.
Ada. So it is true.
True? About what?
You, working with Wesker.
I see you've been doing your homework.
Why, Ada?
What's it to you?
He's too good for her.
Why'd you show up like this?
See you around.
Ada!
God, 16 deaths, all because of those stupid bugs. Good golly. Performative as ever, yep. Kind of her MO. I do genuinely find, like, the wordplay that they did with 7, where it was Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, and then in Japan it's Biohazard 7 Resident Evil. I thought that was such, I want more games with like a long running history of stuff like that to try and like do things like that. I'm so nervous about accidentally hitting him. I do not need you dead. I need you more than anything right now.
Got some rare thing. What are you selling?
What are you selling?
Is that all? Thank you. Is that all? Is that all? Thank you. Ah. What are you buying?
What are you buying?
Is that all? Thank you. Come back. At any time. What are you buying? Is that all, strange? Is that all? Thank you.
Ammo's still doing pretty good.
What are you buying?
I think I'll save the capacity on that one. The capacity upgrade, I mean. Animal Crossing 6, the Forest of Animals. Animal Song, yeah. God, has there really been 5 of those games? The original City Folk. Wide World, New Leaf. Alright, yeah, wow. I don't know why I feel like there would be more of those. This room is quite a lot in separate ways. Because you gotta do the cage with Ada, who has less health than Leon. Does not have nearly as many tools at her disposal. And if you try and shoot your if you try and shoot your crossbow, you'll just end up hurting yourself more than anything, really. Where do you go? Oh yeah, Amoeba Festival. I mean, by the extension, we're also forgetting Happy Home Designer. So I say, Leon, for the love of God, aim down, brother. Just lean in a bit more with your swings. I think out of everybody, Jill in RE5 had like the most satisfying knife. Because it's just like just stabbing. Like Jill straight up is like shanking people when she stabs with her knife. Okay, do I have a grenade? I have flame ones. That works a bit. Not too. Yeah. Mega Man 12 Rockman. I am genuinely happy for Mega Man fans that they're getting a new game, because it was quite a bit until... It was quite a while since the last one. I feel like 11 came out like 5 or so years ago. Now it's just the concern of all the X fans that are still waiting for another game past 8. It did have an iPhone port. It also had a Zeebo port. If anyone knows what the Zeebo is. The iPhone also had a game that was based off of the movie, like Resident Evil Generation. And it sort of acts like a sequel to 4 in a way. Like a genuine, like game sequel to 4. God, this room sucks without any. This room sucks without any actual grenades, dudes. This is Evo, the Brazilian Java console. It is 100%. Yep. Got it right on the money. God. Just one grenade. Just one normal grenade and this whole room would be solved. Keep thinking that I can just run past things. You can't do that in this game. The most exciting gameplay. But it's necessary. We'll take AI bugging out. We'll absolutely take that. Just left you in there by yourself, buddy. Sorry about that. Magnum ammo. For the Magnum that I don't have. No. No, not at all. Capcom loved the PSP as much as Atlas loved the 3DS. Capcom put everything on the PSP. Like, every single franchise that they possibly could, they made a remake for it. On the PSP. Mega Man, Mega Man X, Ghosts and Goblins, like almost every Monster Hunter is on the PSP. No, Capcom loved the PSP a lot. Unless we forget, PSP is still where the best version of Street Fighter Alpha 3 is. But fun fact, I am also in the process of making a video about that. That doesn't technically count as killing. fall back down here. You thought? Gonna take it. Done that enough. I'm gonna go PS5. A bit too soon. That would also require me to own a PS5 to have any kind of feelings on it. Besides, this is what the PS4 was supposed to have been. And I guess you could play Stellar Blade on it on this. I'm not wasting ammo on you. Oh, an Astrobot. I forgot about Astrobot. Seagull on Pong. I've never actually played Pong, fun fact. Is that like Atari, Atari 50th collection? That was like a bunch of... Yeah, it's pretty much like a taste of like every little bit of Atari's history in there, including the Jaguar. Which I can't believe they got the I can't believe they got copies of Jaguar games to run. Using April Fool's idea. I feel like April Fool's Day should be a day where I just do something that most people wouldn't expect. As opposed to like making the video like a whole big joke. But rather just making it like
Is that old? Thank you.
something that you just wouldn't expect to see on my channel. So just basically like a day where I decide to pick.
Thank you.
Or I decide to do something. Oh, the Mind Thrower is available. Just do something that's like I talk about something that's not really normally in my wheelhouse, because my wheelhouse is pretty much like games and, you know, like urban legends and other just kind of like interesting stuff that I like. Just like taking the time to then just talk about something entirely different. That's when I made the first Blue Archive video, where it's just be yammering on for about 2 hours about every character that I like in the game. take note to where this thing comes from. Yep.
I have the sample. You serve me no purpose.
Sadler!
My boy Salazar will make sure you follow the same fate.
Stay with me, Louis.
I am a researcher, hired by Sadler. He found out what I was up to.
It's surprising that Ace Attorney never ended up on PSP, because there's a lot of visual novels on PSP.
Here. It should
Well, those are
suppress
Japan
growth
exclusive
of the
ones.
parasite. The sample. Sadler took it. You have to get it back.
Louis! Louis!
R.I.P. So a friend of mine sent me a picture. It's like, what flag is this? And why do all the cute girls seem to come from there? And it's a picture of the trans flag. I'll pay for your death, I promise. So yeah, the game kind of spoils it, but Ashley's in this room. In a second, Ashley. Because I'm pretty sure if this ammo, I'm pretty sure this ammo goes away if you don't pick it up now.
Talk about near-death experience.
Ashley, get out of there!
Do I have? Oh my guy's flashes and incinerators. So now, we just play the hunting game. When I spotted her in the arm, it's perfect camouflage.
The door's locked. I can't open it. Shot that dude in the head for no reason. You have vendetta against me. It's like, buddy, that wasn't cool. I wasn't doing anything to you. Hunting Simulator 2005. Yeah, we actually have great footage of Attaché Case HD now, because we got the full behemoth. It is an important thing to point out that in the Japanese version of this game,
The camera is actually classic style RE for this whole segment, where they have like set camera angles that you end up running around in. They changed it for the US because people thought it was too confusing. And that the game didn't control that way the whole time, so they thought it's like, well, that's just weird. Why would you change it like for this segment? And it's like, it's because it's a callback. It's a neat one as well. It's the same way that whatchamacallit? RE5 also has something to that effect, where if you're doing the Lost in Nightmares DLC, you check the door a couple times, you end up getting... Yeah, you're gonna end up playing the whole game with classic camera. I think stuff like that's neat. I can't even imagine, like, doing this legitimately without this suit of armor, because these guys actually just don't die in professional. There's literally not enough there's not enough lanterns in this room to actually kill them both, unless you specifically try and try and match them like that. Well, you're gonna end up going into this room without using the other lanterns in there. And if you miss one, you're done. Like that. And yeah, he's still alive, so... So now I just gotta rope-a-dope this guy for the rest of this segment. I guess it doesn't shut immediately, it slows. Where did she get a flashlight from? Don't worry about it. The suit of armor has pockets, you see. I'm sorry for this chair, by the way. I'm sure you've heard it as I've been moving. This chair is old. It's quite old, and it just squeaks like nobody's business. It is goofy, but it's also so... It's fun that it legit has... Oh, so this one's based off of the PS2 one. Okay. Because some of the cutscenes are done in engine. You know, other ones are done as FMVs. I think the one thing that was always like very, it's like sucky, is that the Separate Ways cutscenes didn't get updated at all. So they are the most bit crushed, like just like you could barely make out what you're seeing. Yeah, it's like, oh, you couldn't Like, you didn't have the files on it? You couldn't re-render this? I don't remember, like, the quick way of doing this, but I do... It's always funny how so many people complain about these kind of puzzles. I always find them, like, fun brain teasers. But people really get stuck on puzzles like this. And cut to me getting stuck on this for like 10 minutes. I didn't even realize I messed that one up. There we go. Yeah, wait. Yeah, I had this. Just the visual. Yeah. The family insignia. It's interesting because it's like all the models and stuff got updated. Like all the items and all that type of stuff. That all that stuff got up-resed and such. But it's just that the separate ways cutscenes never got up-res, because I guess because like they never were like in-game. They were always FMVs, so they just ended up being stuck like embedded into the game. I don't know. I'm not gonna act like I know anything about how that type of thing works. I did always find it interesting that like it just did not. It was the one thing in every single one of these re-releases that never got touched up. I thought I was missing something. Yeah, all the treasures we can, because they'll leave, because we can't get them if we leave. Wait, what is this one? Oh wow. I don't think I ever really gave that one the time of day. I think it's always so interesting how much, like, besides just like the game's just being very goofy, like Let's not mince words here. Resident Evil is a very goofy series, but the fact that it always takes a moment to like tap into the real like human aspect of just like all these people's lives getting tampered with by well, like the bioweapons and like either Umbrella or any of these other type of like incidents.
I'm sorry if I was.
I always found that element of Resident Evil so like intriguing, because it's one thing to just make like a silly zombie series and then not have any kind of like not have any kind of, I wouldn't say tact, but it's like not really treat the situation with not really treat the situation with the kind of
what a touching moment we have here.
that kind of feeling, because we've written off zombies as just like, yeah, they're just a monster that you kill. But the thing about it is like, yeah, genuinely every single zombie that you kill or infected or like what have you in the case of Resident Evil was a person. They had a connection to like people, and having it so that there's memos left behind, they give the kind of like the lasting effect, or like the last either will or their lasting memory on the world before they died. It's always such a poignant thing. I believe this just goes back. Yeah, it just goes back here, so
Wait, follow me. Wait here.
this room is so ridiculous. Okay. Now I can do it. This is one of those instances where it's like, what was this room meant for? Before it was used as a gameplay element. So Sarda's family just have like, they just decide they just decided to have just like a lava area for, I can't even see this as like a thing that they would use to throw people in or anything, because there's so much like terrain where you would actually have to walk through. So is it just like a matter of security? I think there's one thing that's like a bit of a shame about like modern like games is that I don't think a lot of these games are like confident enough to be silly and goofy anymore. Because like a lot of people feel like these need to be games need to be treated like movies or there's stuff in the like. Oh, it's like, oh, we can't have like a silly, goofy, like tee hee ha ha kind of like woohoo pizza party fun times like kind of game, because then nobody would take it seriously. I'm just like, no. I think something could be silly and goofy and still have heart and have people still take it seriously. I do not think that any of those things are mutually exclusive. Is this the first time I ever saw a chimera in something? I think maybe. And what an interesting, like, design as well. The body of a lion, a goat's head just coming out of the back. And then a snake tail? That's such a, like, wild, well done kind of, like, story? Yeah. Design. Just monster in general. Oh, there you go. Now I got a hand grenade. Now I can look at the would-be intruders. And nothing else to do but just to keep going. Like, wow. That's such a, like... God dang. It's such a striking visual. It's like, it's a sign that it's like, oh, you're still nowhere close to being done with this, with this area. But, like, just that... the large castle and the backdrop of the moonlight. It's such a amazing visual. It's part of the reason why Castlevania uses it so often, but... Hey, buddy, I was wondering where you were. Yeah, let's buy some ammo.
Welcome. Got some rare thing. What are you buying? Is that old? Is that old? Is that old? Thank you. What are you selling?
What are you selling?
Is that old, stranger? Is that old, stranger? Is that old, stranger? Is that old?
There we go.
Is that old? Thank you. Is that old? Thank you. What are you buying?
Is that old stranger?
What are you buying? Is that old? Thank you. Come back anytime.
It's been a bit sucky to do that, but I think it'd be fine. I just realized, you know, I gotta go back. Because if I remember correctly, I can't tell which one of these rooms is it. I don't think I gotta go back far for it. I don't think so anyway. Try not to die too much. We'll see, because we're not even at the hardest part of the game yet. I do not think I'm supposed to go this way. Yeah, no. Oy. I think? How did I just completely forget where that room was? Or how to at least get to it? You know, I was absolutely not supposed to go this way.
Mátalo.
It doesn't work though. Oh, are you serious? Okay. Don't worry about it, it's fine. I don't know when I plan to stream. I do not know. If we can actually beat the whole game today, then that would be nice and hunky-dory. So I guess I'm going to see how far I can do that without well, just being completely tired. I still have like a lot more gas in my tank. And all that was to try and get this. So now we have our free broken butterfly. That'll be the only magnum we will be using for this run. We'll be maxing it out as well so that we can end up having effectively a hand cannon.
Follow me.
Of our very own. I know, okay. I misunderstood what this room was. So I guess I did have to always go back that far. I don't know why I thought that there was a quicker way to do this. I guess that's why I keep doing that for some reason. There is a button for the map, and I completely forget what it is. Yeah, because that's just the maze. Okay. No, I thought it was just a shortcut, but I must be wrong. So I say, Ashley, did you get stuck on his dead body? My favorite Ace. So, I've not played any of the Ace Attorney games. I have a friend that has been constantly trying to get me to play them. But they're just that one series where I just never gotten around to it. I do have, like, the trilogy on 3DS. And then, of course, when, if I were to start playing the game, I would then get the, whatchamacallit, the Miles, or the Apollo games, rather, on Switch, and the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles as well. Yeah, I confused this room for the other one. That's why I was laughing. Because I thought that... Let me see, what is it? That's the button. Yeah, that was because someone else mentioned Ace Attorney. I was just responding to them.
Wait.
They were saying that, like, it didn't make sense that those games didn't end up on PSP as well. And I was like, you know what? Yeah. Considering how many games, not only just visual novels in general, but also just games in general that Capcom put on the PSP, it is interesting that Ace Attorney ended up being a GBA and DS only thing.
Follow me.
For the longest time. I guess it's just due to the simple fact that...
I think you've lived long enough. Let's see if you can survive this time.
I guess it was just to do with the simple fact they didn't have a, the PSP didn't really have a microphone in the same way that the DS had. So maybe they would have felt it would have been a lesser experience to have, like, to take away the ability to, like, yell out, you know, hold it! Or anything like that. I'm pretty sure Ashley would still be fine. But just in case... let's just not chance it. Ooh, an elegant chessboard that only has 2 pieces on it. Elegance. This is a certain spy family character would say. Which RE game do you think is the cheesiest and which is the most serious, genuinely scariest? The answer to the latter will always be the Resident Evil 1 remake. Like, I think out of all of the Resident Evil games, that's like the one that tried to be the scariest. And yeah, I'd say there's very little in terms of humor for that remake. So I'd say it's probably that one. And what's my favorite Dangan character? Although, what do I think is the cheesiest? I think it might be 4. As much as I love it, I think 4 might be just like laden with Gouda. Like, obviously I love the game. But besides that, besides 4, the backflipping is so unnecessary. He shows that he's always ready. I'm really thinking about it, because I think... oh, you know what? No, scratch that. 4's not the cheesiest. That's Code Veronica. I completely forgot about Steve. I absolutely 100% just forgot that Steve was ever a character in this series. It's Code Veronica. No doubt about it. Code Veronica certainly again. That's one of the games that I'm just like, how did that not get a remake? How do we go 1, 2, 3 and then skip Code Veronica or 0 and then go straight to 4? I know the answer is like, well, people would actually buy those games. Well, I would buy a good version of Code Veronica. Are you kidding me? I like Claire. Heck, Rebecca needs something, dude. Like, holy cow, that character has not shown up in any game since the DLC for Resident Evil 5, and that was just for the Mercenaries mode. In terms of, like, actual plot relevance, Rebecca hasn't been a character in this franchise since 0. And that's depressing. What do you mean? How are you gonna do her like that? Shev was another character that needs to come back. I have like no time to aim at this dude. He's just constantly booking it towards me. And he's not aiming at Ashley at all. I hate this updated AI. So smart. To go back, Dangan. I think if I were to give like a top 5 from, I think 5 would be Ibuki Miyota. 4 would be Kamaru Naegi. 3 would be Toko. 2 would be Gundam Tanaka. And I think 1 has to be Chiaki. Chihiro is like really up there as well. But unfortunately he has like the unfortunate thing of being like the second character they kill. So like his story doesn't get like that much more like emphasis to it. But I very much appreciate it and like what it did. But Chiaki also has like the addition of the Danganronpa 3 anime, and just how messed up, how completely messed up like they treated her. Like that whole segment just broke my heart when I watched it. Shaki, Kyoko, Toko, Kaede. Yeah. Again, the first 2 Dangans have like a very good cast, I feel. Another episode has like a really solid cast too. It's just V3 that I think I don't really care for its cast as much. I also like just felt completely like betrayed about the first the first class trial in V3, because I genuinely thought we were gonna get like a main series game that had a female protagonist, and I was just like, oh, that's gonna be so good, and then the game came out, and then all that came about it. Yeah. I was very, very bummed out about it. Not to say that, what is it, Suichi? I think that's his name. Not to say that he didn't, like, still fulfill, like, a good role for, like, a protagonist. But he was just, like, a big disappointment. forgot about that one. I think the last sneak that I even remember is after when you're about to go on the boat to the island. Oh right. Okay, so I have a decision to make here. I feel as though that like one of your social links is gonna be like a VTuber. Like I feel like that just has to be the case. And then like the actual like link would be essentially like, you know, somebody finds it, like somebody recognizes them in public, and then you have to help, you know, basically you like get the stalker to stop. That just seems like the prime kind of story that like Persona would tell. I think they could tell it well. So there's two things we could do here. We could either use the rocket launcher, which I kind of don't want to do that. I want to save that for Salazar when we actually fight him. Or we can try and shoot this thing down with a bunch of ammo. Oh, okay. Sick. Okay, that didn't take that much at all, actually. So that was the much better option of the two. Yeah, in case anybody didn't know, if you do that, then the cocoon falls, and then you get all of their... You get a lot of copies of the eyes and such. Well,
more of them.
And now we have these guys to deal with again. It's so good at dealing with them the first time. Now we're in a big open arena, and they're just gonna keep picking at me. But I was gonna be smug and be like, no, I have a means of dealing with them now. Oh, it doesn't even knock some of them out of the sky. I forgot about that, dang. I do not want to throw him the only hand grenade I have. Oh my god. Yes, he's expect to be a social link at 6. I think... How about that? I think it would just depend entirely on like what type of game 6 ends up being. Because, you know, I wouldn't have thought that like I wouldn't have thought we would have gotten a social link like EY in 5 until they brought back guns and actually had like a person that you that sells them to you. 'Cause it's not like P4 lets you have a social link with a blacksmith or anything. Yeah, I think a lot of social links will just be dependent on what they end up doing with, like, the direction of the game. I can't really think of too many things that I guess I would want to see. I feel like there's just a lot of ways. Oh, okay. If the question really is just like, what do I expect? I expect just another like sporty character, because that makes sense. The obvious one is just like you gotta have your club mates and stuff like that. Oh my lord. I don't think I've ever noticed how much I don't like these things. Until now, where almost every single hit ends in death. It's only now that I'm just like, man, I just don't like these enemies. Going through all my healing items. Yeah, you can't even do this yet. I think the funny thing about that Persona 5, like, imagining project thing is that, like, it's just Persona 2. Like, they bring back Narlathotep and, like, all that type of thing. It's, like, it's just doing Persona 2 again. And I don't think the answer as to, like, what should Persona, like, 6 be is to just be Persona 2 again. Because they kind of already... They kind of did that with Royal. Like, the whole story, the whole, like, third semester that they added, it's a very Persona 2 kind of, like, plot. Down to the fact that they even, like, brought back some of those, like Lovecraft enemies as demons. Or I guess personas. No, they're demons in P5. Which I love seeing those designs finally get 3D models. I almost wanted, like, more of them. No, I was kind of bummed out with it we didn't get the big man himself.
Thank you. Come back anytime.
But then, like, I thought about it, and I just like, well, in this continuity, he's dead. In the continuity of Persona, Narlathotep is, like, super gone. He's been removed from existence. So, can't exactly have him come back.
Is that all? Is that all? Thank you. What are you buying?
What are you buying?
Is that all? 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 Is that?
That's what I should have been doing. That's why these shots don't seem like they're doing anything. Is there a little refill? Is there a refill I can get?
What are you buying?
Nah, dang.
Is that all?
So.
Is that all? Is that all? Thank you. Is that? Thank you. What are you buying?
Yeah, we should say those. Magma rounds are too good to be like... Oh, what's 2 rounds? Those 2 rounds could be like... everything. Everything and more. Teddy's Big Adventure.
I wonder if you can see me, Mr. Kennedy.
If you even scratch her, I'll break your bones.
First, we shall see if you can make it this far. I'll be waiting.
Shit.
Ahí está. Oh, that's right. The return of these. I mean, we knew, like, how many P4 spin-offs there were gonna be. They announced them. They announced them all with P5. It was just the fact that it's, like, the dancing one took longer because they had to... Because the Project Diva devs apparently didn't deliver on a game that, that, like, Atlas themselves were happy with. And the other thing about it is that, like, P5's development took so long that those spin-offs then ended up having to fund the rest of the development for P5. Like, it worked out in the end. Yeah, at the expense of, like some things in the story ended up getting messed up, like Haru. Like, I still have the screen cap of the initial, like, news... Like, the news story. Or the press release, rather. Where they first unveiled Haru and how her whole shtick was going to be, like... You know, somebody who doesn't, like, wanna... Who doesn't view relationships as, like, worth... Like, the time and effort. Which, like, she finds people interesting anyway, so she just, like, watches them from afar. And I feel like that type of character would have been so interesting in a game that's all about making bonds. But then the game got rewritten in the process. And they just, like, Haru got completely, like, got completely gimped. And then it led to, like, the one segment that everybody who plays P5, like, genuinely doesn't like. And the thing that always struck me as so weird is how people always blame Morgana for that whole situation. When, upon replaying that game to play, like, Royal. Like, going through that whole story again, because of Royal, rather. I think the bigger thing to take away from all that is that everybody in that segment does not act like themselves anymore. It's like somebody literally starts puppeting all of the Phantom Thieves just to make that plot even happen anymore. And it's genuinely such, like, a drop in quality. That, like, just does not make sense for any of the characters at that point to act the way they do. Especially when it's, like, they literally had just, like, not even, like, 2 months ago, chastised Makoto for going after her own to try and get, not, oh god, what's his name? They put two villains that both start with K and have, like, a very similar name. God, I actually need to look this up now. Because it's gonna bother me, because I can't remember this dude's name. Kaneshiro. Okay. I thought that was the teacher, but no, I confused the two of them. Kamashita is the teacher. Yeah, just completely mix those two up. I always do that. Because they put two characters with such similar sounding names in the same plot. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Kaneshiro, was she, like, Makoto ran off to try and, like, stop a crime boss on her own. And, like, everybody chastised her about it, because it's like, that was, like, a stupid idea. And then Morgana runs off to go do the whole thing, and nobody chastises him about it. And even then, Morgana himself doesn't, like, realize what he's doing in that instance. And again, everybody was just like, no one goes off alone again. That's such a stupid idea. Like, it's only gonna end poorly. And then what happens? It ends poorly, and Morgana needs to get saved from getting almost murdered by Haru's douchebag husband. I genuinely want a P5 arena. Like, even though I know, like, you know, Persona fans might not be the, like the biggest fighting game fans, I would love, like, another like, Persona fighting game that has the, like, the similar, like, the pixel art style of, like, the BlazBlue games. I would love that so much. But I don't think we're gonna get that. I think if they were going to do it, they would have done it by now. Plus, the main Persona devs were so busy with Metaphor, they didn't have really any time to dedicate to anything else. I do find it suspect that even with the Persona 3 dancing spinoff, they did not bring back Kotane. And it's such a weird feeling to have like something that meant so much to you just consistently get ignored by the company that made it. I know that like fans keep putting her into the games, thankfully. Like Kotane fans are like the real warriors. But it's like, you know, I like it is that like I don't need to go through like a bajillion hoops just to have a character that I like, and again means so much to me, be represented in any of these games. It's like the dancing Persona 3 one wasn't even canon. I get it with the 4 thing, because, like, yeah, P4 was, like, legit canon to the series. I get that. P3 and P5 weren't. Oh, yeah, Joker is in... Or Ren. Ren is in that Sonic game. Which I'm like the only human being alive. That's not true. I'm one of the very few people alive who legit think that Sonic R is like a solid like game, like foundation that should have gotten more. Like I legit think that game should have gotten a second try. Because to me, Sonic should always be in like a foot race kind of thing. I get that the kart racing thing is like, you know, huge and big and like I guess it's maybe like more marketable. But for Sonic, to me it makes way more sense for them to all be like on foot. I don't know how you miss me, buddy, but I'm happy. if I didn't run. I love the reload animation of this gun. I don't even have time to aim for the bell anymore. Oy, 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 oy. Let's get everything reloaded. Thank you, Windows. There's fan-made Danganronpa games? I guess I shouldn't be that shocked, but I just heard nothing about any of them. I've heard more about Lisa, like, fan games than Danganronpa. Oh. God. I mean, I can't say they're that wrong. Like, oh my God. I mean, well, we had to see it at least once. I gotta keep remembering, don't run, because they're gonna hear me. But it's also just hard not to run when there's all this stuff going on in this room. Yeah. I agree with that. Just the different, like, just, it's a very creative series, if nothing else. Like, I'll never take that away from it. Oy, 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 oy. And that is why we keep the Magnum. For emergencies. I have only a first aid spray. That's fine. At least we made it. And then I'm going to be able to reload the Magnum when we get to the merchant. As we're about to deal with Salazar's right hand. And that fight is much easier with a Magnum than it is with that one.
Ashley.
Yeah, as I said with, as I said before.
Leon!
I think the only real issue I have with Dangan is that
know when it's time to throw in the towel?
it really hinges on its, like, twists. And, like, you know, what character lives and what character dies. That repeat playthroughs end up, like, you end up feeling like you don't really get much out of the game compared to other story-focused games like it.
Won't fall for this old trick.
How dare you! No more games! Kill him! Kill! Quickly! We shall prepare for the ritual!
Leon, you're alive.
I do find that gag of, like, won't fall for this whole trip because of Chief Irons also had a trapdoor in RE2. Your right hand comes off.
Say whatever you please. Die, you worm!
I've sent my right hand to dispose of you. Your right hand comes off. Oh, I love Leon so much.
Welcome. Got some rare things on
Between
board.
him and I think him and Jill are my two favorite, like, Resident Evil characters.
Thank you. What are you selling? Is that all? Thank you.
Chris is fine.
Is that all? Thank you. Is that all? Thank you.
Like, I appreciate Chris
Is that
as just
all?
like a legacy character.
Thank. Come back anytime. What are you buying?
Ah, now you get the striker, which we will not be using.
Is that all? Thank you.
Here he comes. Oh, here she comes. She's a scary lady. She's an angry tiger. She's a man gobbler. Eater. She's a man eater. Give me a second. Gotta do something real quick. Not exactly. I just needed to do something real quick. I didn't go that far. I just had to put... I had, when the phone rang earlier, I always keep it off the hook because... Like, the landline is just non-existent anymore. It might as well. It's a useless invention now because the only people who call you on landline now are just robocallers and like telemarketers. So what I do so they don't just keep calling all day is that I just leave the phone off the hook so that like all they get is a busy signal. But the phone's battery ends up running out after you have it off the hook on for like 5 hours. So I was hearing it beeping, so that's why I had to go put it back on the hook. Now, if I was really going like gone, oh my god. If I was really gone, then I would have like brought us to intermission. So you can see all the lovely gifts that I've saved over the years. For the very reason. Hey, buddy. So let's just immediately pop you. God, the fact that you hear him is like, it's like the messed up part about it. Shocks like, oh wow, okay. I'm not surprised that it resonates with so many people, because yeah, that is one of those like early internet history things that not a lot of people understandably could talk about in detail. But it is a story that I, like, when I realized, it's like, okay, well, I talked about fiction that bothered me as a kid. And then I talked about, screamers after I remembered those. So it's like, okay, well, there's only one more thing to talk about within that kind of vein. And even now I think it's like, well, I could have done, like, some things a bit better. You know, like, some people might be bothered by the fact that I didn't really talk about... You know, I didn't really go into a lot of detail for a lot of stuff. I just name dropped a lot of things. But that's kind of like the thing about it. It's like there is absolutely no discernible reason for me to try and impart the same amount of, like, trauma on more people. So the only thing I could really do is just mention them by name, and it's literally just a case of, like, if you know, then you know. If not, I'm sorry to say, I will not elaborate. If no one else's sake is for my own. I thought I'd be able to get this guy. Because I don't think I can hit him. Indestructible now. That sucks. I really wanted that jewel. The only other thing I see is, like, retrying and then just using the rocket launcher on him and just buying one when we get to Salazar. You know, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well, because yeah, a full like green, red, yellow, and a first aid used up on that, and then I don't even get them. Yeah, we're gonna have to we'll have to redo that. Oh. I don't use Twitter or really any social media, so I don't know. I don't know if, when, or if anything like that like tends to happen. Yeah, I'd be happy if like the video does end up getting as much traction as like the Screamer video. Because then maybe I can go back to ordering food. Ordering out to eat. It's been a long time since I've had Wendy's. Okay. I didn't want to blow myself up, but apparently I should just win it with a direct hit. I don't know why I'm going this way if I'm going to end up using that anyway. I'm going to backtrack here when we're done. I just hope nobody, like... And nobody's, like, taken this so far. So, like, I'm glad that it's not... I'm glad that it hasn't come off that way to anybody. I hope that it continues not to, because... You know, that's not why I did it. But, like, I hope nobody ends up, like going about that video and thinking that me telling that story is supposed to be just like me throwing a pity party, or like me wanting people to feel sorry for me. No, I'm stressing that I was a stupid idiot child and I've effectively ruined the rest of my life doing that. There is no reason. There is no good reason I should have done that. And it, like, any minor, like, oh, but, like, you know, like, oh, but it worked? It's like, yeah, but I then have to spend a decade being afraid of human beings and having a complete identity crisis. I do not think that about a year or two, or not even that, like a few months of not having children bully me was worth that trade. I don't think so. And sure, like, me as a kid couldn't foresee that, like, that type of effect happening on me, but now that I can say that in hindsight, it's like, that was a stupid thing that I did. It was a stupid, dumb thing that I did. And there has been no real benefits to me doing it. Besides the initial, oh, well, now people don't bother me as much because I don't give them the reaction that they need. I'm just gonna let that phone ring. Because I can't take it off the hook again, because then the phone would be dead. Okay, that's much better.
It seems that Salazar is having difficulty taming
FNAF
the
gameplay.
American pig.
Hello? Hello?
Salazar had his chance. Krauser.
Oh, what are you doing here? Didn't you get the memo? Place is closed down. At least for a while.
Consider it done.
Someone used one of the suits, a yellow one. 41 deaths, Jesus Christ. We are making steady progress though. 7 hours? Well, almost 8 hour stream. But like, and we're at 4-1 already? We genuinely might do this in one day. I might be doing pretty good. I might actually be able to finally do this. Stranger. Now that's a weapon.
Thank you.
Your finest rocket launcher, please.
What are you selling? Is that old? Thank you. Is that old? Thank you.
Right, it needs the
What are you buying?
needs the crest, so I can't get rid of that yet.
What are you buying? What are you buying? What are you
Can
buying?
I still no ammo thing.
Anytime.
Okay, so oh, but can I upgrade my shotgun's
buying?
damage?
Is that all? Thank you.
No. Okay, so everything's as powerful as it can be. Oh, is this the lava room? Oh, we're not there yet. Oh, we're in the mines. Wow, okay. Yeah, I do not remember some of these rooms. Oh no, the lava place is on... Isn't the lava place on the island? Actually, might be thinking way far ahead. Past the half. Yeah, we're pretty past the halfway point. We were past the halfway point when, let's say around when Ashley ended up stuck to the wall. I'd say that's pretty about where the halfway point is. Man, we just gotta do this. We gotta do this section. Then we go up the elevator, like, room with, like, the Donkey Kong flaming barrels and all that sort of thing. We deal with Salazar. And then we're just on the island. And there's only like 3 chapters on the island, then we'll be done. Yeah, we are cooking. It's still funny. You playing any more streams after this one? Well, we talked about potentially doing the Summer Games Fest one. Besides that, I don't have any immediate plans of, like, an idea of, like, games to stream, but I would like to stream more often. Detrás de ti, imbécil. It's funny that, like, your context-sensitive, like, attacks are dependent on who you're fighting. I'm surprised I didn't get blown up doing that. Yeah, then I had to do this. Holy cow! Thank you so much. Puddin. Puddin. I think that's... I don't know what R is. Is that rubles? Do I have viewers in Russia? It'd be wild to me if so. That's Brazilian, okay. Some people call it Robux. The only immediate, like, currency signs that I know, besides, like, the dollar, is pounds, yen, and then pesos. Those are the only ones that I know, like, immediately off of like seeing the signs. Everything after that is like, sorry, don't know. It's just mainly due to the fact that when I had the money to commission artists, like the majority of them were either Spanish artists, Japanese artists, or they were artists from Europe. Oh, okay. Interesting. Dynamite? That's dynamite. You want to go down the hole? Ooh, nice. Won't save. No to free magnum ammo. I thought he was slick. Oh, this is the room. This isn't on the island. I was correct. Okay, I'm not completely losing my mind. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I have 4 cans of first aid spray. That is the most cans of first aid spray I've had this entire run. And they're all gonna be gone by the end of this chapter. I'm on the East Coast. That is as much information as I'm willing to divulge. Yeah, I wanted to move to Maine. For no other reason than, like, it's because Stephen King. I'm not even gonna lie. It's like, it just seemed like the horror capital of the country. Steer clear so that dude doesn't try to reach and grab me. Yeah. But also, it's like I looked into it, and it's like it's a really cool, like, temperature-wise, it's a very cool part of the country to be in, and I can't stand the heat. I'm so against it. So, like, a place that's like there. From the research that I did, and I saw that it was like the crime rate there was pretty low. It's like just like a very quiet part of the country. Oh my god. So I just thought it would be like a nice place to move there, and just to give you a little bit of the specifics of where I am. I'm relatively close to Maine. I'm not across the country, like, from it. I'm very close to it, without being, like, next door. Yeah, once learning that the economy's kind of, and again, being too broken of a person to actually function in a normal, like, job setting, and having this be the only thing I can, like, really call a job. Yeah, they just kinda, like, threw out those plans. So I just had to be just, you know, happy with where I am. Just be glad that I still have a roof over my head. This thing does... If this thing does ever take off, and I can make, like, a sizable, like, decent living doing this, that would be, like, the big dream, is to try and move. And actually live in Maine. The problem is that I spent, like, almost 30 years of my life here. Yeah, like, part of me is just like, maybe I would just get too used to being here that I wouldn't know how to operate in a different place. But I'd rather, like, I'd rather take that chance to be happier in life than to just be too worried about, like, not about things being worse. Too afraid to take that next step. I told you I was going to end up using every single first aid spray in this room. Oh my god. And what's so stupid is that, like, they were both over that pit. They were both over that pit when I pulled that lever, but only one can fall in there at a time. That's all I needed. I just needed to do one more shot. Of course. Thanks for the pesetas. Yep, here we go. After all the trouble I had with these bugs beforehand, this was the one area that I was just like, oh god, how am I gonna do against this one? The very least. I can unload like a whole clip and miss every shot. When I'm done doing that, I can actually down these guys relatively well. Here's the funny thing about that. Despite, like, how much I am, like, a horror nut, and despite, like, how much... Despite how much, like, I have, like, an interest in horror and the like, all of my stories are like some of the most like just wholesome stuff. And like they'll just like standard like I mean, I guess I wouldn't really say adventure stories, but it's like they're a lot of my stories are like a lot more comedic and lighthearted, but they'll have bits and pieces of horror in them. I have not written a story that's just all horror. You know, where like that's the whole focus. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm glad that, like, you get anything out of my videos, because besides me just having fun making them, it is at least reassuring to know that, like, my mentality of, like, oh, I'm getting better at doing this, and I'm not just, like, delusional. That, yeah, I am in fact getting better at doing, like, videos and such. And they are resonating with people in a way that... Boy almighty. Again, I never realized how much I don't like these things in professional. Maybe I did know, but I just, like, it's been so long since I played this game in professional that I just forgot. But yeah, these guys suck in professional mode. Normal, they're not that big of an issue. But again, because every single hit does, like, almost all of my health. And these guys just do pot shots at plenty. That stuff racks up. I don't know how I'm alive. How in the... Oh, God. I can't even fathom that. How do you... How do you do that to your own child? Oy. Every single time I'm in a room with these things, the death count just, like, scales. Just racks up instrumentally. Not helped by my terrible aim. Maybe that's a trick now. Just don't let them get above you. Easier said than done once we get up here, but... it's the thought that counts. No, I really don't have any kind of predictions, because I don't know what Sony makes anymore. And like, it's too soon, like, for like any info on like the God of War remakes. They literally just announced that they're starting development on those. So there's no way that they have footage of those that like even remotely close in any kind of build or anything. I mean, I'd love Ape Escape to come back, but I don't think that's Sony's thing anymore. I don't think games like that are really something Sony's interested in funding anymore. I'm kind of surprised that we don't get, like, Little Big Planet anymore. Like, I thought those games did well. Again, it's like, you know, it doesn't seem like that's Sony's thing anymore. They want to make their games like cinematic experiences and less like video games. Oh, I didn't even hear about that, about 3. I honestly think I like the Reavers in 5 more. Because that was the fact that they were just, like, they had like a distinct pattern that you can find, and like they were easier to take to deal with. I also just think those are a bit cooler than these guys. I remember seeing footage of, I remember seeing people remake, like, the original Legend of Zelda in like, Little Big Planet 2. Yeah, and being so, like, blown away by, like, not only just the tools that that game has, but also just the way that people can even learn to do stuff like that. Hawk? Do I hear no wings? Until I press the switch, of course, but still. Did I actually deal with all these things? I remember hearing about dreams for like years and years. And then it finally came out and then I didn't hear anybody talk about if it was good or not. I kind of want to... I'm frightened now. I do not want to do this room over, so I'm just gonna... I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna reset my checkpoint. Before I mess up. I had to do this whole thing over again. I do think I saw the bomb on Battlefield 1, yeah. Yeah, I think the thing about Dreams is that it just took so long. To the point that now the novelty of making games inside of games is kind of moot now, because you know you could just make those into actual games. So you could actually just learn how to, like you said, program in Godot or any of these other gaming engines, and then just make your game. And then you can actually get to sell it, as opposed to have it only be locked to the online to a game that is exclusively on one, like, that is exclusively on one platform. Yeah, this was the one I was worried about, but it's fine now. Made it perfectly fine. We're okay. I still just wanted to be absolutely certain. And now you can put this together. Yeah, the Salazar family crown. Yeah, that's like the other thing about it. It's like Little Big Planet was a single player experience, and then also had a level creator in it. Dreams is just a game maker. So it's not like Mario Maker, where like they have actual levels designed by, you know, Miyamoto and the crew and the boys. And then like all those things are just to teach you basically how like stuff like that would work, so that you can then make your own Mario levels.
What are you buying? What are you buying? Is that all?
More capacity, more firepower, if you please.
Thank you. What are you buying?
It's still got ammo in it, so let's do firepower, reload speed.
Thank you. Is that all?
I can do more firepower with the shotgun. I can finally get more ammo,
What are you
but
buying?
I already have ammo in it right now, so might as well wait on that one. I am starting to run low on money, though. I didn't even know you can make games in Fortnite. Oh, that was still just a battle royale. They had a single player that they were going to add to more, and then they just completely dropped it because the battle royale made more money. Which is a bit of a shame, because I like... even though it's just basically like zombies, like COD zombies, or like, you know, just horde mode. I think the game's fun. Like the gameplay of it is fun. Then having something like that can't be like too bad. At the very least, have it be like an extra. Even if it doesn't do well as the main game. It's kind of crazy. That's the thing about a lot of these live service games, is that they try and do everything. Because they're just like, well, we need to be more than just a game at that point. We need to actually be like a hub for all the potential things that you could end up doing in said game. You know, I'm just like, do you really? Do you? No, I think you could just be a game. Sorry if that's my grandma take. I'm just like, you know, I'm just an ancient fossil that's about to turn 30 this year. Forgive me. You're speaking out of turn. But back in my day, you bought a game, you played it, And if you beat it and you liked it, then you played it again if you liked it. If not, then you moved on to the next thing. You played it again later. Now, I know as children we always were just like, oh man, I'm gonna be playing this game forever, like. But even then, we knew that the game couldn't ever last that long. That wouldn't be feasible. That wouldn't be reasonable. Just double check, make sure I didn't miss anything. And then, even then, we would get bored of it eventually. Now we have the same exact thing happening for a lot of people. But now we have the added view of there being, like, ways to pay money after already buying the game, or, like, interacting with it in the case of free-to-play stuff. So then people end up having this kind of, like, this mentality that they're trapped, essentially. Because, like, you can't drop, like, $200 on a game over the course of, like, 2 years or whatever. And then just suddenly stop playing it. You gotta get your money's worth. You can't just have all that money go to waste. You spent more money on that game than any console game, period. Well, then you're just stuck playing that game even after you're done with it. It's funny, when they brought, when Miku got announced for the game, I had not played Fortnite, like, in years. Did the bear trap just destroy the shotgun ammo? I didn't even know it did that. Guy, how many of these can you take? Man, I hadn't played Fortnite in like maybe 2-3 years, maybe more than that. But I was like, you know what? I'll come back for Miku. And then I remembered how Fortnite like makes money. There we go. Goodness gracious. And realized that if I would want Miku, then I would need to buy the battle pass and then like play the game for a long time until I could actually like unlock the costume. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Never mind. I spent all that time installing the game and then I just went right back and deleted it. Trusted thieves. Thank you for that. You know, I just don't know why we can't have both. You know? I just don't know why we can't have like your realistic family dramas and like your Oscar nominee winning performances, and also have like a silly goofy series where you're a bunch of kids like catching like monkeys with like some of the best music in the business like following you around. I don't know why we can't just have both. It's not even like the same people make those games. PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale 2. You wanna know a series I thought about the other day that I was just like, how did this series just, like, disappear? Infamous. You remember Infamous at all? That was a real solid game. With like a lot of, like, from what I was led to believe, like, well-respected entries. And then the PS4 game happens, and then nothing. We just never get another one of those games again. I never actually ended up playing that one. I have it, because I bought it when I had my PlayStation 4. Like, it was on sale for like $4 at one point. So like, I still have it on my PlayStation account. But straight up, it's like, completely forgot that I used to love those games. Because they just don't exist anymore. Killzone I get. Like, Killzone's gone. Just from, like, a narrative standpoint, it really should have ended after 3, but Shadowfall, like, I guess, like, buried it. Because there was nothing else that you could do after that point. Realistically, there was nothing you could have really done after the 3rd game. You nuked the home world of the main threat. The fact that they then make an entry that's just like, yeah, so then they brought all the aliens that didn't get, radialized by the mega nuke. And just, like, gave them a spot in, like, on Earth. Also, Gravity Rush, yeah. That one's just from, like, Sony closing Japan studio. Yeah, that's just like a... This ends up being like a result of that. You know, like, even though I didn't like The Last Guardian, I much preferred, like, Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. Like, I still applaud, like, those devs for even, like, for always, like, just trying new things. And never at any point in time where I would be like, stop trying to grow. You stagnate and you like it. There's something new happening with Twisted Metal? Oh, that series would have gone the way of the dodo because you can't try and put cars and stuff in games anymore because like the car companies would actually want you to like license them. And nobody wants their like pristine like shiny car like to get destroyed in a video game, so you can't have any of that fun stuff anymore. We had a TV show based on Twisted Metal. It's on its second season already, and no one talks about it. Well, no one knows it exists, apparently. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. What is it even about? Is it just, like, different... Is it just, like, people, like, playing Calypso's game? That's my immediate question now. Is like, how do you make a show about Twisted Metal, and then how do you make a show about Twisted Metal that has a second season? It only came out in July 2023, July. Oh, okay. So it's not that too far away. Thank you so much. I get the feeling of, or I get the mentality of rewatching stuff. So, like, I'm glad to hear that other people do that too. Because I absolutely rewatch videos from like channels that I very much enjoy. Especially like really good ones. Like I just rewatched Defunct Land's video about the Disneyland animatronics. That is a spectacular two-part like video. And I was just as surprised at what they did to Walt as I was the first time around. I was just like, oh, he looks so weird. Why? Why did they do this? And it's like, well, Disney did it. He opened the floodgates, and in like a cosmic sense of irony, it's come back around to be his lasting legacy. Yeah, I don't know how there isn't like an Uncharted movie. Unless there is and I just completely missed it, but I'm surprised for like something like the Uncharted series, there hasn't been any like thought process to have those games be like do more like Nathan Drake adventures before the end of 4. Or to take take after their daughter. Like they end up like she ends up getting into like the treasure hunting business as well. Like they did the Last of Us TV show. I figured that there is an Uncharted movie. There's Tom Holland. Isn't that the Spider-Man dude? Isn't that like current Spider-Man? My Spider-Man's still Tobey Maguire. I am glad that my videos could somehow help you study. I end up getting too distracted by stuff like that to have audio going on when I work. That's partially why it takes me so long to script, because if I'm in the middle of something, I can't focus really on that. I can't really focus on watching a video or listening to it and trying to script a video, so then I have to finish one before I can even work on the other. I've had like the mentality, maybe not so much anymore because like, you know, this company isn't really what they used to be anymore, but like before like Kamiya left Platinum, before they kind of just stopped doing things, I was always of the belief that Platinum should have made an F-Zero game where Captain Falcon goes on like beating up like space pirates and other types of like stuff, and then you can have like F-Zero races to like earn money for like upgrades, not only for your combat abilities, but also like your racer. I feel like that would have been an amazing thing to make, but we're never getting that. I can't believe that actually hit me. Didn't Matt Pat, like, try to be a politician or something? Huh. I'm surprised I'm messing this up. Is it because I have no health? That might have something to do with it. Because I think quick time events are harder the less health you have. Yeah, it seems like it. I'm pretty sure Silk Road is like a drug site. It's not necessarily the same thing as a shock site. Interesting. How am I messing this one up? I didn't think that this one was gonna be this big of an issue. I can really match this one now. There we go. For some reason that was the hardest quick time event in the game.
So nice you could join us, Mr. Scott Kennedy.
You again.
The sacred rite that's about to begin at this tower shall endow the girl with magnificent power. She will join us, become one of us.
This is no ritual. It's
Have a
terrorism.
good night.
Isn't that a popular word these days? Not to worry. We've prepared a special ritual for you.
The face that he gives. It's just like the delayed reaction of getting stabbed in the hand. Yeah, Markiplier making the Iron Lung movie was one of those things where I was like, okay, that makes sense. Because I remember that movie, that game in particular was something that like really resonated with him. You know, like out of a lot of the games that he played, that was the one where he was like, he wanted to know so much more about that game's like world and story, and he found it so interesting. And genuinely, like a lot of the big time like creators and stuff like that, they could fund projects like that if they so wanted to. It's just kind of a shame that like most people that are that big don't really think to do that kind of thing. And for those that do, they only think about it in the sense that it's like, well, I can make my movie. And then you watch it and like I've seen like maybe 3 or so like YouTuber horror movies. Two of them were effectively just vlogs. Like they were literally just like play on vlogs like that they already do like on their channel, and then just like had horror elements thrown in there. Yeah, you could take this and like preserve it or what have you. But I solemnly swear, if I ever make enough money that I can fund like some indie game or like a project that needs to get get off the ground, like, and I truly believe in it and like want to be like behind it and stuff like that, 100% I'm doing it. Like, no questions, no hesitation even. And like, I don't need to be in it. I don't need to like at the very least, like the only thing I would ask is like, you know, like you can maybe put like, you have my character be like a cameo in it. That's like the most I will ask out of any of these people. Besides that, I'm just like, it's like, no, you're the talented people here. I'm just funding it. So go crazy. Going up. Ow. Buddy. I do find it a neat detail that because there's so many of these guys dropping down, you realize that it's like, oh, about now is when the ritual to try and like convert Ashley ended, and now all these guys are just funneling out to them to now just deal with you. Oh, you're kidding me. Here's the Yume Nikki movie. Bruh. I never did that follow-up video. I may mention that it's like, yeah, I would try to do... It's like I would want to do a video about the reimagining. And I just never ended up doing it. I should really fix that. Yeah, I think there's enough to talk about it just from the grounds that it's essentially like a sequel. it's like it's essentially a continuation of the original game, because it starts with Madatsky like walking out of a convenience store and like ending up outside of her apartment building, and there's like a blood splatter on the ground, and like then you hear the thud, and then like the game starts from there. And it's been my like prevalent theory that that is in a sense pointing out that like a long-standing belief that like the community had about the original, in that like maybe Madatsky's never actually did commit suicide. Maybe she's still in the dream, and it's just like another layer. And the idea that it is in fact the same, it is in fact like that kind of thing. And like, you know, this might be just me, like this might be me reading way too much into it, but I think it's very important to point out that the original Yume Nikki is never actively trying to scare you. There is nothing in that game besides like the burbs. There is nothing in that game that is actively trying to cause harm to you, but everything in the reimagining wants you gone. Everything in the reimagining wants you dead, or like mutilate you, eat you, like all these types of things. And it's my belief it's because the dream itself is like angry at Madatsky for trying to escape. So it's like her own dream world is now turned on her, and that's why everything in the game's so antagonistic about it. Now, granted, like, unless I can actually talk to the creator and like pick their brain about it, that's all speculation. That is all my interpretation of that reimagining.
Is that old? Is that old?
But I think literally the fact that they even called it a reimagining before the game came out was to try and like prep people for that kind of thing, because like, we even talked about it earlier in this stream. Like, Final Fantasy VII Remake is a very meta like type of thing of like trying to keep the story on rails, and like the spirits in that are effectively like fans of Final Fantasy VII that want this remake to be exactly the same, no changes. And I think that's such an interesting way to go about it, especially for a game like FF7, which was such a big deal. I understand that some people cannot then gel with that, and they just wanted FF7. They didn't want to look in the mirror about how they've been screaming about like a remake of this game for like 20 years. And then complaining that it's not 100% just doing the same thing that was done before. But I find stuff like that really interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of the Peru theory. Again, there's some theories for like certain games or like series and such that I could bring mention to them, and like some people would not know what I'm talking about, but other ones people will immediately know and get it. Like, I don't know many people who know about the
monsters. Guess after this there'll be one less to worry about.
I don't know many people who know about the Silent Hill circumcision theory. But enough people do recognize that happened. just me saying that would probably like get some people to go, oh, that whole thing. But then, like, especially like newer fans of Silent Hill that may have like showed up for short F or the Silent Hill 2 remake. Dang. Yeah, it was the guy who edited the wiki. It was just one guy that was trying so hard to convince everybody. It's like you're blind sheeple for not seeing the obvious symbolism for this, and everyone was consistently saying, "Bro, what are you going on about?" It's just like, what are we talking about here? Like, at the very least, it's a theory. It's a crackpot theory that you yourself have come up with. It's not what the game was trying to be about. It's absolutely not what that game was trying to be about. I don't think I ever noticed that like you leave the rocket launcher like on the ground when you use it. Yeah, that's that boss fight done. So now yeah, okay. I'm of the belief now. I think we can do this in just one stream. Because all that's left now is the island. And unless the regenerators are going to give me a lot of headache, I think we will be able to complete this by night. I might have to, like, put something in the oven. Like, cook, though, because it is almost 4. Oh, hang on a second. It's almost 4. No, he just sit here on the thing about Homecoming is that wasn't even done by Konami. That was done by a different that was done by an American studio. I forget if I think it was what is it? I think it was Origins. Either it was Origins or it was Shattered Memories that was the first game to really not be made by like a Japanese studio. Yeah. I realized that it's 3. I completely missed the time to do this. I didn't end up getting Rio. That's fine. I'm not too big on that outfit. I got Himari at least. That's the only one I really wanted. I would take a break, boss. You know, like at the very least, because you know, Blue Archive's good. The process of doing dailies is only going to be like 2-3 minutes. Because I can't with so many of these other games. They're just like, oh, don't you want to like run around for like 20 minutes to do stuff? It's like, no. Every day? Are you kidding me? Citation needed. I mean, I could have put a timer. I could have put a timer for how long this takes. I think it was 3:43. Not 43. I think it was 3:44 when I started doing this. It's I said 40 again. 3:54 when I started doing this. It's 3:56 now. So it's only been 2 minutes. And I'm almost done. Yeah, Genshin Daily. That's part of the reason why I don't stick with that game. Along with every other issue I have with it. But absolutely, I cannot with the dailies in that game. Especially, it's like, again, when you get when you play gachas that are really good and do everything right and actually respect your time, you have little to no patience for all the games that don't. Never played Blue Archive? I'm still of the belief that it is quite possibly the best game. Like the best mobile game. Just in general. Like, I've been continuously like blown away at how, not just from like character writing or like the story, gameplay integration, which is just done so well. And then just also how much the devs clearly love what they're doing. They put so much care and attention to everything. Like, I did not think I would care as much about guns until, like, I had to look up so many things about, like, all the different types of details that the characters, like, treat their guns in the game. And how it ends up saying a lot about the character in general. Like, one of the characters who's from Red Winter, Marina, she has like sort of like a Thompson SMG kind of gun. And it has like a drum barrel that you can unhook and then like remove and then you replace it. The proper way to care for that gun when reloading it is that you're supposed to just take the new drum and then move it, like just slide it into like place. But Marina slams it into the hatch, which absolutely messes up that gun's barrel and just screws it up entirely. And then you do her relationship story, and she keeps talking about how she has to keep doing maintenance on her gun. And it's like, yo, that's so much time, that's so much, like, thought put into something like that. And also, like, just, like, makes sense, again, from the character's perspective, because she's a very, like, rash, like, very, not, like, doesn't like think things through before she acts kind of person. And it ends up fitting so well for them. I'm just completely blown away that you could use something to that effect to help convey a character.
Is that old? Thank you.
Or particular. Kara Nisha started a Blue Archive channel. I've been trying to make a video on Blue Archive like every day since the first year that game came out. But every single time I always like go, I can't, because it'd be so much. It'd just be so much to, like, unload on people. And I thought about, like, okay, maybe I could just, like, do, like, a do like chapter like reviews sort of
Ready,
like
Rod
thing
Hanson?
where it's like I basically detail the whole plot of the game beginning to end and just like do it in sections. But then I also decided against that because it's like, but then I would just be doing that. that would effectively take over for a majority of the stuff that I did. If I was even remotely like consistent with making videos and I didn't get burnt out on making them so often,
Got some business to take care of.
I probably could stick with something like that. Yeah, I know it has a dedicated niche, but like I want to do other things besides like stick with one thing. I can't stick with one thing for long.
I hate to break it out to you, but Salazar's dead.
Yes, it seems that way.
Sadler, why don't you give up and let Ashley go home?
Perhaps you are disillusioned with overconfidence, just because you killed my small-time subordinate.
Sadler, you're small-time.
Arrive in my cage of torment, my friend.
But yeah, because I mean, I'm just talking about all the types of things I have in the works. I have a video that, if I actually dedicate time to it, I could get it done before the end of this month. And that is a video on African urban legends. I have all of them cataloged. Like I have the ones that I'm going to talk about picked out. I just need to like finish doing research for the rest of them. I have like 4 entries done, and it's technically 13, but like I kind of label it as 10 because of the way that like some of those legends are like one and the same. It's almost like the Latin America one where it's like, yeah, there's brujas and all that sort of thing, but that term means something different in this part of the world. Well, it also means something different in that part of the world, kind of thing. For Africa, there's just different parts of Africa that have like similar legends, but then like have a because of a different dialect, whether it's like Dutch or like Zimbabwe or something to that effect, they end up having a completely different name and like branch off of like a different legend, if that makes sense. So yeah, that could be the next video if I dedicate the time towards that instead of anything else. And just because of how much time it takes to do these videos, I can't really spend the time to just focus on writing a whole script for like chapter 1 of Blue Archive and then try to make anything else. Because even though I could like just like recite that type of stuff from memory, actually like writing it out so that it's understandable for people who don't already know the game is a different matter entirely. And that's like the biggest hurdle when it comes to scripting stuff for me, is always try to make something make sense to somebody who hasn't already done all of the research that I've done. I am fine with doing like just like videos that don't require scripting. On occasion, though, because I'm not the best public speaker. I'm not the best at improv or anything like that. So it is something that I try to mitigate because I'm much more confident when I can actually like put my thoughts in order. Speaking of, so I haven't really talked about this game at all, but like Uma Musume Pretty Derby came out last year, and while I have been signing into that game each day, I've not actually been playing it at all, because I have an idea to do a video specifically when the character that I wasted a shot. Specifically when the character that I actually want to play with in that game, like, comes out. And after almost a full year, that character comes out later this month. So I might, like, go through with it and end up doing, like, a video on Uma Musume just to have it. And then also just kind of, like, actually learn that game, because I've been so interested in that game, like, in general. But again, I never, like, dedicated the amount of time to figure out everything that goes on with that game. Because I wanted to wait until the one horse that I actually know about was playable. So yeah, that might also be something that I end up doing this month. Peter, the horse is here. I think, like, the positive I can say about, like, just having, like, no money. Okay. I think the positive about having no money is that I don't have the issue that other people have. Like, I don't have a gambling issue. I don't have any of this, like, problems like that. Primarily because I do not have money to spend. And also because, like, this is, like, a weird, point to make, but no one in my family has ever had, like, gambling problems. They have, like, so ever since I was young, I've just had, like, the idea that it's, like, you know, if you spend money to play in, like, slots or anything like that, like, you figure out what your budget is, you spend that, and then anything beyond that point, like, if you lose all that money, then that's it. That's, like, you're done playing. Alright, time to go back, like, time to go outside and, like, enjoy life again. And, like, I understand that my family's, like, probably, you know, an outliner in that, because I always hear about stories of, like, people whose lives are got destroyed by, like, gambling and, like, that type of addiction. But I think it's just weird that like nobody in my family had that issue, and as a result, I can't really see it in that anything like that in that type of light. Like, I obviously get the issue of, you know, a gambling addiction and like the companies and such that prey on like people like that. But I can only view that under the I can only view it under the general statement of thank you so much. We're almost done with the game, which is surprising to me. So I think we can actually do it. I'm believing more and more as I'm going along. Yeah, I don't know. It's also a weird thing to have like that kind of just like non-existent reaction or personal vendetta against gambling or anything like that. This has been a really fun scene. I enjoyed the last 7 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I've been at this for 9 hours, 33 minutes so far. So yeah, absolutely we'll probably have to cook something. And then we would just have another intermission while I go eat. Maybe then I can end up playing like the music that I prepared, because I downloaded all this music that I ended up not using any of it. PlayStation Showcase starts. I mean, like, we could do like an intermission and watch that, and then like go back to playing this. I would then have to change the title though, because then it wouldn't just be RE4. I mean, if I keep this pace, I might be able to beat this game in like another 2 hours. Which again, I'm just more shocked than anything. I didn't catch that I was out. Luckily, he's an idiot. Stupid, dumb, idiot child. see. Oh. How did you not die from that, buddy? Okay.
Welcome. Got some rare
Things
What are
on
you
sale,
selling?
stranger.
Is that all? Thank you. Is that all? Thank you.
I think I might
What
have
are you
missed one of the
buying?
treasures.
What are you buying? Come.
I got 7 shots, yeah. No upgrading that, but
What
can
are you
I?
buying? Is that
Yeah,
all?
get free ammo from that.
Thank you.
Really gonna have to make that stuff
What are you buying?
last now. Ah, the Killer 7.
Is that all? Thank.
A whole suitcase just for shotgun ammo. Museum of the Days of the ORE. So there's 2 things on this island that have always stuck with me for 2 entirely different reasons. One is obviously this. Like, Oven Man? Oven Man's a big takeaway from this game. I just love the statement, what was he doing in here? Because you don't know. There is no discernible reason as to why he was in there. It's just a way to freak you out. And there's a second moment like it on this island that's less aggressive like that. That again has just been something that has stuck with me. I sound lets you know when we get close to it. Wow. That's what I'm gonna take with that. Which, fun fact, in the original games, the herbs and such, for like they grew around Raccoon City and such, had like such medicinal properties that you could put it on like a patch, and then you effectively like put it over the wound and it would heal it. They made it spray in this one, which is then what 5 ends up doing. And then in 6, they're like Tic Tacs. And it's got all like pills that you pop. And then 7's like... 7's like jars of just like medicinal like juice. And I don't know if 9 switches it up, because I still haven't played 9. Forgot about you. Like, she's just really wants us to know that she needs help. And that's fair. I'm the one that's messing up. You took 4 shots more than last time. That's so stupid. I keep forgetting him. I keep forgetting that he's gonna be right there. What in the world were they eating here? Hey, your name is Leon and your wife needs you in the other room ASMR. Not beating the dance on the stress allegations. Like, to be fair, not, like, everybody in the Resident Evil can be, like, stars. Really, Leon shouldn't even be, like, on the par that he is now, but it's only because, like, of his military training that he ends up being as good as he is.
Just hang in there, Ashley. I'm coming for you.
Like, most people in the Resident Evil universe are just, like, normal people. Like, they're not super soldiers. STARS was essentially a group of super soldiers. They were like the SWAT team for Raccoon City. And the only thing that, like, the Umbrella incident did was just make them, like, have like the goal of taking them down by any means necessary. So when you just have people that skilled and then give them that kind of like lifelong mission, yeah, I'm not surprised that like people like Chris and the like can just get by and do some of the wildest things. But then I'm also not surprised when people like Rebecca and the like, who aren't like crazy people, or like Claire, who has had no like kind of training or anything like that, they're not exactly like gonna match the power level of these people, because they're just normal civilians that get brought into this kind of thing. How? How? There we go. The true message is that Spain sucks. I could have just took out the rifle, but we're gonna need that rifle real soon. So I'm being a bit sparing with it before we end up getting there. God, I have not played Portal 2 in years. A great game, though. I even remembered what the button was. I still pressed the wrong one. You know, it just helps you backtrack better. Let's do this. That's not what I wanted to do. What kind of experiments are going on here? Hey, buddy. Oh no, that was the worst thing I did. Because he just does that now. I mean, Romania sucks. I don't know. Did you ever play Outlast? I have played the Outlast games, yeah. I didn't play the most recent one. Like the Outlast Trials or whatever. But I did play 1 and 2. Yeah, I think the camcorder thing's fun. It's one of the few things that I will like, because I generally don't really feel that the sort of like hide from a monster or something chasing you like gameplay is that interesting, because once you play it in one game, you played it in like every other game. Cool. The way the camera always moves for this dude is always like kind of fun. God. Yeah, okay. I don't think doing things the harder way works on professional. I think I just have to avoid this guy until I can get the infrared scope. Yeah, I think that the Outlast games are like, I think they're really like decent games. Two genuinely made me uncomfortable at several points. Which, like, that's like the whole point of 2, is to make you uncomfortable. And, like, just, boy howdy, mission accomplished. Ow. Yeah, I see that. Especially with, oh god, what's his name? Lucas. Lucas in particular really made RE7 feel like an Outlast game. getting this thing doesn't mean anything if I just miss every single shot. I gotta question that at all. I don't want to. I think I have to. Just so I can get a shot at it. Oh. Him is like leaping. Yeah. Yeah, it's like those games have their aesthetic of just being like the grossest, grimiest games alive. And they do it very well. Got him. Took like five attempts, but I killed one of these things. And there's like 7 more. Whoosh. I've heard about mouthwashing. I've unfortunately heard too much about mouthwashing that like I already know like the bit about it before even getting to play it. But I try not to have stuff like that bother me too much. Or like impede my ability to like enjoy the game on its own merits. It's just the one in the back that's, like, the biggest issue. That doubles. I think the first games to really like mess with me while I was playing it were like the RPG Maker horror games. Like, I still think about that bit in Aoni where like you were literally looking at an item in your inventory, and as you were doing that, like one of the people there with you turn into the Aoni. And then the second that you exit the menu, it's right next to you. And you gotta start running. Ib's a real good one. I like Ib a lot. The like remake that they did where they added like that extra ending, I also appreciate, because you know, as much as Mary was, you know, a murderer, or at least potentially could be one. Like, she deserved a happy ending just as much as anybody else in the game. I'm glad they did end up actually doing that. That line that can happen where like Ib looks at Gary after after you're in a certain route, and then Ib like interacts with him and he's like, it's like, oh, Gary's sleeping. And that always like made me feel so bad, because it's more depressing when the character doesn't understand what's happening, because it not only hits that much harder because you acknowledge, you're able to figure out what it actually saying there. But then it also makes you realize it's like, God, all this is happening to somebody who doesn't even comprehend that. Like, that's how young Ib is, that she doesn't realize that somebody like that in that situation has died. And it just makes the whole situation even that much more tragic. But again, at least now you could just you can get a happy ending. You gotta work your butt off for it, but I am glad that they did add that sort of thing. The fact that they added more upsetting endings to Witch's House, I can only respect. I can only respect the chutzpah to take a game as soul-crushingly depressing as Witch's House and make endings that make you feel even more of a monster. Like Andy and Lele. I don't know anything about that game besides the dream sequence that everybody blew out of proportion. And like, I'm really bummed out about that. I hate that like there's some games that I only know about because of like the made-up controversy that a bunch of like random people on the internet decided this game needed to have, like just following it forever now. It's also one of those things where it's like, okay, the person clearly isn't condoning it. So why is it like a big deal that they wrote it in there? Especially when, again, it was apparently a dream sequence. It's not even something that actually happens. Yeah, I don't think anyone should ever apologize for making their stuff weird. Like, it's your art. You have the gall, the wherewithal to do whatever it is that you want with it. And other people just have to, like, they don't have to like it, but they should not then try and make it like, oh, this person condones doing this, that, and the other. If that was the case, everybody would have gotten over Stephen King for everything he's ever written about. I think some instances, some people just need to, like, just, like, take a step back and just kind of breathe. Remember that there's, like, an actual human being that worked on this. And not everything needs to be, like... Not everything needs to be, like, a moral debate. It's like, sometimes people just write something because they think it'd be interesting. Or they just want to convey things about how... like, how messed up the relationship between, like, these two are and how broken they are. When that's a way that, like, one of the people, like, one of the two, like, facilitates affection. That, like, she can't even see things in that kind of way anymore. She can only see it in that, at least subconsciously can only, like, see things in that kind of way. I don't think this is gonna do anything. Oh, it did. I guess because of the sound. I don't have much of a choice with this one. That's the big one dealt with. Get that back out of my hands before I end up using it to open a glass cabinet. We gotta call Mike. Oh, I didn't get any of these birds. We gotta call Mike. We gotta let Mike know that we're here.
This is Leon,
Request backup. I repeat, request backup. Damn.
Can't contact people. But don't worry, the signal did get through. The fact that that scene is optional is kind of crazy. Because if you never actually go this way, then Mike just finds Leon. just happens to find him on an island in the middle of nowhere, and no one questions it.
Welcome.
Alrighty.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. What
Yeah,
are
I'll be
you
just still
selling?
doing this.
Is that all, stranger? Thank you.
I don't think I'm too interested about what Sony's
Is that
doing.
all?
Well, if something crazy does happen, I do want to see.
What are you buying?
Right now, I'm just in the zone.
What are you buying? Is that all, stranger?
Thank you.
Come back any time. What are you buying? Is that all, stranger?
Thank you.
What are you buying?
What are you buying? Might as well. You always want to keep one on standby, though, just in case I had to have more bloggers to deal with. I think the... Oh, I gotta deal with the Iron Maidens and the garbage. And after that, though, I think that's the last ones.
You okay? Come on, let's get out of here.
It's got 59 kills. Or deaths, rather. I'm going to, because it's almost 5, so I'm going to put something in the oven so I can have something to eat relatively soon. And just so that this wasn't, just so I didn't end up wasting my time doing this, I'm going to leave you guys with some Ridge Racer music.
With a silent stare, raging through the open air, he's without a care.
I'm back. Shush. Yeah, so I put that in for about... Put that in at 5, so it should be about 5:35, 5:40 that I'll go and check on it. I like that like Ada needed to send a letter just to tell us something that what the player might have already picked up on. Not the time. Not the time. Not the time for the knife. Any other time, perfectly fine. Not now. I never noticed how you can get comboed in this game. Makes sense though, Capcom. And then the guy just comes out of nowhere to do that. I think distance actually plays a part in like the damage that some bullets take. Which for something like the shotgun makes sense, but I am surprised I had like the drop off for damage with the pistol. I would have figured the pistol, obviously not to the length of like a rifle or anything, but I wouldn't think that the drop off would be that big. Interesting.
Looks like this is it.
Ugh, it stinks.
Sure does.
No way, Leon.
Way.
Are you out of your mind?
I knew you'd be fine if you landed on your butt.
You... What is this?
Come on, let's go. Wait.
What is that thing?
It's much easier now that it's like it's not focused on me.
Follow me.
You will need a mic. Or maybe not. Might be still able to do this. You know, gotta actually hit any of them. My God. Yeah, I'm not surprised that I did enough extra damage that he didn't even need all of them gone. Jesus criminy.
Wait.
That one I'm genuinely baffled as to how I didn't hit that.
Follow me.
Oh, those were lights. It's just like, what is that up there?
there's a gate here.
Ow. Ow. You know, I never did pick up the detail of, like, the parasites would be infrared. Like, they would actually have a heat signature because the bodies are comatose. So, they're corpses, so they wouldn't exactly have a pulse or blood or anything like that going through them. Ow. My face. I don't believe I'm alive. That makes sense. I haven't put an extra herb. I believe at least.
Wait. Look, there's a gate.
Unless I just haven't. I'm starting to not pay attention anymore. Yeah. Okay. Now that one was always there. It's just after being live for 10 hours, I'm starting not to focus on stuff. cool. Oy, oy, oy. I am scrounging for stuff. I can't tell if it's just the amount of people in this room that's like messing me up, or it's just like I'm not going about this the right way. Guess it would help to reload some of these more.
Look, there's a gate here.
I do think there might be something to that, though. They're actually taking out the ones that immediately come through the door.
Look, there's a gate here.
Oh. I expected to just have them all surrounding me. Just for skipping the cutscene.
Look, there's a gate here.
got so far. Let's not have it go foobar just yet. There we go. Get me out of this room. I do wonder if this is supposed to imply that the regenerators have, like, aspects of canine in them. 'Cause I'd believe it with the mouths. Because then otherwise I don't understand why there's just a dog kennel in here. Actually, around these things aren't nearly as much of an issue. At the expense of having her just get rocked by these things over and over. Ooh, no, don't do that. Okay, so there's a merchant rope, okay. Yeah, I could use some more shotgun ammo.
Welcome.
If you'd be so inclined.
What a selection of good things. What are you buying? Is that old? Thank you. What are you selling? Is that old? Thank you. Is that all? Thank you. Is that all, stranger? Is that all? Is that all? Thank you. Come back anytime.
Yeah, might as well. I'm still missing 2 of them. Might as well get halfway there. That aspect would then be utilized in RE5.
Leave it to me, Leon.
Atlas time to shine. Sorry, he was like, hang on, maybe let him get on here so I can get some of that ammo back. The fact that it comes back for the second round is crazy.
I'm leaving it to you.
Think. A for effort. Yeah, I cannot imagine how much longer this would have taken if I didn't go back Get these outfits. That's gonna be a bit. I'm gonna have to aim a shotgun to do a sniper is to do a rifle's job. Nice. First time. Thanks total. Just like pretty smooth driving, strangers.
Welcome. Got a selection of
Good
what are you
things on
selling?
sale, stranger.
Is that all? Thank you. What are you buying?
What are you buying?
Is that all, stranger? Thank you. Is that all? Is that all? Thank you.
Yeah, probably not that. That one's not necessary in a professional run.
What are you buying? Come back anytime.
I mean, we are getting to the point where we're going to be able to get the final upgrade on pretty much most of the guns that we have. I think the only one that we might not be able to do is the broken butterfly. That's just because of how much money it takes to increase the damage on it.
Feel them growing ever so strongly inside you.
Sadler!
Perhaps you can resist, but you cannot disobey. Now, come to me, Ashley.
Ashley!
It's already begun.
66 deaths so far. But we are pretty close. I think we only have 2 chapters left. I'm going to, because I smell my food. I'm gonna go check on it, make sure it's not burning. Need a bit more time, so I think that like a few more minutes should do. And then I'll go silent to eat a bit. No, I'll put the Ridge Racer music back on. You're there, Tekken. Oh god, which one do I actually want to put on? I think we'll keep, we'll finish the rest of Ridge Racer.
What's the news on our friend Leon?
He's not making it easy. The sample?
Sadler's got it. It seems he sniffed out our little game.
Perfect.
Just so we understand each other clearly, I don't trust you, nor does Wesker. If you try to do anything clever, I will kill you.
Is that so? You know, I met Wesker long before you.
We'll see soon enough if you did.
Yeah, we'll see.
Fun. And then you immediately become Plagas and then immediately die. What is happening? What is happening? Especially when it's stuff like you happen. Put like 7 shots at you. Like, the magic pixel shows up so often in professional mode. Because I just have no health.
Been a long time, comrade.
Krauser.
I died in a crash 2 years ago. Is that what they told you?
You're the one who kidnapped Ashley.
You got on quick, as expected. After all, you and I both know where we come from.
What do you want?
The sample Sadler developed, that's all.
Leave Ashley out of this!
Oh, I needed her to buy Sadler's trust in me. Like you, I'm American.
You got her involved just for that?
All for Umbrella's sake.
Umbrella?
Almost let it slip. Enough talk. Die, comrade!
That's so rude. The fact that it swaps halfway through.
Well, if it isn't the bitch in the red dress.
Looks like we have the upper hand here.
You may be able to prolong your life, but it's not like you can escape your inevitable death, is it?
You knew each other?
More or less. Maybe it's about time you told me the reason why you're here.
Maybe some other time.
And for the rest of the game, Leon has
Enjoy
that
the
scratch on his
reunion
cheek.
with your old friend.
As a matter of fact, I did.
Wonderful. I wouldn't want my special guests on the island feeling unattended.
Guess I'm supposed to thank you, right?
Ah, I have an idea. Since you're here, why
I'm
don't
trying
I
to introduce you to
it?
It should keep you busy.
Can't remember the name, huh? A senior moment, perhaps.
Oh, enjoy the fun.
From my understanding, they completely removed it from the remake. And I'm not sure why. Oh boy, this room. Okay, I do think my food is done now. So I'm going to put us back in intermission. And then we're gonna have the Ridge Racer play. God, the soundtrack's so good. So yeah, I'm gonna be still here when I get my food. I'm gonna be just eating. So if anyone comes back and actually talks now, like, stop chewing for 5 seconds to respond. But until then, just enjoy the music. Hey, welcome back. I just got my food. I'm just gonna be eating while Ridge Racer music's playing. I have chicken and fries with me. That's what I ended up getting. And I legit forgot that they announced that Wolverine game. But yeah, I do remember it now. It was very bloody from what I remember. I think it's made, I'm pretty sure it's made by the same people who made like the Spider-Man games recently, Insomniac. Yeah, we were supposed to figure out about that Tomb Raider game. Another game by the Ghostwire Tokyo people. That's nice. I think we knew about Phantom Blade as well. It sounds familiar anyway. You may tell me with all these other games that team has been doing, like they just made Until Dawn 2. After all these different games that were doing entirely different things, they're now just doing a sequel, just a straight up direct sequel. So God of War game where Kratos' wife is the main character. That's interesting. Ridge Racer's Type 4 soundtrack is real good. Man, I'm not too surprised that Sony's back on the God of War bandwagon, because it's the only series that they've kept around from like the past 20 years. Like, Ratchet and Clank still sporadically gets games, but everything else is like, I mean, like, Namco doesn't really, like, we're playing music from it. Namco doesn't make Ridge Racer that much anymore. I think the only ones they do is like ones in arcade. Yeah, Ridge Racer's not really done. Ape Escape hasn't been done since, I think, the PSP. Well, Jack and Dexter absolutely doesn't get made anymore. Medieval. All they did was like that remake of the first game. They don't do that anymore. I think Abe's Odyssey doesn't really get games anymore. Crash had It's About Time, and then that was pretty much it. Oh god, I forgot about Tearaway. Yeah, that one died when the Vita died. Cause that was where like it was like the majority where the gimmick started. That extension, pretty much any game that they started on the Vita, so like Freedom Wars, that's also done and dusted. Although the Dimps were able to put that game on everything now, which I was like very shocked by. And it's even more shocking that so I have like the remaster on Switch, and on the title screen it still says like, you know, license 2015 Sony Computer Entertainment. And I think that's the like I might be completely wrong about that, but that's the first game I've ever seen on a Nintendo platform that has Sony like on the main menu. And that was just wild to me that they still kept that. That explains I've never played any of the baseball games. Yeah, Parappa's super dead. Like there's some games where I'm just like, well, maybe that can come back. Parappa's gone. Parappa is no longer with us. At least Sly Cooper like ended in a way. Like you could say that at least Sly Cooper like got to go off on a note that is at least like an ending. A lot of these other games like tease that they're going to make another game, and then that just never happens. Yeah, that's from New A's Exorcist. N-U-E. Exorcist. She is, she literally has a forget beam to make the main character forget that he saw upper skirt. I do believe we just have 2 chapters left. Alright, Ridge Racer. Son, get back. Yeah, we're right here. So we have the boss fight against it. We have the whole scene with Mike. Then we had the fight with Krauser. And then we rescue Ashley. And then that's effective. And then like, the only thing that's left is the final boss after that. So yeah, we're really close to the end. So cool. It's so unnecessary, but it's some of the cool. It's like they literally just made this whole section just to be cool and nothing else. There's no time for resting. Bollywood movie acting? Nah, there would be at least a few more explosions if that were if this was Bollywood. Oh, real quick, because we are at 11 minutes and 11 hours and 39 minutes. I distinctly remember there being an issue with YouTube where they don't save the chat replay. If the stream goes over 12 hours, so I'm gonna real quick stop the stream and then start it up again. So that we don't lose any, so that people watching the VOD don't end up losing any of the chat. So I'm gonna be right back in just a second. Okay. We should be back. Barring any issues. At least OBS tells me everything's going fine. It's just a massive, just screw off door for no reason. Alright, nice. Should do that. Don't think. Let's see if we can get the power up on our Magnum.
Got some rare. What are you buying?
Rare things on
Is that
sale,
all
stranger.
stranger?
Yeah, okay, so that's all good. Anything left on the shotguns that we don't need the rifle upgrade. And the pistol
Come back
is also the only thing left is ammo, so I think we should be good. This can be a relatively tough fight, so fingers crossed. Years and years and years ago, on my original channel, back when I was DibFan765, because one of my favorite show as a teenager slash like young preteen was Invader Zim, and Dib was my favorite character. I don't know why 765 was the numbers I chose. They just made sense to my child brain. I made a top 25 like disturbing bosses list. Oh my god, I already died. I made a top 25 disturbing bosses list, and this dude, the U8, he was number 1. Cause I always thought that just being in a claustrophobic setting like this, like the floating cage, the constantly fighting, like rushing to try and like get further ahead, and the thing just keeps getting more grotesque as the fight goes on. It was such like a strong fight to me. Even now, I still think that like it's a genuinely good fight. Again, I'm surprised that they just got rid of it in the remake. What's the worst fight in this game? Depends what you mean. Do you just mean like what's the weakest fight in the game, or do you just mean like what, for professional, what was the hardest fight so far? Yeah, and then these like segments like this where he's like crawling up the top and you had to keep dodging from it, and everything goes all dark when you're rushing against the clock before the next segment falls. But this is genuinely like a really cool fight. Oh, one is hardest and one is just BS. I think On professional, I think doing Salazar, like, legit would have to be, like, the hardest fight. Just because of how much, like, is going on in that fight. The most BS fight. Honestly, I don't think there's a boss fight in this game that's really unfair or, like, not, like, done well. Like, ironically, I think the... What is it? The Novistadors, the insects. Those are the biggest headache to deal with on a professional run. It's because they swarm you, and there's so many of you. There's so many that can pot shot and combo you, and then each hit does like almost half your health bar. Yeah. It's so sick. Excuse me. Squeezy. Not gonna think about that. And how that doesn't work. Oh. Still clip me. I'm trying not to waste ammo because you're gonna actually need to use it. Yeah, I think like Salazar might just end up being the hardest one because. Like, he has an insta-kill attack that you have to watch out for. You can't really damage him unless you do enough damage to the head. Ammo's gonna always be a huge concern. Like, the tentacles on the side are always gonna be, like, trying to lash out and hit you. So yeah, I'd say Salazar is probably the hardest fight in professional. Granted, you know, I've never done Sadler on professional, so who knows? I might find out that he's the worst one. We'll see. I think Sadler would still be not like easy, but I still think it would be like not much of a hindrance compared to Salazar if you do him legit. That's partially why they give you the rocket launcher, so you can try and save it up until then. Either that or use it on his right hand. Your right hand comes off? again. Ugh. Well, that was an easy fight. It was only phase 1. Oh, don't run towards him. Appreciate it. Love the reload animation of this gun. Oh. Dang. I hear people actually prefer the Wii version the most, and we're kind of bummed out that, like, this version didn't have, whatchamacallit, didn't have motion controls.